Amen. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage with regards to Bill C-311, an Act to amend an Act for statutory holidays. The committee has studied this bill and has decided to report it to the House with amendment. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee pursuant to paragraph 91.1 subsection 2 of Standing Orders. The subcommittee will meet to study the second reading of a parliamentary bill tabled in the Senate, and we recommend that this be not designated as non-votable and that it be examined by the House. The committee also states that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1 subsection 2, this committee shall meet to study this on Friday, the 24th of February 2017. And at that time, we recommended that this be not designated non-votable and that it be studied by the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions. The first 2 are from outside my riding. Petitioners from Calgary are urging this government to change the treatment of animals under the Criminal Code and to remove animal cruelty crimes from the property section to strengthen language around federal provisions of the Criminal Code relating to cruelty to animals. Hundreds of petitioners, Mr. Speaker. My second petition are petitioners from the Toronto area urging that this government press upon the People's Republic of China that it must stop the persecution of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. They particularly, in this petition, draw attention to the horrific issue of organ harvesting. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, my third petition from constituents within Saanich Gulf Islands, pointing to the threat to the diversity of seeds and the ability of farmers, particularly in the global south, to save and preserve their own seed varieties, call on this government and the House to adopt international aid policies to aid in seed saving, particularly for the farmers of the developing south, mostly women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for
By residents of Elliott Lake who want the government to identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service to be covered under the Canada Health Act. Les citoyens affirment que des
Canadians state that palliative care and palliative care homes are approaches that help us to improve the life of patients and of their families that are faced with end-of-life illnesses.
Provide relief from pain and other distressing symptoms while affirming life and regarding dying as a natural and normal process. The petitioners tell the government that hospice palliative care does not seek to hasten or postpone death, but does so much to help with pain as well as other physical and psychological problems patients and their loved ones must deal with. For these reasons, they ask the government to do the compassionate thing and have hospice palliative care covered by the Canada Health Act so it is available to all Canadians when and where they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise in the House today to present a petition that was spearheaded by the Ecuadorians in my downtown riding of Davenport. To date, it's received over 1,500 signatures. The petitioners are calling for the Parliament of Canada to pass a motion allowing the opening of a special immigration program and to fast-track processing of sponsorship applications for those residing in the Ecuadorian provinces of Manabi and Esmeraldas, victims of the earthquake of April 2016. More specifically, they're asking the Government of Canada to fast-track sponsorship applications for family and extended family members, including siblings, cousins, aunts, and uncles, to allow for private sponsors under Group of Five and community sponsor programs, and to increase the quota of working holiday visas for young persons. This petition was presented by the Ecuadorianos Unidos Canada and supported by Latin American Collective and the Latin American Tenants Association of GTA and the generous support of community volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion regarding Budget 2017, standing in the name of Ms. Ambrose.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ended March 26, 2017, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that given the failure of the government to achieve the economic and employment objectives presented in Budget 2016, and given the growing protectionist and competitive threat from the United States, the House call on the government to ensure that Budget 2017 includes A, no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students, B, immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth employment crisis, C, a credible plan to return to a balanced budget by 2019 as promised to Canadians, and D, no plan to sell Canadian airports that involves 1, using the revenues to finance the Canada Infrastructure Bank, 2, selling them to investors or enterprises that are under the political influence of foreign governments, 3, higher user fees for the Canadian taxpayers and travellers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the official opposition, it's the Conservative Party's responsibility to tell the Prime Minister what hard-working Canadian families expect to see in his budget tomorrow. Les conservateurs de
Canada's Conservatives are the voice of the taxpayers. We will concentrate on results for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, Budget Day used to be an exciting time for Canadians. When we look at some of our past Conservative budgets, I was thinking about the day before budget for the 10 years we were in government. It was an exciting day because we all knew that the next day we would be giving Canadians a break. We knew that all of those people back home that are working hard, that are struggling, working in their small businesses, worried about their kids, we knew we'd be giving them a break. And we did that in every consecutive budget. So it was an exciting time. Our plan created 1.1 million net new jobs. It cut taxes to their lowest levels in 50 years and increased health transfer to the provinces by 70%. We had a very aggressive free trade agenda. We introduced tax-free savings accounts so the families could save for their retirement and for their future. We introduced income splitting so couples could afford to have a family. Business confidence was high. But today, the day before this budget, people feel anxiety.
Exactly.
There is anxiety all across the country. And people are wondering, when is the other shoe going to drop? And question after question keeps coming up. I've never seen anything like this before a budget day in the House of Commons. Small business owners are wondering, families are wondering, are they going to raise capital gains taxes? They say they are, we just don't know when. Are they going to come after our homes? Are they going to come after my business? These are the questions people are asking. What tax credit are they going to take away from my family that I use day in, day out to make life more affordable? What next? What taxes are they going to raise? These are the kinds of questions that Canadians are asking. And business investment is at an all-time low. Business confidence is low. This is the kind of business climate and economic climate that the Prime Minister has created. This will be the Prime Minister's second budget, and we're now encouraging the government to seize this opportunity to change course. But, Mr. Speaker, all indications are that they won't. There is so much anxiety that, in fact, the Liberals aren't even going out to their ridings after the budget. I think back to the 10 years we were in government. Not only was the day before a budget exciting because we knew we were going to give hardworking Canadians yet another break, we were excited to get out to our ridings to tell everyone about it. We would meet with our chambers of commerce, we would meet with all of the families and business owners in our communities, excited to tell them about how we made their life more affordable. You know what the Liberals are doing, Mr. Speaker? They're staying here for the weekend for an emergency caucus meeting. I guess they're a little embarrassed about what might be in this budget, might not be in this budget. So after a year and a half, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. There is a lot of broken promises and a lot of spending, but no results for hardworking Canadians. The Prime Minister, let's go back to his original election promise, that he was going to borrow his way to prosperity. He was only going to borrow $10 billion in order to grow the economy and create jobs. On that first part, Mr. Speaker, on the borrowing, Canadians got a lot more than they bargained for. And on the second part, the job creating, they got far less than they deserved. La promesse de n'emprunter.
The promise of borrowing only $10 billion is forgotten, shattered even before last year's budget was announced. The deficit is now at a much higher level. We will know exactly by how much tomorrow, due to an irresponsible policy of increased spending that is unprecedented in modern times, it is said. In a discreet report published just before Christmas, the Minister for Finance admitted that the government will be incapable of balancing the budget before at least 30 years from now. This is a plan that forces the next generation to reimburse our generation's debt. An 18-year-old Canadian will not see a balanced budget before he or she reaches the age of 50.
Mr. Speaker, a Canadian who turns 18 years old today won't see a balanced budget until they're 50 years old. I don't remember this being in the Liberals' election platform. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke one of his key election promises when he said that he promised to balance the budget by 2019. He still believes, apparently, that the budget will balance itself. And those words are just as foolish today as when he said them during the campaign. But what have Canadians actually got for all of this spending and all of this red ink? Growth is no higher than before the borrowing began. The Prime Minister isn't growing our economy, he's just growing the size of government. Let me just repeat that, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister borrowed all of this money. He put the next generation in debt, this generation in debt, and he hasn't actually created any growth. He's not creating the jobs that he promised. So what was it all for? It was to grow the size of government. The Prime Minister promised to add, imagine, he actually made this promise, to add 0.5% to GDP in 2016. He was very specific. But Statistics Canada data shows that the economy grew no faster than initially projected. The only thing he's growing is the size of government. He promised he'd spend this money on infrastructure. But guess what? The infrastructure funds are not flowing into critical projects like roads or highways or bridges. I know especially my home province of Alberta, where we hoped we'd get the shovels in the ground so we would see those jobs created. But in fact, the construction industry shrank by 3.3% last year. The shovels are not in the ground, and jobs are not being created through infrastructure projects. And now the Prime Minister is looking for more money, anywhere that he can find it, to fund his pet project, the so-called infrastructure bank, because apparently there's not enough banks in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned, all of us are concerned, that the money that the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister desperately needs will come from a sale of important assets, such as Canada's airports. Private investment might be beneficial, for Canadian airports. But the complete lack of transparency about a proposed sale leaves Canadians asking a lot of questions. Whether this is in our national interests, or is this just a fire sale to fund the Prime Minister's reckless spending? Is this going to increase costs for travelers, for businesses, for the airport authorities? This isn't about a vision or a strategy. It's just because he's run out of money, and they need to find more money. A botched airport sell-off doesn't protect Canadian travelers and also could lead to dramatically higher costs. But we have none of those questions answered. Now, of course, this morning, Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Prime Minister creates all kinds of anxiety, and then he runs out and says, oh, no, we may not do that. You know, that creates a lot of confidence, Mr. Speaker. And once again, he says he's backing away from this idea of selling off strategic assets like airports. But yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to actually commit one way or another. But it's not good enough to keep Canadians guessing about such a critical issue. He does this on taxes, he does this on everything. What it's doing is creating anxiety all across the country. This constant indecision and lack of any clear plan or any clear vision for our economy. They just move from one thing to another, one idea to another that they float out there. They have actually no real plan. But whether it's airports or other assets, the Prime Minister should not be selling off the furniture because he ran up the credit card. That is not a vision for this country. Le transport aérien au Canada est l'un des...
Air transportation in Canada is among the most expensive in the world. Canadian families who leave on holiday or entrepreneurs who travel to grow their business should not have to pay for the mistakes of this government. The problem with this rumor about selling off airports in a garage sale goes far beyond the issue of costs. Canadians are right to be wondering whether the sale of these airports is really in the best interests of Canada, or whether this is simply a way for the Liberals to pay for their out-of-control spending.
We know also that the Prime Minister, lurking behind all of these ideas of selling off strategic assets through an infrastructure bank, is this idea that the Prime Minister is very welcoming towards Chinese government-owned companies and their interest in buying up Canadian assets. In fact, we feel he's ready to just about sell anything to them. The sale of Canadians' airports or any other strategic Canadian asset to companies with links to foreign governments must first meet a test of national interest, always, because they are strategic assets. But we have no transparency on this as well. Now remember, this was the same Prime Minister who held these kind of closed-door cash for access fundraisers where he met with people from the Chinese government, and then weeks later reopened national security reviews on the sale of Canadian companies to companies that were controlled by the Chinese government. So when they hear this, Canadians rightly wonder, is our national security for sale to the highest bidder? Canadians have good reasons to be concerned about the Liberals selling off assets, and we demand more transparency. And Canadians don't want to see a fire sale in tomorrow's budget or the next budget. In fact, since the Prime Minister took office, Canadians are actually working less, and their paychecks aren't rising, and they feel it. But you know who feels it the worst, Mr. Speaker? It's the young people of our country. The youngest workers who have now lost over 40,000 full-time jobs just in the past year. We have a youth unemployment crisis. And what did the Prime Minister do? He promised an EI break for workers who would hire youth. And what did he do? He broke that promise. And instead, he raised EI premiums on businesses, making them less likely to hire. Nous voulons que le budget...
We want the budget to include immediate measures to get young Canadians back to work and to solve the youth unemployment problem. However, as we've seen, setting a plan to stimulate the economy and help Canadians find good jobs is not the priority of this Liberal government.
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, this will be a budget written by Liberal government consultants that will grow the size of government. They're in thrall, for some reason, with this latest glossy, jargon-laden consultant schemes, all about moonshots and innovation strategies. But it's really simple, Mr. Speaker, when you're thinking about innovating the economy. Like Jack Mintz, the economist, says, if you want to create innovation, create an attractive business climate, cut red tape, lower taxes, boost entrepreneurs' confidence. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of confidence in Canadians, and I know they're going to see right through this. They know that these buzzwords and these brochures don't actually put people to work. These flashy programs also come with a $1 billion price tag. And this bill gets paid by the millions of regular Canadians that aren't so lucky to work somewhere that the Prime Minister wants to go visit for a photo op, like New York. Canadians see this Prime Minister's priorities. Now, if you're fashionable and well-connected and you work in a certain sector that he thinks is sexy, then he's very generous. Yep. But for the taxpayer, well, pay up. Pay up to $2,500 per household for a new national carbon tax. Add another $2,200 per household for higher CPP premiums. Give back your family tax cut on income splitting. Watch your tax-free savings account get slashed. And say goodbye to your kids' arts and fitness tax credits or the textbooks and education tax credit if you're a student. So, Mr. Speaker, they have an innovation program for every government consultant. But to pay for it, they have a tax hike for every Canadian. And families, frankly, families can't take any more of this. With the cost of living rising, the last thing they need is more government. And the last thing they need is their government looking for new ways to nickel and dime them. Ce gouvernement prend plus aux Canadiens.
This government is taking more from Canadians than what it gives Canadians. This needs to end.
And what everybody was hoping to see tomorrow calls for a change in direction, especially when we know the United States is about to slash taxes and cut red tape to pull investment and job growth south of the border. And we're already seeing it. There is a reason that business investment is already leaving Canada to go to the U.S. Nous ne pourrons pas relever.
We won't be able to meet these challenges with decades of deficits, ever-growing tax burdens, and a government that would rather please big foreign investors than help Canadian families.
Tomorrow, Canadians, regular Canadians, want to see a plan that makes their jobs and their families a top priority. They want a break from this government. They want a plan that gets spending under control, focuses on real-life job creation, and stops this nickel and diming tax hikes. So as the voice of the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker, we'll be judging tomorrow's budget on whether it meets those priorities. Canadians can always rely on the Conservative Party and the opposition to put them and their families first. And that's why we're calling on this House to adopt our motion today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think I'll go with a comment as opposed to a question. The atmosphere in the room is rhetoric is providing as much rhetoric as it normally does, Mr. Speaker. But I will say, you know, just to the members' comments, specifically to the previous budgets and how they were embraced with such fanfare. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I attended as a municipal leader 3 of the last 4 budgets proposed by the previous government. I sat up there in that gallery and I listened to them, and we usually didn't come to this with a sense of excitement over what was to come. Instead, what we witnessed was smokescreens such as we're going to eliminate the penny, while at the same time delivering a whole bunch of other legislation through omnibus bills and providing for a lack of supports for municipalities from throughout the country. There's no doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that the budget we see tomorrow will be one that goes to support the middle class, support people struggling in our country, and help to provide the infrastructure that this country so badly needs that was neglected by the previous government for 10 years.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that would be all well and good, except the infrastructure funding is not even flowing. There is no money being transferred to municipalities. Projects aren't actually getting out the door, and mayors are saying that across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the member's talking about, but I'd like to remind the member of the record of the previous government. We lowered taxes over 100 times for individual Canadians and business owners. The lowest tax level in 5 years at the federal level. We balanced the budget. We took on... Mr. Speaker, that wasn't an easy thing to do after taking on a deficit, but we slowly and prudently paid it off. But at the same time, we increased federal transfers to the provinces by 70% for health care. So, Mr. Speaker, people didn't go without the essential services that they needed for their families. But what this government is doing is going in the complete opposite direction. All of the money that they've spent has done nothing to create growth or create jobs. All they've done is grow the size of government, and guess who's paying for it? Canadian hardworking people. That's who's paying for it. Every time we turn around, there's another tax increase, there's another fee increase, all to pay for the Prime Minister's pet projects. And who has to do this? This is all on the backs of hardworking people. Every day they find another way to nickel and dime Canadian families and take away from them those things that we gave them to make life more affordable. Even a tax-free savings account, Mr. Speaker, this is after-tax income. People have worked hard for it, but they're saving for their retirement, and they take half of that away. Shame. A tax credit for textbooks. I mean, people use these things so that they can make life more affordable if they have students in their house. You know, tax credits for tuition. These are the kinds of things that they just keep taking and taking and taking away from families. They're nickel and diming Canadians to pay for their own priorities, which is growing the size of government.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate and thank my colleague from the Conservative Party for her speech and also for their motion. Now, in this motion, there's a little bit of everything, but I want to focus on one thing that we probably agree on. Now, Canadian airports are a public good. They belong to all of us. We've heard some concerning rumors from the Liberal government that they may want to sell off these airports to be able to pay the rent, in a sense, and to sell them off to private interests. The question is, who will pay for this? Well, the passengers will, people who travel across this country. Why? Because currently, the airports are managed by not-for-profit organizations. They already charge fees to passengers, but they don't have to make a profit. But if these airports, these public airports that belong to us, to private airports, those private companies will want to make a profit, of course. So what will they do? There are two ways of making profits. Either they will reduce the quality of the service, perhaps also reducing our safety and the health and safety of some workers or the working conditions of their workers, or they will impose additional fees. So one way or the other, either airport workers or passengers will be paying the price. So I'd like to hear what the Leader of the Official Opposition has to say about the following. Do the Liberals have a mandate to privatize our airports?
Opposition.
No, Mr. Speaker, they do not. And I agree with the honourable member about this issue. There's absolutely no transparency around this. Mr. Speaker, ports and airports in particular are strategic assets. And so when there's a thought of selling them, we need complete transparency. And the member's right about the issue of profit, because we know who the Prime Minister has been meeting with behind closed doors. He's been meeting with a lot of very wealthy investment companies that are looking to buy up assets. They only want assets that they will make a profit off of course, because this is what they do for a living. So if they are going to buy an airport, they're only going to buy one if they can make a profit off it. So the member is exactly right. So where is the transparency about who's going to pay for this? Of course we know who's going to pay for this. The traveling customer, the taxpayer will pay for it. And this is all to make a profit for a private investment firm. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister does have to come clean on this, because he is making a transaction that will hurt the public at the profit for an investment firm. And right now we have no transparency around this. We also hear that the Prime Minister might actually put up public money to fund this kind of an interaction or this kind of an arrangement with a private sector company. So let me get this straight. Taxpayers have already paid for this asset, and now we're going to pay for an private investment company to buy it so that we can now pay again. How does that in any way, that's liberal financing for you, how does that in any way benefit the taxpayer? So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we've got the Prime Minister nickel and diming families and businesses over and over again with tax hikes, and this is their solution, to give a benefit to a private investment firm on, at the behest of taxpayers. So no, Mr. Speaker, this plan has not been thought through whatsoever, and once again, I think it's just a way for them to find some fast money to pay for their pet projects.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my leader for the speech that she gave. A great speech, contrasting former budgets with what we're seeing today. One thing, Mr. Speaker, that we all know here in this House, that tomorrow's budget will be written in red ink. It will all be red ink. There will be no talk about balanced budgets. There will be no plan. We saw a Prime Minister who made a commitment and a promise to that, and right away in the first budget backed away from it. We know that won't be mentioned. We know that the other contrast between former Conservative budgets was that we lowered taxes to increase economic growth opportunities for people and for business. And we know that that won't happen. This government is committed to new taxation, whether it's payroll taxes or small business taxes. And so those are some of the things that we know about. We know that in former budgets we supported families and especially seniors. We created things like tax-free savings accounts and changes to RIF and universal child care benefits. We know that this government is bent on taking those tax breaks away and creating new taxes. I guess, Mr. Speaker, my question to our leader is she did mention in her speech a number of job-creating opportunities that the budget could have. I'm wondering if she would elaborate a little bit on that. This government, again, has backed away from tax cuts to small and medium-sized business. If they talk about middle class, you cannot really speak about middle class without talking about small and medium business, small and medium-sized business. And so if my leader could elaborate a little bit on missed opportunities and things that they should be bringing forward to help businesses that are the job creators.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition in 1 minute or less, if you don't mind.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is exactly right. I mean, we all know, although I don't think the Liberals know this, breaking news, governments don't create jobs. Businesses create jobs. Individual Canadians create jobs. And it's our job in this place to create the climate for that and to allow them to reach their potential, to do the things that they want to do, like start a new business. And how do we do that? We lower taxes. We put in place the right measures so that when they take that risk and invest their own hard-earned money to start that new business and buy that equipment and hire that new first employee, there will be some kind of a return for that investment. But that's not what we're seeing now. We're seeing across the country, income taxes is over 50%. The Prime Minister talked about helping youth, and that's just been thrown right out the window. Youth is where we really need to focus our efforts. And what did he do? He's punishing small businesses with all kinds of taxes to the point where there aren't jobs available for youth today. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of ways in which this government could have done differently. We're going to keep pushing the government to do the right thing.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Pleased to rise before the House today to talk about our ongoing support for Canadian youth and seniors. I'm glad the member opposite has raised this important issue that is so vital to the economic well-being of our nation. Youth and seniors are high on our government's agenda. There is no doubt about that. Since we took office in 2015, we have brought in real, tangible changes that are making a real difference for Canadians, both young and old. Youth represents our present and our future in Canada. They lead and shape and transform this country. When we invest in our youth, we are investing in a brighter future for all of us. With that said, let me start by outlining the support that we provide to young Canadians. In Budget 2016, Mr. Speaker, we increased our investment to the Youth Employment Strategy, or better known as the YES program, by $278.4 million, Mr. Speaker. The fund is being used to create new jobs for youth and increase the number of youth who access the skills program. It also increases job opportunities for young Canadians in the heritage sector, and it also increases the number of jobs offered through the Canada Summer Jobs program. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this Canada Summer Jobs program created over 65,800 jobs last summer, essentially doubling the number of jobs created compared to the previous year. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to highlight that, doubling the amount of jobs from the previous year. Mr. Speaker, our investment has yielded real results for young Canadians. Apart from making investments in our youth programs, we know that we need to identify barriers to youth employment. This is why we have launched an expert panel on youth employment initiatives in October of 2016 as a way to improve the opportunities for all youth in Canada. The panel's findings will play a key role in identifying future investments in youth programs, including ways to enhance our youth employment strategy. Mr. Speaker, in order for young Canadians to get good jobs, they first need to get a good education. With this in mind, we will continue to work with our provinces and territorial governments regarding the implementation of the Canada Student Loans and grant measures. In fact, as of August 1st, 2016, we kept our promise and increased Canada's student grants by 50% for students from low and middle-income households. This will help an estimated 247,000 students from low-income families and 100,000 students from middle-income families, as well as about 16,000 low-income part-time students each year, Mr. Speaker. And we are doing more. Starting August 1st, 2017, students from low-income families will only have to contribute $1,500 per year, with contributions rising to a maximum of $3,000 for students with a higher family income. This change will allow students to work and gain valuable market experience without having to worry about the reduction in their level of financial assistance. It will also simplify the application process for students for student financial assistance, making the Canada Student Loans Program more transparent and more predictable for our youth. Furthermore, students with identified employment barriers will not be expected to make a contribution, including students who self-identify as Indigenous, students with permanent disabilities, and students with dependents. In November of 2016, we also increased the repayment assistance plan threshold to ensure that no student will have to repay their student loan until they reach earnings of at least $25,000 per year. We estimate that about 23,000 additional borrowers will have lower, more affordable payments if they apply for the repayment assistance plan. Helping families plan for education expenses is also key and very important, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Learning Bond is money the Government of Canada deposits into a registered education savings plan to help for a child to help save for their post-secondary education. The government is committed to working in collaboration with the provinces and territories to promote the benefits of early savings for post-secondary education in RESPs for all Canadians to ease access to the CLB for low-income Canadians. These measures are making post-secondary education more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Post-secondary education is an invaluable asset in today's job market, but employers are looking for more than a person with a degree. They also need the experience and the skills to succeed in today's workforce. That's not something that we can teach in a classroom. That's why that our government has invested over $73 million over 4 years to support the Student Work Integrated Learning Program. What exactly is this initiative, you might ask? The goal is very simple. The program will help ensure students develop the foundational, entrepreneurial, and business skills required to secure meaningful employment in high-demand occupations in fields of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and business. We need to work with colleges and universities to prepare the next generation of Canadians for the highly skilled jobs that are out there. And we need to ensure that Canadian employers can bring about and benefit from co-op and work-integrated learning opportunities. Under our government, more students and workers will have access to co-op placements, work-integrated learning opportunities, and summer jobs so that they can get the skills that they need and also that their employers need. Let's take a moment now, Mr. Speaker, to talk about seniors. I've covered the extensive support we have provided to youth. Now I'd like to turn my attention to seniors. Seniors are among the most valuable members of our society. They actively contribute to their families, to our communities, and to our economy. But they can also be among the most vulnerable of our society, especially low-income seniors. We're proud to report that Canada has one of the lowest rates in the world of seniors living in low income. Our latest numbers indicate that in 2013, 3.7% of our seniors were considered low income. However, Stats Canada tells us that about 192,000 seniors still live below the low-income cutoff. Mr. Speaker, these valued Canadians are struggling to make ends meet at a time in their lives when most are not able to work. Our government believes that every Canadian deserves to live out their senior years with respect and dignity. They should also be able to have peace of mind knowing that their needs will be taken care of. We also have to keep in mind that the demographic composition of this country is changing very fast. I know for one in the province of New Brunswick, where I'm from, we are actually at the point that the death rate is outnumbering the birth rate, so it's very concerning. Predictions are that seniors will make up nearly one quarter of the population by 2030. Millions more Canadians will be eligible for the OAS and the CPP pensions over the coming years. We're talking about hard-working Canadians who contributed to this country their entire lives and paid into the tax system. When they enter retirement, it's time for us to give them the support that they need in recognition of the contributions that they've made to Canada during their entire working years. That's where the Old Age Security Program comes in. The Old Age Security Program, or also known as the OAS, has a clear purpose: to provide a minimum level of income to seniors and contribute to their income replacement in retirement. The OAS program is actually composed of a number of benefits. First is the OAS pension, which is paid to everyone who is 65 years old and older and who meet the residence and legal status requirement. Second, Mr. Speaker, is the Guaranteed Income Supplement for low-income seniors. And the third are the allowances for low-income Canadians from ages 60 to 64 who are the spouses of common-law partners of GIS recipients or who are widowers or widowers. Mr. Speaker, the previous government increased the eligibility age of OAS from 65 to 67 years old.
Shameful.
These changes were set to take place starting in 2023. But changing the age of eligibility is unfair to Canadians who have worked hard their entire lives and cannot, for a variety of reasons, continue to work at the ages of 65 and 66. This government will not leave low-income seniors high and dry at a time when they need our support even at the most. That's why our government sets specific goals to support Canadian seniors and ensure economic security for them. First and foremost, we have repealed the previous government's measures to move the eligibility age of old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67. This will put thousands of dollars in the pockets of the lowest income Canadians each year as they become seniors. We are not just maintaining the status quo. We are taking clear steps to help to lift thousands of seniors out of poverty. In this spirit, we are increasing the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors by 10%, Mr. Speaker. This will give 1 million of our most vulnerable seniors up to almost $1,000 per year. Mr. Speaker, this is much-needed support for our most vulnerable in our society. We will also consider a new seniors price index to make sure that the old age security and income supplements benefits keep up with seniors' actual rising cost. Let's take a moment now to talk about the CPP measures. This Canada Pension Plan, the Retirement Income Security, starts with a good, stable public pension program. This is more important than ever at a time when many Canadians aren't saving enough for their retirements. In particular, middle-class families without workplace pension plans are at a greater risk of undersaving for retirement. A third of these families are at risk. While those in workplaces where pension plans are faring a little better, 17% of them are still undersaving. And they're not the only ones feeling the pinch. Economic conditions since the global recession of 2008 pose a particular risk for younger Canadians. With this as a backdrop, we have enhanced the Canada Pension Program. Last summer, Canada's minister reached a historic agreement to make meaningful changes to the CPP that will allow Canadians to retire with more money in their pockets. The CPP enhancement will increase the benefits that people receive when they retire. This also means that contributions will increase accordingly, typically 1% for most people. Enhanced benefits will accumulate gradually as individuals pay into their enhanced CPP. Young Canadians just entering the workforce will see the largest increase in benefits. What does that mean for future generations? A good question. As my fellow members know, CPP is currently designed to replace a quarter of our income in retirement. The changes we are proposing will increase that percentage to fully 1/3. So, if someone earns $50,000 a year over their working life, they will receive about $16,000 per year in retirement instead of today's $12,000 per year. To fund these enhanced benefits, annual CPP contributions will increase modestly over 7 years, starting in 2019. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you make $54,900 per year, you will contribute about an additional $75 per year, or $6 a month starting in 2019. By the end of the 7-year phase-in program in 2025, your contributions would amount to an additional $515 per year, or $43 per month. Employee contributions to the enhanced portion of the CPP will also be tax deductible. Providing a tax deduction for new employee CPP contributions will avoid increasing the after-tax cost of saving for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I used the amount of $54,900 per year in my example because this is currently what we call the year's maximum pensionable earnings when we talk about CPP. Basically, that means that everyone contributes 4.95% of their income up to that amount. Once these enhancements are fully implemented in 2025, the maximum will increase by about 14% to $82,700. So, if you make $80,000 a year over your working life, you will get 1/3 of that per year in your retirement from your CPP pension. Helping people plan for their retirement is among the key elements of long-term economic and social stability. And in fact, Canada has a long history of doing so. Our retirement income system is widely recognized around the world as one of the best. As a stronger CPP is a core promise we made to middle-class Canadians, and we are very proud, Mr. Speaker, with the collaboration with the provinces and and we've been able to deliver these important enhancements. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to supporting seniors and giving them a dignified retirement. We're also giving equal attention to our youth. By focusing on education and job training, we're giving young people the support they need to steer Canada to economic success, both today and in the future. Closing, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow our government will cement this commitment as we table Budget 2017. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am growing more and more concerned. We had the Liberal government said that they were going to have a $10 billion deficit. We now hear comments such as, this budget is going to be focused on people's feelings. People's feelings, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely ludicrous. We have a government that thinks that the budget will balance itself and that an economy grows from the heart out. What I'd like to ask this member opposite is, when she was campaigning, did she stand up in any forums, at any doors, and commit to a budget that would get back to balance by 2019, a $10 billion deficit, and what is she going to do to make sure that she sees those commitments through to the constituents she made those promises for?
Here.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. What I can tell her that I told the constituents when I was campaigning and knocking at their doors, Mr. Speaker, that our commitment to middle-class Canadians was that we were going to work hard for them. What we've campaigned at the door, Mr. Speaker, when I spoke to my constituents, I told them that we were enhancing the CPP program. Mr. Speaker, I also advised constituents at the door that we wanted to put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program that has, again, lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We also indicated to our constituents, Mr. Speaker, or I did anyways, that we were going to be increasing the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors. And Mr. Speaker, when I attended several senior citizens' homes and provided them with that information, you could see how relieved that they were, because that $1,000 additional amount that they were going to be receiving per year was going to actually make a real difference in their lives, to allow them opportunities to buy groceries or to pay for whatever expenses that they had. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on helping middle-class Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I thank my colleague for her speech, but I was wondering if she did canvassing and spoke to people last election, talking about the fact that the Liberal government might privatize the airports. I never saw that in one debate. I never saw that in the program of the Liberal Party. But still, they are not closing the door to that option or that possibility. Right now, airports are a public asset managed by non-profit organizations, and those airports are paying a rent of about $1 billion per year to the federal government. So if they sell all those airports, it's going to decrease the quality of services, it's going to increase fees for passengers, and let's say they sell that for $8 billion. And the 9th and the 10th year, you begin to lose money. You begin to lose money. It's a short-term sell-off to try to balance the books, and it's going to be a disaster where, like Hydro One in Ontario. You know, sell, 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 but after that, the people, the clients, the consumers will pay the bill, not the Liberal government. So my question is, will they or will they not privatize the public airports in this country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. In the 2015 campaign, we said that we would be supporting the middle class and people who are working hard to join it, especially Canada's most vulnerable people. In our plan, we put forth a number of tangible steps. First of all, we cut taxes for members of the middle class. We also stated that we would be introducing the child benefit and helping seniors. On the issue of the airports, Minister Garneau said very clearly that any decision being made with respect to airports would finally be beneficial for travelers. And at this point, we have to wait to tomorrow's budget to see what the initiatives will be taken.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for her speech, and I was very relieved and impressed by how much time she focused on talking about seniors in our country. You know, this is something that I heard about when I was out canvassing during the last election. Seniors and those getting close to the age of retirement are seriously concerned about what their future looks like. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization now says that there are more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 14 for the first time in human history. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide some input as to how she thinks what this government is doing and proposes to do for seniors will have a real impact on seniors in our country and her riding in particular.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, during campaign 2015, when I knocked on doors and talked about seniors and what we were proposing to do for seniors, it hit really close and near and dear to my heart. I am the youngest child of a family of 9 kids. My father was a janitor, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. So we're talking about middle-class Canadians who worked very, very hard to raise a family. And my parents actually depend on the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the OAS. So when I was able to go to the doors and speak to people about the real difference that this investment can make in Canadians, I really spoke from the heart, because my parents could see what that tangible difference was going to mean in their monthly budget and also in their pocketbook. So what does that mean, the increase that we've made? As indicated, when we look at the projections over a year, we can see that that's almost $1,000 that these people are going to have in their pockets. And again, that can contribute to purchases that they're going to be able to make throughout that year. Let it be medication, let it be groceries, let it be whatever the case, whatever they choose to invest their money in. The other important thing that this government also did, Mr. Speaker, was enhancing the Canada, the CPP program, Canada Pension Program. We've been able to work collaboratively with our provinces, and we've all come to the agreement that this is the best way to move forward as we want to ensure that our seniors have a dignified retirement. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we've lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians, and again, is a step in the right direction, and that's exactly what we're going to continue doing moving forward, helping middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it.
Great answer. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member can tell us who the middle class is.
Good question. Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Middle-class Canadians are hard-working Canadians, just as my neighbour here indicated. Mr. Speaker, when we campaigned at the doors, we heard of what the priorities were of Canadians. We've indicated to them very closely that our priority was focusing on their needs. Mr. Speaker, that's why that we put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program. That's why that we've lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians, and why we're continuing to move forward and putting programs in place that can absolutely assist them. And from there, we've also made some historic investments when it comes to infrastructure. And as a result of those investments, we've been able to see that jobs are being created. And from there, the economy is stimulated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Great. Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Liberals want to help the middle class, why don't they give tax cuts to those who earn less than $45,000 a year, all those who earn less than $23 per hour? That means most Canadian workers. Why are these people not part of the middle class for the Liberals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to remind the honourable member that it's our government. The first action we undertook was to reduce taxes for the middle class. We also increased taxes for the richest 1%. The opposition party voted against this measure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is our government that implemented the Child Benefit Program, helping hundreds of thousands of kids to exit poverty. We have also implemented a guaranteed income supplement increase. We've also implemented initiatives, and our program continues to work. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to highlight that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable and fantastic member for Windsor-Tecumseh. I would like to follow suit to what my Liberal colleague had to say. Once again, we need to remind everyone that the definition of middle class for the Liberal Party does not comprise all the workers that earn less than $45,000 a year, who have not benefited whatsoever from the tax cuts that the Liberals have been boasting about. This is a bizarre definition of the middle class. Those that have benefited the most are those who earn between $90,000 and $210,000 per year. they've received a $270 present, whereas those, the workers who need it the most, have received not a cent. Now, with regards to their boasts regarding infrastructure, with regards to infrastructure investments in our communities, in our regions, in our villages, in our towns and cities, we really need this investment to stimulate the economy and have economic growth, and to also help our companies to simply allow their services and employees to travel. The Parliamentary Budget Officer reminded us not too long ago that out of the $13.6 billion that were announced with great pomp and circumstance by the Liberals, only $4.6 billion have actually been invested or will be imminently invested. That means that about 75% of what was announced is just all smokes and mirrors. It does not exist. People in the field, municipality administrators have never seen this money, that it was supposed to stimulate the economy and create jobs. And so we need to be very wary when the Liberals make announcements. And I look forward to see if any adjustments will be found tomorrow in the budget, because when we will be told about innovation and workforce training, what will be announced and what will be really invested, that is sometimes and unfortunately different to what they announce. I would like to talk to the opposition motion from the Conservatives, and we agree on one point: the danger of airport privatization in Canada. It is rather surprising to see the Liberal government taking this path, because they never talked about it during the election campaign. It was not part of their election program either. Well, perhaps it's not very surprising. This kind of thing happens very often. They say one thing and something else happens, just like electoral reform. Sometimes they don't say something and then spring surprises upon us, just like with the airports here. Federal airports in Canada are a public good. They are owned by everyone. These airports are managed by not-for-profit organizations. They need to self-fund, and that is why there are fees in airports, but they are not here for profit. They also give money to the federal government that represents about $1 billion of income for the government. There seems to be a panic in the Liberal side, on the Liberal side. They're trying to sell things off to control their enormous deficit. This is a short-sighted vision, Mr. Speaker. Short-sighted because there are two ways through which we can ensure the profitability of airports. We can either cut services, we could cut the quality of work for the workers in airports, or the other option is we can increase the fees. Passengers will literally foot the bill. Or those who travel throughout the country or abroad, they are the ones who will be footing the bill for this rather unpleasant surprise from the Liberals, which is a movement towards privatization. Through this privatization, will foreign private companies be able to buy our airports? Will we be under the influence of foreign governments? Airports are not just any old public service. They are strategic infrastructure, very significant strategic infrastructure. I don't want to instill fear for the future amongst Canadians, but it's a bad idea, on top of which it could bring us down very unfortunate paths. The Liberal government has refused to answer questions over the past few months about this. One thing we do know is that the Liberal government has asked a company to study this, to find out what the pros and cons of this measure would be, a potential privatization of airports. Mr. Speaker, to whom did they ask to conduct a study? Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse is an international company that specializes in privatization of airports and of ports themselves as well. And so this gives us a slight inclination of what will happen. I'm sure that this study will be perfectly neutral and impartial, because I doubt this because this is their business. This is what they do. This fire sale will perhaps raise $8 billion, perhaps 9 or 12. This is good short-term money, perhaps, but these airports are a source of revenue for the government. And so what will happen after year 9, 10, 11, or 12? After that time, we will be losing money, but it will be too late. And it's the passengers who will be footing the bill.
To continue on the same issue of the privatization of our airports in English, just to be sure that everybody can understand the message, is that it was never said by the Liberals during the campaign. It was not in their political platform, and suddenly, bad surprise for everybody, there's this option that's probably on the table of selling our own airports. Airports, federal airports, are right now the property of everybody, you and me and everybody in the country, because it's a common good. It's a service for all the people who travel, all the travelers. And those airports are managed by non-profit organizations. They have to raise enough money to function, but they are not there to make money, to make more profits. So what will happen if the Liberals sell off our airports? The private company who will buy that, they need to make money. So there's only two ways to do that. You decrease the services, the quality of services, or the working condition of the people, the employees in the airports, or you increase the fees, what passengers will pay to use the services in the airports. So at the end of the day, it's going to be the travelers who will pay the price, literally, for the bad decision of the Liberal government. And we don't have any clear answer about that, but the door is wide open right now, Mr. Speaker. What we know is that the Liberal government asked a company to make a study about the advantages and the disadvantages of eventually to sell and privatize airports. And they ask who to do that? Credit Suisse. And what Credit Suisse is doing in life, they are counselors for privatization of public assets like airports. So I guess that the conclusion is already quite clear and written. I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that there's another part of the Conservative motion that we strongly oppose. It's to forbid the government to increase any taxation on individuals or companies. For us, it's not a good idea to not be able to make the CIOs of this country and big companies like banks and oil companies to pay their fair share to pay for good public services, like taking care of our seniors, like healthcare, like childcare, like housing. Right now, the average pay of the 100 highly paid CEOs in this country is $9.5 million per year. They are earning 193 times the average paid of Canadian workers. There's growing inequalities in this country, and if we cannot raise some taxes for big companies or eliminate some loopholes, like the loophole about stock option deduction for the richer in our country, we will not have the resources that we need to take care of our neighbors, to create good jobs, take care of our environment and healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. We are here debating a Conservative motion that claims to talk about the main directives of our budgetary policy. I'm not very surprised, however, that the NDP seems to once again be aligned with the Conservative budget policy. We know that during the last elections, In their opinion, they needed to balance the budget at all costs, but we realized when we became government the dire situation that was left to us by the previous government. I would like to give the opportunity to my honourable colleague to change his mind and to rise and say whether, yes or no, he regrets that we had to apparently balance the budget at all costs and not take care of the middle class and those who need help. Thank you. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to refute the premise of this statement. However, more seriously, we are very concerned by the fact that the Liberal government seems to be spending without counting, but they're not investing in places where we really need investment. Social infrastructure, public infrastructure is a good example of this. Only 25% of what has been announced has truly been spent, and we are very concerned by this trend towards privatization. I talked about privatizing airports, but also the Infrastructure Investment Bank, where it seems that they want to bring in masses of private investors for our public infrastructure, which flies in the face, rather, of the Liberal discourse during the previous electoral campaign. Interest rates are about 2.5%. It is not very expensive to borrow and stimulate the economy. But now, all of a sudden, we have the arrival of private investors who will ask for an interest rate of 8 to 9%, where we could only be paying 2%. So why should we go to people who will lend us money at 7 to 9%? It's complete nonsense. Questions and comments? The honourable member for White Rock. South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And the one question that I do have, and he mentioned in his speech about the review on the 8 top airports, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Winnipeg, and Halifax. He didn't mention that they're also reviewing the ownership of 18 Canadian ports. Now, they've said that any privatization or selling off of airports would go to fund an infrastructure bank, which would provide a return on investment of 7 to 9%, which again is unheard of. But I would like his comments on the fact that they're also reviewing the 18 Canadian ports.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, you have 90 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, ports are also included in this study and this Liberal government study. This is also a concern to us. It's the same issues with regards to security and fees for companies and individuals that may use these port facilities. It seems that they're acting to please a certain elite, certain privileged friends of the governing party. They shattered the promise that they made during the campaign, and these broken promises cost us $800 million a year and help only an infinitesimal percentage of the country, only 75 people.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on the motion before us, and as this motion is very much aspirational in regards to Budget 2017, I will use my time today to talk about the things I believe Canadians need to see in it. New Democrats have expectations for this budget which are entirely reasonable given the commitments that the Liberals have made either during the last election or since. We will welcome all concrete initiatives to address the many pressing issues facing Canadians today. Frankly, everyone has pretty much had it with rhetoric at this point. It's time to follow through. A good way to start is by building a fair tax system. Close loopholes for the wealthy and crack down on offshore tax havens. While most Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, our tax code is full of loopholes that allow the wealthiest among us to pay less. Altogether, our unfair tax system takes tens of millions of dollars from Canadians annually in lost revenues, money that should be spent to support services like health care. The Liberals campaigned on a specific promise to address a gaping hole in our tax code that costs the government more than $800 million each year, the stock option deduction used by CEOs. They have since abandoned that promise in response to lobbying from corporate executives. This government also curiously left untouched Stephen Harper's radically low corporate tax rates, which were slashed by a third and continue to cost the government more than $12 billion each year. In spite of this giveaway, Canadians have not seen the promised increases in investment or jobs. Liberals could also use this budget to deliver on promised investments in public infrastructure rather than selling off airports and pursuing their infrastructure privatization bank scheme. While selling off Canadian assets like airports to turn a quick buck may make short-term sense from an accounting perspective, it will leave Canadians to pay the cost through increased user fees for many years to come. Canadians are increasingly stuck in precarious jobs characterized by part-time, low-paid and temporary employment without benefits or pensions. Let us also hope that this budget will make a priority of creating and protecting good full-time jobs for Canadians and improving conditions for all workers. It can implement a $15 federal minimum wage and restore promised small business tax reductions. Canada can also create good full-time jobs and be a leader in clean energy if the Liberals take the necessary steps to invest in home energy retrofits, train workers from emerging green economy, and get critical infrastructure dollars out the door. As Canada celebrates its 150th anniversary, it is unacceptable that Indigenous people continue to face third world conditions as a result of long and indefensible history of chronic underfunding of services. They lack adequate access to housing, clean drinking water, mental health services, and education. The budget must make immediate investments to rectify this long-standing injustice by immediately investing the minimum required $155 million to end discrimination in the delivery of child welfare services, as per the unanimously passed NDP motion last year. It should also provide the necessary resources to end the dozens of boil water advisories affecting Indigenous communities and ensure that all communities have access to clean, safe drinking water. It should likewise make an immediate injection in mental health services for First Nations and Inuit communities in order to address the tragic funding shortfalls for such services, shortfalls that have been acknowledged by department officials, and it should lift the punitive 2% gap on funding transfers that continue to apply to most of the base funding that supports Indigenous communities. That was a key election promise. These commitments were made to our Indigenous brothers and sisters in a very public way, and the fact that this government has yet to honor them shames and embarrasses us all to no end. Following from this, it would be great to see stable, predictable funding for the many Native Friendship Centres throughout the country. With over half our Native population living off reserve, Friendship Centres provide an array of services to urban Natives that lack a regular funding formula, and this has forced a number of these centres to close, while many others struggle from month to month to keep their doors open. On a yearly and grant basis, it is impractical to expect an organization such as our Can-Am Friendship Centres to consistently be able to strategize and provide these services. It is crucial as well that this budget take the next steps to meet the health care needs of Canadians. Currently, 1 in 10 Canadians are unable to fill their prescriptions due to financial constraints. This is simply unacceptable that Canada remains the only country in the world with universal health care that doesn't include prescription drug coverage. It is time to fill this gap by committing to a universal pharmacare plan. This will not only make critical medicine more affordable for Canadians, but save provinces and our healthcare system billions in lower drug costs. Despite lofty promises of a renewed cooperative federalism, the government has used a divide and conquer approach to provincial federal health accords. They have forced deals on provinces that are disappointingly based on Stephen Harper's planned cuts to healthcare transfer increases. In fact, the Liberals, who I'd like to remind this chamber were elected as a real change government, are only giving the same 3% escalator proposed by Harper for core health care funding, far short of the resources required to ensure the quality of care that Canadians expect. More disturbingly, the Liberals have agreed to ignore violations of the Canada Health Act by accepting private clinics, such as MRI clinics in Saskatchewan, in order to cut a deal. Another short-term game that will result in more privatization and more costs down the line. As well, new funds for mental health and home care services are heavily backloaded, with just 2.7% of new funds to flow in the first year. This will leave Canadians waiting for improvements and suffering because of it. Lastly, Liberals made a promise to civil society groups during the previous election, and it was part of their successful campaign to woo progressive voters. That promise was that they would, if elected, establish an office of the mining ombudsperson. The ombudsperson would operate independently of government and provide much-needed oversight to Canadian extractive industries operating abroad. Oversight, these industries are in dire need of giving the increasing number of well-documented human rights abuses, as well as violence associated with their operations around the world. Well, I say to this government now, you wooed them, you got them, and now you need to honor your word and create this office. One of the main reasons the Liberals were trounced out of power 12 years ago was that Canadians had grown tired of a party that seemed willing to say and do just about anything in order to stay in power. It has unfortunately only taken a year and a half for this party to reestablish its reputation along these lines. With this new budget, however, all could be changed. The Liberals can show Canadians that when they make a solemn commitment, they intend to follow through. Or not. We will be watching.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I could ask a question of my NDP colleague and the former NDP colleague that spoke also on concerns that I have, and they're talking about getting rid possibly of our airports in Canada, selling them off to private sectors. Now, one only has to look back, as the Honourable Member mentioned a few minutes ago, 10 or 12 years ago when the Liberals were in government, they got rid of some 26 airports across Canada. They sweet-talked, as they usually do. They sweet-talked a lot of municipalities into taking over these airports and saying, oh, it's going to be great for you. It's going to be the best thing that you can have. We're going to give them to you. Give us $1. I happen to be a mayor of a community that took one of these airports. And I sat on that committee for a lot of years. I think I know a thing or two about these airports and the airports that you privatize. I'm also a commercial pilot, and I put my wheels down on many airports across Canada. Of those 26, a number of them closed. Many of them run in the red, year after year after year. And as we called in municipal government, they became white elephants. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I was very, Mr. Speaker, ours was in the black. And I'll tell you why it was in the black, because of the Conservative government. The Conservative government tax cuts allowed businesses to grow in my area of North Peace in British Columbia. Businesses grew, they supported the airport, and we could operate that airport in the black. We operated with 4 other municipalities, not one, but 4 municipalities working together. But through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Member, does she see a reputation of possibly happening to what we saw in early 2000s with the 26 airports that the Liberals gave away then to what we may happen here in the next immediate future.
For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I too have experience and insight into how privatization has impacted airports, particularly in my area as well. My caucus has been sounding the alarm about privatization now since we learned of the very cryptic wording of flywheel investments and asset recycling. And I can tell you, in Ontario right now, and in my community, as a matter of fact, a town hall is planned on March 30th about that very issue, about what happens when you privatize and look further down the road. And obviously I'm talking about, because I'm in Ontario, this is about hydro. And though that is a provincial jurisdiction right now, why are we not learning lessons? Why are we not looking at this? As politicians, that is part of our job, is it not? To look, to learn, and to not operate in these silos. And it's really frustrating to see that we're going to follow this same pattern, and we know what will happen, exactly what is happening right now in Ontario. Now we're expecting that this will happen with not just airports, but other assets. And what exactly is the government role to intervene? It's not to facilitate corporate profit, and that's exactly what privatization does. And the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, the way that that's being proposed is sounding even more alarm, so that issues like my honourable colleague mentioned are just going to be more heightened. And it's very unfortunate that we're looking at this with a very narrow view for some kind of short-term gain that somebody can look at on a piece of paper and say it was a good idea within a span of a 6-month period. How unfortunate for us, and what a disservice to Canadians.
We have time for a very quick 1-minute interaction, 30 seconds each. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague's colleague from her party, and I'll try again. You know, we saw in the last election the Conservative Party and the NDP be pretty lined up on fiscal matters. I know that the honourable member would have campaigned very hard on that platform. I would just like to give her the opportunity to perhaps stand in her place and explain whether or not they've done some thinking about their commitment, like the Conservatives, to at all cost, balance the federal budget, whatever the cost, on middle-class Canadians.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know with only 30 seconds, it's very unfortunate that that's the amount of time that I have to respond to a very simplistic argument, actually. We have been watching and have been engaged and have been rethinking the campaign balanced budget issue for a long time. And guess what? Like I said earlier about making observations, nothing has changed. We can see the right thing to do for Canadians, and we can see the right thing to do with corporate taxation and people paying their fair share means that we would actually be able to invest in Canadians. And this simplistic argument actually does a real disservice to Canadians who want a balanced budget and responsible services for Canadians, not this cop-out that we've seen from the Liberals.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today following the tabling of the motion by the Leader of the Official Opposition concerning the budget, which will be tabled tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, like every year, the Minister of Finance of any government participates in a photo op where hype is built around the budget. Now, all budget ministers from all governments have participated in this exercise. It's an opportunity to show off the finance minister's new shoes, as per British custom. But what drew my attention this year was that the Minister of Finance was in Toronto. Now, that's a good thing. And he was there with children. Now, it's all good to well and good to show that you like children, but the reality, the brutal reality of this government's poor administration was illustrated by this image, where you could see the Minister of Finance surrounded by children. And the fact is that he is going to be leaving the bill for these deficits to our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, a bit later on, we'll have the opportunity to look at what the Liberal government has actually done over the last 16 months since they came to power. But first of all, let's go over the facts. What state of affairs was Canada in, financially speaking, at the time of the 2015 election? Well, we were in a position of surplus, $2.9 billion surplus. This was confirmed last October at the Finance Committee by the PBO.
Speaker, a clean house with a surplus. Yeah, surplus. This word existed under our government, not a deficit, surplus. Even if, Mr. Speaker, our government had to address the worst economical crisis in the world since 1929. But thanks to the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and those members of Parliament who support him so hard and so strong, like the late Honourable Jim Flaherty, we get back as strong as possible. We get back as Canadians can get back. That's the signature of the Conservative government in the last 10 years. So this is why we let the clean house. We were the first country in G7 to get back on track. The fastest, the better. That's Canada under the Conservative government. Donc, Monsieur le Président, oui.
So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we left our house in order. We had a budget surplus. We had the lowest tax rate that Canada had known in the last 50 years. Canadians had more money in their pockets at the end of the Conservative government than they did in the 5 previous years. And that is the sign of the Conservative government. Clearly, we left the best debt to GDP ratio of any G7 country, and that is the most precious legacy that any government can leave to its citizens, and particularly to the government that follows it, because this ratio allows the government to have some room to maneuver. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you need to be able to use that room to maneuver intelligently, unlike what the Liberals have done. Now, let's remember under what circumstances the Liberals were elected.
Successor of Paul Martin tabled a platform which include a deficit, because Paul Martin did a tremendous job as a Minister of Finance in the good old days of the Liberal Party, when they were very afraid to have a deficit, and they fight for that. But the successor of the Right Honourable Paul Martin, the actual Prime Minister, tabled a program in which he included a deficit. Crazy. But what was this deficit? Ils avaient promis, Monsieur le Président, souvenons.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they had promised a very little deficit of only $10 billion a year for 3 years, and then they would balance the budget again in 2019. Nonsense, Mr. Speaker. They were proud to table a budget that had a deficit of around $30 billion, so 3 times larger than expected. And then, Mr. Speaker, they completely lost control of their public spending. That's not just me saying that. It's the employees and the officials of the Finance Department. Now, regularly, officials of the Department of Finance conduct assessments, they look at the situation, and they try to make forecasts 2 or 3 times a year. Well, Mr. Speaker, on October 10th, the Department of Finance submitted a report to the Minister of Finance that said that if we continue on the same track, Canada's debt will be $1.5 trillion by 2050, and if nothing changes, we will only be back to a balanced budget in 2055, 36 years later than planned by the Liberals. And it's not just us saying that, Mr. Speaker. It's the officials of the Department of Finance. They are the ones who deal with this every day, and they see exactly what's going on. And this was their brutal verdict.
The target by 36 years. This is totally unacceptable, but this is totally Liberals. This is a shame. This is the same situation. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the minister was so proud of this report. What did he do with this report? What did the minister do with this report? He put it on the table, not for a day, not for a week, not for a month, but for full 2 months. During 10 weeks, he kept this report on his table, turning out, not looking at that, and then finally publish it. You know when? Before Christmas. Just a few hours before Christmas, you know. We have the same as... En français, on dit belge.
In France, in we have an expression that says, "Oh yes, you table it before Christmas." See you in 2 weeks. But yeah, we came back after Christmas on January 7th.
Back after Christmas. And then the ugliest face of this government was shown to everybody. They lost control of spending money. Ça, c'est la signature du gouvernement libéral.
That is the signature of the Liberal government. And today, Mr. Speaker, we're just a few hours away from the tabling of the budget, about 28 hours away, and Canadians are concerned because they were promised many things in the last budget. We used to hear these wonderful, grandiose speeches from the Liberals, but they're saying, oh, they've never been so generous before. They've got the Canada Child Benefit and so on. But wait, Mr. Speaker, let's remember that this program actually eliminated a whole bunch of programs that existed before to help families and children. This government got rid of the tax credit for sports. It got rid of the tax credit for cultural activities. It got rid of the tax credit for school supplies. So this government that has so many grandiose speeches actually eliminated several tax credits. But worse, Mr. Speaker, they were so proud to say that they were spending $2 billion more than the previous government. Well, they're leaving the bill for these deficits to future generations. And that brings me back to the photo I was talking about at the beginning. It's great to see the finance minister surrounded by little children, but he's leaving them the bill for the government's bad administration. Now, let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, that this government had also forgotten a very small detail when they presented their Canada Child Benefit. They had forgotten to calculate inflation. Just a little detail like that. Well, that was a $20 billion mistake. Wonderful, Mr. Speaker. Any small business, any business of any size, who made a mistake like that would be fired. If their accountant made a mistake like that, he would be fired. Well, you see the government patting themselves on the back.
Forgetting the inflation rate when you have to table a budget of billions of dollars is the proof, without a shadow of doubt, that they have no control of spending money. This is the signature of the Liberal government. Et Monsieur le Président, mieux que...
So, Mr. Speaker, there's something more. They're boasting about these lovely principles. Canadian workers are paying less in taxes because our government thought about these poor people who are working, and we're going to be punishing those big bad people who are earning so much money, as if they were criminals. Come on, Mr. Speaker. The 1% could be 10%, 20%, 30%. What we want people to be doing better, but why are they reacting that way on the other side? Well, here's what they're saying. We are the Robin Hoods of today. We'll take from the rich to pay the poor. Now, what's been the reality, Mr. Speaker? As disclosed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, thanks to initiatives undertaken by Larry Smith, who asked the PBO to specifically assess the impact of those changes. Well, Mr. Speaker, 66% of Canadian workers have zero change, nothing. People who earn $45,000 and less, nothing. People earning $60,000, it's a little bit in their pockets per week, but not much. The greatest beneficiaries of these changes to the tax system are people earning between $140,000 and $200,000 a year. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, well, how would I put it? I will confess my conflict of interest because I am in that category, in that, as are all members of Parliament. So we're the people who are benefiting the most. And those people are saying that there's so much emotion about the middle class they want to help. But, Mr. Speaker, people earning $100 and some odd, $60,000 odd a year, well, and those are the people who are benefiting? That's something. So that's what we're going to be working on. Mr. Speaker, that's the landscape on the eve of the budget, and we're very concerned with this government's action. It's going to be tabling a budget next year. As there are issues dealing with entrepreneurs, Canadian workers, and the issue of managing public funds and the potential sale of airports. So, first of all, on the issue of Canadian workers, we've seen, Mr. Speaker, the government hide reality, make false promises, and mismanage the situation. And what's worse, they've passed the bill on to our children and grandchildren with an uncontrolled amount of deficit spending. Now, Canadian workers, those people who get up in the morning and see half of their taxes or their money going to taxes are fed up. And by abolishing the tax credits for families, as I mentioned earlier, well, they're not being helped. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of the new fees on pensions, it will cost $1,000 more for each worker. And that's thanks to the Liberal government. The same thing for the Liberal carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, that the government wants to slap on across the country. What is it? What's the situation on the carbon tax? Well, it will have a direct impact on taxpayers.
Speaker, just to be clear with everybody, the government had a study made by this civil servant about the impact to the average Canadian about the Liberal carbon tax. And thanks to my colleague from Carleton, who day after day after day in the House of Commons talk with reality about the carbon tax cover-up, because the government is not so proud of this study, because without a shadow of doubt, it concluded that it will be a lot of money to grab from the pocket of the people instead of helping people. So the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, will have a real impact to the average Canadian, and so this is why this is totally unacceptable. And thanks to the hard and good job of my colleague from Carleton, who raised the issue here in the House of Commons day after day, and we had a debate a few days ago about that. Donc, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, Canadian taxpayers are right about being concerned when it comes to the Liberal government and its upcoming budget. Let's talk about entrepreneurs now.
Conservative Party of Canada, the entrepreneur form the backbone of our economy. Those people create wealth. Those people create jobs. Those people are the real actor of the wealth of the Canadian economy. We shall support them as far as we can. We don't have to put, some difficulty to them. We must help them. D'ailleurs, Monsieur le Président, pour nous.
And for us, as Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs, as small and medium-sized businesses, are the backbone of our economy. Do I need to remind the Honourable Minister that the Prime Minister 2 years ago said that small businesses were a way of saving taxes? And Mr. Speaker, perhaps he didn't look himself in the mirror when he said that, but I think he needs to respect the people who work so hard to create wealth in this country. What has the government done, however, for those people? Well, they've abolished a number of tax credits to help entrepreneurs and companies. The government will be taxing the pension plan, increasing costs for Canadians. Canadians are going to be paying $1,000 more, and each employee in each company, well, it'll represent $1,000 more for each of them. Then there's the Liberal carbon tax. It will penalize people who are producing, people who are growing the economy in this country. That's not a good approach, Mr. Speaker, and we don't support it. So that's why entrepreneurs deserve assistance. As we've seen in the U.S., taxes are being cut and the tax burden is being cut by the new administration south of the border. What's happening with our companies? Well, they're going to be facing U.S. companies that are our main competitors and our main partners, but they're going to be facing people who will see their taxes go down. But here, we're likely to see increases. That's not the right approach. We feel that the best way to help corporations, or small businesses rather, is to cut their taxes. Now, let's look at the issue of the privatization of airports. This is of concern, Mr. Speaker, because to the best of my knowledge, the Liberal Party platform didn't include that. And each time the issue was raised in the House or outside the House, the government said maybe yes, maybe no. We're asking the government to take a firm stance against that. But we need to be cautious, Mr. Speaker, because last December 16th, we asked some 20 questions. me, our leader, others, we put questions to the government about the potential tax for dental and medical benefits. After having asked some 20 questions, the Prime Minister rose and said, no, we will not be taxing health and dental plans. Finally, we got some common sense out of them. But, Mr. Speaker, 6 days later, following that statement by the Prime Minister, there was a vote on a motion that said exactly what the Prime Minister said. And you know what he did? He voted against that motion. He voted against what he said, his own words. So what are the words of the Liberal government worth? That's why we need to be cautious. When we hear them say something, we need to watch their feet. Because they talked about a very small deficit, but now it's a huge deficit. Now it's going to be there for years and years and years. So that's why we're concerned. We're concerned about the airports, Mr. Speaker. Airports. We're not talking about corner stores. These are Canada's gateways, points of entry. They represent infrastructure. It's different from other infrastructures. And Canadians have already paid for it through their taxes. For the development of the airports that we have today, Canadians have already paid. So if these airports are sold, the new owner is going to have to make some money somewhere. We're in a market economy. We're not opposed to that principle. But should that principle apply to the airports? No, because Canadians have already paid for that through the various fees. But the government is going to create a situation where Canadians are going to pay twice for something. And that's not logical. Now, I'm not talking about jet setters. I'm talking about average Canadians who travel across the country to visit their family and friends. It's not just only the top 1% of people who are able to afford travel these days. People travel, and they're going to be called upon to pay twice if the government proceeds with that initiative. And why will they be doing that? In order to fund their infrastructure bank. Well, why does the government want to create an infrastructure bank? The tool exists already. It's the PPP. It's something that the Conservatives created and put in place. Why is it because the Conservatives created that the Liberals can't use it? So, Mr. Speaker, what are they trying to build something else, reinvent the wheel, when we've already put something in place? To create a bank, you need funds. So the $15 billion that will go into that, well, what's it going to be used for? It's going to be frozen there? The Canadian economy needs that money now.
Disagree with the investment for infrastructure. When we were in office, the honourable member from Robertval was at the head of the ministry who tabled an $80 billion budget for infrastructure for the next 10 years. It was the most ambitious program at that time, and we're proud of that. The main difference, we will do it with a zero deficit budget compared to this government who spent without any control. Donc, Monsieur le Président, ce que l'on débat aujourd'hui.
So, Mr. Speaker, what we're debating today is sound management of public funds. Without the shadow of a doubt, the government has no control over spending, and that is leading Canada into an unfortunate spiral. It's taking Canada to a balanced budget in 2055. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I would invite all parliamentarians to vote for this motion, which calls the government, takes the government to task, calls for them to think about entrepreneurs and to take into account the interests of all hardworking Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite talks about the situation that's existed after 10 years. We saw this situation with the Phoenix pay system. We've seen them run deficits, and Canadians needed a breath of fresh air, and that is what led us to power in this country, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the party opposite is trying to describe Canada's fiscal policy from opposition benches. The member opposite and the critic for finance in his party. However, there are 14 other people crisscrossing the country trying to sell their visions and their versions of an economic and fiscal policy for Canada. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend opposite if he can reassure us that regardless of the outcome of the never-ending leadership race, can he guarantee that the vision that he is selling us today, the one that will be adopted by the new leader who's selected for the Conservative Party? Well, I'd like to thank the member opposite for attracting the attention of Canadians to our leadership race. That's what a leadership race is all about, debating ideas. If everybody sang from the same song sheet on the same in the same tune, then it wouldn't be a leadership race. So the member said it was terrible because we had 9 years of consecutive deficits. Well, that's it wasn't 9. And why were we facing those deficits? It was because, Mr. Speaker, well, I'm not sure where he was. I know where I was. I know that you were in Canada. I was too. But we were on Earth. We were facing the worst economic crisis since 1929. And thanks to the strict sound management by Mr. Harper alongside Minister Flaherty, Canada was the first G7 country to come out of the crisis with the best debt-to-GDP ratio, and we did well. We're very proud of that record, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very unfortunate to see the government refer to Phoenix, Mr. Speaker. Need I remind him that a year ago and over a year ago, they authorized the full implementation of Phoenix to roll it out, and we had identified when we were in government the problems before rolling it out. So you pushed the button, not you, Mr. Speaker, but the government pushed the button, launched it, and now they've talked about military or procurement. Well, they've signed a blank check for $5 billion for Super Hornets that nobody wants, and he dares to raise that. I'm very proud of the Conservative administration when I see the billions that they're spending shamelessly on the other side. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his very lively speech. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent is from the Quebec City region. He talks about Beau Dommage. It's a Quebec, it's not Mr. Tanguay, it's Mr. Cote, but at any rate, he talked about Robin Hood, he talked about the approach by the Liberals, and I'd like to bring him back to the fact that the Liberal Party during the campaign invented promises. They were promising everything with a very small deficit, and they said, what can we do to distinguish ourselves? Well, now Canadians are going to end up with bearing the consequences of that. I don't agree with you that all Canadians fly. No, that's not my reading of the situation from my writing. People don't have enough money to do so, but Canadians will end up paying for the lies by the government, and I'd like to hear the member's comments on that. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for improving my musical culture. I should have written it, but that came to me this morning, that song, and the member is right. It's not all Canadians who can travel, but we must acknowledge that it's more democratic than it was in the past, and we do agree with that. We share the same vision. Now, I'd like to point out how bold the NDP was during the last election campaign and their responsibility. They told Canadians the truth, that they said, we will not run a deficit. Deficits aren't good for Canadians. It took a great boldness and a great sense of responsibility for the NDP to make that promise. But Canadians realize today that the government was elected on the promise of a small $10 billion deficit. Now, today, it's $30 billion. 2019, we would see a balanced budget, but it's not going to be balanced before 2055. They said, we're going to balance everything. It'll be fine. We'll help entrepreneurs, and they're doing the opposite. They're creating new burdens for them, hiking taxes. Those people opposite were elected, making all kinds of promises. but Canadians are going to have to pay for it, and that will hit Canadians hard in the pocketbook, especially our children and our grandchildren, and that's because of the policies put in place by the Liberal government.
Katoon Gresswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Louis St. Laurent. I would also like to reassure people in the House, Mr. Speaker, that my jurisdiction in Saskatchewan is the only jurisdiction in this country that does not support the carbon tax. Well, we know it's not neutral, revenue neutral. We know that. In fact, the Agriculture Minister paid a visit to my city last week of Saskatoon. He was welcomed with open arms from the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities. They had their annual meeting. Boy, did he get an earful. We know south of the border, they are cutting taxes. We compete with the United States. Here, there will be increased costs, Mr. Speaker. Farmers and food producers are not happy. They're waiting tomorrow with anticipation of this budget. They gave the Agriculture Minister an earful last week in Saskatoon. So to the honourable member of Louis St. Laurent, should farmers wait with a breath tomorrow from this Liberal regime that they are finally going to recognize agriculture in the budget? Not like last year when they never mentioned it once, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis St. Laurent.
My respect to my honourable colleague from Saskatchewan, who is representing his constituency with greatness and honour. And Mr. Speaker, yes, for sure, this was totally unacceptable. I think it was maybe the first time in Canadian history that a budget didn't talk about agriculture. But worse than that, Mr. Speaker, the speech of Trône, the Discours du Trône, made by the Governor General, without no mention about that. This is totally unacceptable. We shall respect our agriculture, Mr. Speaker, our people who work in farm. The farmer of Canada are part of the backbone of the Canadian economy. And I'm very proud to say that, Mr. Speaker, because yes, my family is involved in that. My daughter is involved in the farm business, because my son-in-law is involved in a dairy farm, and I'm very proud of all the farmers of Quebec and all the farmers of Canada.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? L'honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm always intrigued by the member opposite when he articulates his position. Well, the question that I have for the member is that it's interesting the opposition made this particular motion. It's a reflection on budgets, obviously, and yet I was surprised by the Conservative Party at the last budget. I was surprised because what we saw, Mr. Speaker, was a substantial tax break for Canada's middle class. And it was a tax break. And the Conservative Party went out of its way to make it clear that it was voting against a tax break to Canada's middle class and those aspiring. Can the member explain to the House why did the Conservatives vote against a tax decrease?
The honourable member for Louis St. Laurent.
Colleague for which I pay a lot of respect, and I appreciate every time when he rises up in the House. It's happened quite a few times in every day. I really appreciate his style. So, Mr. Speaker, to answer to his question, because the budget had a deficit, and not a small deficit as it was promised during the campaign, but a huge deficit, 3 times than expected, 3 times for which they have been elected. And worse than that, no plan to zero deficit. And we have seen, thanks to the civil servant of the Department of Finance, that they will get back to zero deficit in 2055, missing the target by 36 years. So this is why this was totally unacceptable. But more than that, when he talked about the so-called tax break for middle class, may I remind him the report made by the Département du Reste.
By the Parliamentary Budget Officer's Office.
% of the people are no effect of the so-called tax break. And the best winner were not exactly the middle class, but those who earn between $145,000 and $200,000 a year. So we're not talking about the middle class. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, we said to the government, no, it's not the right way to get full control of the economy.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to let you know that I'd be splitting my time with the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, last fall, the Minister of Transport presented his vision to the future of transportation in Canada, also referred to as Transportation 2030. And this vision reflects his extensive engagement with Canadians, stakeholders, provinces and territories, academics and Indigenous Canadians, Indigenous groups following the release of the Canada Transportation Act's Review Final Report in February 2016. Transportation 2030 emphasizes 5 main themes. First, the traveler. Second, strengthening transport safety. Third, green and innovative transportation. Fourth, waterways, coasts, and the north. And of course, 5, trade corridors to global markets. During the consultations conducted by the Minister of Transport and his superb parliamentary secretary, Canadians were very clear. They want lower-cost air travel and more opportunities for leisure and business travel. They seek more efficient processing at the border and airport screening with shorter wait times. They have asked for long-term sustainable competition, which will allow the introduction of additional air services, improved air connectivity, and more choice. Mr. Speaker, as competition increases and air carriers look for ways to reduce prices, Canadians also want more consistent, transparent, and a rigorous approach to passenger rights. The Minister of Transport has listened and is committing to achieving tangible improvements to the travel experience, and he is taking action now. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the government believes that protecting air passenger rights should be made clearer and more equitable for both passengers and air carriers. That is why the Minister of Transport has created a more predictable and reasonable airline passenger protection system. To do so, he will be tabling a bill that will allow Canada's Transport Agency to create regulation in order to create a new such system. The exact details are established through the office's regulation regime. However, the new system would create clear standards for those who travel with children and for travellers who are in difficult situations. For example, if there are any delays or cancellations of flights, that would also include compensation under certain circumstances. The system would also ensure that passengers receive clear information regarding their rights and would allow Transport Canada to collate more data on airline carrier performance. The government intends to move forth with this initiative in a balanced way that guarantees air carriers to not also be subject to the excessive burden and the loss of competitivity that could have an effect on airline travel prices.
Secondly, the Transport Minister will pursue legislative changes to allow international investors to own up to 49% of the voting shares of Canadian air carriers, up from the current 25%. As some of you may know, Mr. Speaker, other countries have different approaches to international ownership of air carriers, and it is important to ensure that Canadian carriers compete on a level playing field. To protect the competitiveness of our air sector and support connectivity, no single international investor or any combination of international air carriers will be allowed to own more than 25%. Liberalizing international ownership restrictions means that Canadian air carriers will have access to more investment capital, allowing them the opportunity to be better funded. This new measure is expected to facilitate more competition in the Canadian air sector and lead to more choice and lower prices for Canadians, as well as benefits for airports and suppliers, including new employment opportunities. In the interim, in December of last year, just a couple of months ago, the Minister granted exemptions to the current international ownership restrictions to 2 companies that are looking to establish new ultra-low-cost carriers, Canada Jetlines of Vancouver and Calgary's Enerjet. This action is intended to allow these companies to go ahead with their financing efforts while the new legislation is being developed. En outre,
in addition, as announced in November 2016, the Minister of Transport is determined to establishing world-class safety standards in Canadian airports. What is more, the government continues to improve the experience of air travellers by negotiating new airline transport agreements with international partners. This will allow airline carriers to increase ties between Canada with the rest of the world. Airline transport agreements allow Canadian travellers to have a better access to even more airline companies. They have access to many more destinations and flights. Mr. Speaker, Canada has signed agreements on airline transport with 120 bilateral partners. Over the course of the past few months, we have broadened our agreements in this domain with key partners in aviation such as Mexico, China, and Australia. Due to these expansionist efforts, Air Canada has been able to start a daily flight between Vancouver and Brisbane in Australia in 2016. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight that the experience of Canadian airline travellers is a strict priority for Canada's government. The initiatives that I have just described greatly contribute to the improvement of Canadian travellers' experiences. Together, it will contribute to lowering prices, promoting better choices, improving service and connectivity, and by clarifying the rights of air travellers whilst guaranteeing the sustainability and the competitivity of Canadian airline carriers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I just wanted to change the subject from air travel back to the budget and the huge deficits that Canadian taxpayers are facing over the next decades. And I just wanted to ask the member through you, the Conservatives cut corporate income taxes by over a third over a 6-year period. The Parliamentary Budget Officer found that these cuts were costing the Canadian taxpayer $12 billion a year. That's a lot of money. That could go a long way to helping out this government to pay off its debts. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, these cuts, there's no evidence at all that these cuts stimulated any industrial growth, any jobs, and so they were a real pure debt on society. And I'm just, right now, corporate income tax is well below that in the United States, our competitors. And I'm just wondering what this Liberal government is waiting for when it comes to making big corporations pay their fair share of our taxes. Thank you.
Honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member. We both got elected at the same time, so we know we have equal experience in this House. But one of the things which I certainly know, Mr. Speaker, which would be very important for us to do, and it's a message which all Canadians would like to hear, is the fact that we would want to make sure that we're not raising the tax burden on Canadians. They're struggling enough as it is. We've seen the middle class having enough difficulties making it work. I agree that the actions of the previous government didn't lead to economic growth that was desired. That's the reason why we took the position when we were campaigning, and what we have done pretty much every day since we've been elected in terms of the policies that we've pursued is making the necessary investments in the infrastructure, in providing relief for middle-class Canadians, to making sure that not only can they feel just that the pressure is just a little bit off of their shoulders for a little bit. But not only that, that we're making the right kind of investments which are going to lead, that will spark and stimulate economic growth, Mr. Speaker, and also leave behind quality infrastructure that's in place that we need. I think these are very important. This is a very important approach to take. It's a balanced approach, and it's one that I'm very proud of as a member of the governing party to support. And I know that many members on all sides of the House would want to see the Canadian economy to gather further steam, and it's because of these actions that we're taking that will lead to that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question's related to, some of the initiatives. The member just made reference to the infrastructure program, historic levels of infrastructure spending by this government. But we also want to pick up on two very important social points that were in the last budget that I'd like to hear further comment from the member on. One of them is in regards to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a program that literally lifted thousands of seniors out of poverty situation. We also had the increase in terms of the Canada Child Benefit Program, again, lifting thousands of children out of poverty situation. And I'm wondering if the member can just add some of his thoughts on the social impact of the previous budget and how we can anticipate that we'll continue to see a good direction for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it in the coming budget tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really glad that my colleague was able to ask me that question, because it's, taking off our partisan hats, we're really making these initiatives that he mentioned, such as the increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the creation of the Canada Child Tax Benefit. These are real important initiatives that really help out Canadians. When I go door knocking in my riding and I see people who are struggling, who are just having a hard time making it meet, they're doing all the right things. They're working. They have kids. They are trying to contribute to their society. But the fact is, it's hard to make ends meet. Housing is extremely expensive nowadays. Things aren't getting cheaper. It's hard for them just to get from under that. And now with the Canada Child Benefit in particular, which helps out more than 12,000 families in my riding, this is a huge initiative, Mr. Speaker, that allows them to take advantage of these tax-free benefits to just, if nothing else, do no more harm. And I think at its best, it helps them find some financial freedom so they can do the things that they need to do to raise their families properly, give their kids great opportunities to play around, to take part in school activities, and as a result, to become better citizens. I think this is great. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of being part of a government that would see this type of new social policy come forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wanted to say how pleased I am to be able to speak in the House today on what our government has done and is planning to do for infrastructure in this country. The Government of Canada knows that infrastructure provides Canadians with opportunities to get an education, opportunities to volunteer, opportunities to grow a business, opportunities to raise a family in a safe community. Infrastructure is the foundation of better communities, and it strengthens our economy, and a strong economy starts with a strong middle class, Mr. Speaker. Investing in infrastructure creates good, well-paying jobs that help the middle class grow and prosper today by making it easier to move people and products. Well-planned infrastructure can deliver sustained economic growth for years to come. The Government of Canada is more than doubling infrastructure spending. We are investing more than $180 billion over 12 years to support public transit, green and social infrastructure, trade and transportation, and rural and northern communities. We have already started by addressing our most pressing infrastructure deficits, making repairs to our aging pipes and roads, building and refurbishing affordable housing, and adapting buses to ensure seniors and individuals with disabilities have access to safe and reliable transportation. Our plan is well underway, and two key programs that I am proud of, the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund and the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, are already making a difference in Canada and Canadian lives. More importantly, more than 1,100 projects have already been approved under these programs, and more than half of those projects are already underway. It is because of this progress that residents in many communities in Newfoundland and Labrador will experience less water shutoff requests and school closures caused by deteriorated service lines. Commuters in Surrey, BC will get to spend more time with their families and enjoy a cleaner environment with the expansion of key transit lines that will reduce travel times and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, something we all must applaud, Mr. Speaker. In the north, residents of Eculet will benefit from a new secondary wastewater treatment plant that will ensure cleaner water flows back into the environment. And those are just a few examples of the outcomes we will see across the country. With more than $10 billion announced in Budget 2016 infrastructure projects across the country, already making a huge difference in communities, these projects include nearly 550 public transit projects, including the expansion of more than 80 transit systems that will make it easier to get to work on time, reduce pollution, and ensure that public transportation is there when Canadians need it. More than 700 projects, Mr. Speaker, under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund that will improve access to clean drinking water and reduce pollution in our lakes and rivers. More than 1,000 projects to retrofit or renovate social housing or to repair more than 48,000 social housing units, which will make housing more affordable for families and more energy efficient to live in. And, Mr. Speaker, additionally, we have invested in more than 950 housing projects in Indigenous communities, including 125 projects aimed at building and improving schools, and 200 water and wastewater projects. We've also worked closely with partners to expand eligibility requirements and accelerate the funding being delivered under legacy programs, such as the New Canada Building Fund, and to quickly move forward with new programs to support projects across the country, from coast to coast to coast. These improvements respond to the feedback we've received from communities and stakeholders across the country. Broadly, these changes created greater flexibility for highway and road projects across Canada and expanded funding categories to include culture, recreation, tourism, civic assets, and passenger ferries. Mr. Speaker, we're listening to our stakeholders, and we're responding. Of these legacy programs, $800 million was committed in the last year to new projects that are moving forward. The remaining $30 million is being transferred directly into the Federal Gas Tax Fund so that Canadian communities can have immediate access to those funds. This approach is generating results. For example, in Newfoundland and Labrador, 20 projects were approved in the last year, whereas no projects, Mr. Speaker, no projects have been approved in the previous 3 years under these legacy programs. And just last week, 3 municipalities in Quebec received more than $18.3 million in federal funding for much-needed recreational facilities that will greatly enhance the quality of life for residents. Without expanded program parameters, these important projects would not have been funded. We are also following through in our commitment to find innovative ways to fund infrastructure in Canada by announcing the creation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. The bank will allow the federal government to crowd in private sector investment in infrastructure through loans, loan guarantees, and equity participation. It will create more options and opportunities for provinces, territories, and municipalities across the country to undertake transformative infrastructure projects, such as major public transit in our largest cities, energy transmission corridors, major corridor projects, and much more, Mr. Speaker. The bank's funds are over and above the commitment we made to double infrastructure funding to approximately $180 billion over 12 years. By using private capital to build those new projects, public money is freed up to build more public infrastructure. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it offers our funding partners a new tool to help meet their pressing infrastructure needs. The Government of Canada recognizes that in order to compete globally, our communities need to be at their absolute best. That's why we're moving forward on the Smart Cities Challenge, which will challenge communities across Canada to develop innovative, evidence-based solutions to improve the quality of life of their residents. The challenge draws from similar competitions around the world and aims to accelerate the planning and adaptation of innovative urban infrastructure. It will be an opportunity for communities to innovate, take risks, and think outside the box. Ultimately, the challenge is another tool that will help support long-term transformative changes across Canada. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada remains committed to building a fair, more inclusive country that reflects the priorities of Canadians, that reflects the priorities of the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. The government understands that change must result in the kind of growth that benefits all Canadians at every stage of their lives, young Canadians, newcomers to Canada, working Canadians, seniors, veterans, and Indigenous peoples. We have made significant progress over the last year, investing in projects that build healthier, more livable communities with cleaner air and water and better care for our kids and grandkids. Budget 2017 is the next step in the Government of Canada's ambitious plan to invest in Canada's future, putting Canada's talented, skilled, and creative people at the heart of a more innovative future economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And it was interesting because some of the information that he relayed in his speech is not quite accurate. And I just want to make a note of that and then ask a question as well. He's saying that infrastructure projects are already making a huge difference in communities. And I just want to bring to his attention that as of today, 1,432 infrastructure projects have been announced and re-announced, and only 1,300, and of these projects, 1,344 have not been under construction. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is he referred to the Infrastructure Bank as a new tool to leverage private sector dollars. And I'm wondering if the member realizes that P3 Canada was already set up and that has and is in place to leverage private sector dollars and has already generated billions in infrastructure projects across this country.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from South Surrey White Rock for her question and comments. What I will say on our infrastructure program, the 12-year, $180 billion, which we're ramping up and announcing projects, including the project in the city of Vaughan with the Vaughan subway, the York-Spadina subway extension, in which I had the pleasure of announcing a $30 million interregional bus terminal, which is under construction with shovels in the ground, and I'm proud to say that. I will say on the infrastructure bank, if we look around the world and the liquidity that's available from private investors to invest in a country like Canada, and it's an opportunity for us to leverage those private capital dollars that are available to accelerate infrastructure, to build Canada. We have an infrastructure gap, and we're addressing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we're approaching the budget 2017, it's clear that the Liberals are looking for a way to create some type of revenue. The NDP has provided them with a wonderful way to create some revenue in our country, and that's to close the tax loopholes and to prevent the tax havens that would bring money back into Canada that could support the systems. Now, they have some out-of-control spending that they're going to need to be accountable for to Canadians, to people in their ridings, and I am very deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, that what we'll see is privatization of our airports and ports. This will end up costing all Canadians more money when they travel, potentially very dangerous health and safety, as well as issues at the airport. Privatizing our public services is not the way to go. Our public airports currently send $1 billion back to Ottawa every year. We can't recoup that cost if we sell them off. And, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, we have a prime example of mistakes that Liberals have made around privatization. Look at our Ontario Hydro. Look at what's happening to the cost of hydro here in Ontario. Please, Mr. Speaker, can the member speak to the mandate that he feels that he has from Canadians and that the Liberals have to privatize public services in Canada?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Essex for that question and those comments. I look at our mandate is to invest in Canadians, whether it's through the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's through the increased guaranteed income supplement, whether it's through middle-class tax cuts, whether it's asking the 1% to pay for a little bit more. Our mandate is to help those middle-class Canadians working hard and those middle-class Canadians wanting to join the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, we have only a short time for a brief question and response. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech, and in particular, his focus on infrastructure. One thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is during my time in municipal politics, it was extremely frustrating over the last 10 years when municipalities would go to the federal government to look for infrastructure funding. It was a game of going to different conferences, sitting in front of ministers and basically begging for money. But the system is quite different now, Mr. Speaker. This government has a new direction, and the direction is one that's focused on providing predictable, sustainable funding for municipalities so that they can plan their infrastructure needs for the future. And I'm wondering if my colleague can comment on how that will impact his community.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from Kingston and the Islands for the question. What I will say is our government is a government that consults, and our government is a government that listens, and that's exactly what we've done with municipalities. We've sat down with them, we listen to them, they know best what their needs are, and that's what our government is doing, is listening to them and responding and ensuring that they have the resources available to continue to build out their cities so their citizens can get home quicker at night, they can take their kids to soccer, they can get to work faster, and that's what we'll continue to do. We'll continue to partner with all levels of government, whether it's provincial, municipal, and in some areas, regional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and today I will be sharing my time with the member from Surrey White Rock. I am honoured to rise to speak on the opposition motion presented by the Leader of the Official Opposition. Tomorrow, we will hear from the Finance Minister the government's plans on the future of Canada's economy and for all Canadians. Our ask of this government is simple. No further tax hikes, measures to address youth unemployment, a plan to see the budget balanced by 2019, and no plan to sell Canadian airports that involve revenues to finance the Canada Infrastructure Bank, selling to investors influenced by foreign governments, and no hikes to user fees for our taxpayers and travellers. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2016, we heard a great deal from this government how they are planning to grow the middle class and help families. But from this budget, what did we actually see, and what were the end-user effects? As I have said often in this House, I am the mother of 5 children. Issues such as the cost of post-secondary education, employment opportunities, affordable housing, and taxes are commonly discussed. I want to know that my children have a chance at a good future and a chance to have the same opportunities that I have had. In a report circulated by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, we have seen statistics comparing 2012 and 2016 data. In 2012, 48% of respondents stated that they feel that the next generation's standard of living would be lower. We have actually seen an increase in this number in 2016, and over 58% of Canadians now indicate that they feel the next generation's standard of living would be lower. That is a huge increase, sir, especially when we see these elements that this government is pushing. This same document stated similar findings when asked. Canadians are increasingly feeling that left out of the middle class. In 2009, 63.3% felt that they were part of the middle class, with 28.9% indicating that they were in the working class or poor. In 2016, just 3 months following the federal budget and changes to the Canada Child Benefit and changes to the tax rates, only 48% felt they were part of the middle class, and a hike to 44.3% felt they were part of the working class or poor. To me, sir, these are not good results. This document indicates the job insecurity is increasing, saving for retirement is harder, and the growth has not been inclusive. Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on the future and the future of this country. Tomorrow, we are potentially going to hear a plan focused on the National Child Care Program and social housing. We are going to hear from this Liberal government plans to create new jobs through innovation investments. We may hear of their planning on selling capital assets to finance infrastructure banks. And we're going to hear that Canadians are going to be burdened with more taxes, whether it's today or in the future. The 2016 budget introduced the Canada Child Benefit while eliminating the Universal Child Care Benefit and the Canada Child Tax Benefits. We saw the cancellation of important tax credits to families, including the Canada Child Fitness Tax Credit and Arts Credit. We saw income splitting eliminated for families. While some families may be receiving more money through tax benefits, is this government making a plan to help families long term? I am also proud to be from a riding with many smaller municipalities who rely on volunteers who include firefighters, In this budget, I fear that important tax credits, including the tax credit for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue workers, will be eliminated. We have to think, without these credits, what will the impact to municipalities like Central Elgin and the municipality of BAM in my riding, where volunteers not only put out fires, but also do the search and rescue missions on the shores of Lake Erie? What are these effects going to be? There's also murmurs of elimination of public transit tax credits, and extremely important in my community, once again, the tradesperson's tool deductions. So at the end of the day, people will be paying more taxes. Through the HUMA Committee, we studied a poverty reduction strategy, and the committee is finalizing a report on the findings. Some witnesses clearly indicated that important factors such as skills development, high taxes, and unreliable income are issues that are not being dealt with. When looking at some of these strategies that this government has spoken of in the past year, we have seen Band-Aid solutions. This is not going to lead this country to growth and prosperity. We need solid plans, not just more spending. This government promised to remove the cap on post-secondary education for Indigenous people. We know that education will provide important skill development and knowledge that will help those living on reserve. But we have not seen or heard anything about this in the past 18 months regarding this important issue. When reviewing the pre-budget tour, The State of the Middle Class, put out by the minister, it notes that certain groups remain particularly vulnerable to poverty, specifically Indigenous people on reserves. So will this government do the right thing and remove this cap? Youth employment is also a huge concern. In the 2015 election, the Liberal Party focused on youth employment while scolding the Conservative government for their initiatives and belittling the efforts of the Canada Summer Jobs. Trust me, it happened to me in my own debates. But in reality, increases to temporary work for summer students is all we have seen from this government. Exactly. We need to make sure that we are looking at a labour force and matching the skills development. Has this government taken any step to fill this gap in the labour force by making sure that we are graduating students from programs where employment opportunities actually exist? I currently have 2 children in post-secondary education. I know the expenses that are incurred for each year of education, and especially since we do assist with some of those costs. The costs that include housing, tuition, and food. My son pays $950 a month in rent in the City of Toronto so he could go to George Brown College. Each year costs each of my children approximately $17,000. But what are we going to do so that students have employment to assist not only with their current education, but down the road when they're trying to pay off these loans? Are we going to be sure that when our children graduate that there is actually going to be employment so that they can get both on their 2 feet? We know that the best way out of poverty is sustainable, reliable, and decent income. The most reliable method of gaining this income is through a job. We support job creation through tax rate to small businesses and avoiding needless government debts. So what is this government going to do to assist Canadians to get ahead? If we're looking at the government's record, we see the following: a decrease to disposable income through the Canada Pension Plan tax hikes, the cancellation of the small business tax rate, potential taxes on health and dental benefits, and potential user fees. The first 3 of the 4 points hurt employers. These employers are the people who employ Canadians in the private sector. It is the private sector that keeps our economy healthy. According to a study published by the Fraser Institute, Canada has put itself at a disadvantage to attract and retain skilled labour, investment, and entrepreneurs due to the personal income tax rates. That in response was a truly failed expectation by this government to increase the revenues. So what have we seen is less revenue, but more spending. We have heard for months with the new administration of the United States that they'll be focusing on lowering taxes, and right now we do not have a plan to compete with this new reality. I live in a community with U.S. borders both to the east and the west with my riding and along the 401 corridor. Over 500,000 vehicles per day travel this highway with billions of dollars of goods transported through this corridor. My area is filled with agricultural producers and manufacturing facilities that rely on trade and export to the United States. If Canada cannot remain competitive, what is going to happen to these jobs and to these goods that, since they will cost more to produce here in Canada? We need to have a plan to be competitive, and I do not see the Liberal government creating a solid plan that can be implemented immediately. This government must come forward with a low-tax plan to remain competitive that in turn creates high-paying jobs. Just yesterday, I read a quote in the National Post, and I quote, "Middle-income Canadians may take comfort in the Liberal message, but this messaging hasn't yet resulted in policies to increase median incomes. At some point, middle-class Canadians may start to wonder when the Liberal message will be finally backed up with cash." To me, Mr. Speaker, this means income and employment opportunities. I am concerned that this government's plan does not consider any of these factors, and we are jeopardizing the future of young Canadians, families, and Indigenous people. We need to make sure that there is job security, that the abilities for businesses to invest and grow, and that there's the ability for us to be competitive. Will this budget do what is necessary for Canadians as a whole? I guess we will find out tomorrow what this government is planning for its future and the future of Canada. And I'm hoping that it does not come with a $30 billion price tag for the next generation.
Questions or comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And look, the Conservative Party is putting forward a document today that would have us essentially rewrite the fiscal and the economic framework of the government. We know that elections have consequences, and we know that what the Liberal Party proposed to Canadians, which is relief for the middle class, which is looking after our most vulnerable in the form of the guaranteed income supplement, which is looking after our manufacturing and our innovative sectors with job training, with ability to grow our businesses here in Canada, with renewed focus on families, 9 out of 10 families better off, with the Canada Child Benefit that they can now choose to spend as they wish. One would argue sometimes that that's a conservative ideal, but I guess that's not something they could support because they voted against it. But look, my colleague is from southwestern Ontario. We've put all of these measures in place that will help families in her very riding. Will the member not agree that these Liberal policies have been good for southwest Ontario and for Canada generally?
Well, member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank the member for his question. And let's go back to the statistics that I just read from the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, where we have seen 10% increase in the number of families that feel that they are no longer part of the middle class. If this program is working, there would not be the feelings out there where people are saying that they're doing worse. And this was documents from his own minister. So I think those are things that we have to be aware of. When we talk about the child benefit, we did not necessarily go against the child benefit. We went through we voted against a $30 billion deficit. And I think it's great to sit there and tweak out what you think we're pulling apart, because this is what I've seen. You're talking about lowering the taxes on the middle class, but you're forgetting that you had a $30 billion price tag attached to this. And you know something? It's going to be my 5 children and all of the children of all of these members and all Canadians that will be paying for this outrageous spending.
Good job. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our colleague from Elgin, Middlesex and London for a passionate speech. Couple of questions. A mother of 5, 2 in post-secondary education. There was a government like ours in the previous administration that did more for post-secondary students in the history of this country. We believed we gave kids a chance to get that first job through post-secondary education. We have seen this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, do the exact opposite. We've seen the numbers in the last year that the youth in this country actually have no hope at all. But since she comes from an agriculture area, let's remember, Mr. Speaker, last year, tomorrow, a year ago, they never mentioned agriculture once in the budget. Not once, Mr. Speaker. Will they have mentioned tomorrow that our food producers are important to this country? I asked the colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London, if the word agriculture will be mentioned tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I can tell you, I have personally held 5 different agricultural roundtables in my community, because agriculture currently employs about 20% of the people that live in my riding. So out of 111,000 people, 20% of those employees those employers or employers are through the agriculture. So, you know, some things that we have to be very aware of is the fact that we need to harmonize things. Yes, and thank you very much. we need to recognize that there are some very important things that we need to address, especially since many of our products, that especially in southwestern Ontario, we're exporting to the United States. If we cannot have trade and if we cannot be competitive, we will not be able to see that those exports existing. If the cost of labor and the cost of everything that we do is going to be higher in Canada, we are not going to be competitive. I recognize that there are some great programs available for agricultural producers, and we need to be able to continue to support them. I have put forward a paper to the Minister of Agriculture, making sure that he is hearing the voices of the people from southwestern Ontario, especially from Elgin Middlesex London, for all sectors, including supply management, including with our feathers and everything of that sort. And I am not scared by any of the woes and things over there. It is fine. I am a supporter of the agricultural industry, and I always will be, and I sure hope that this government will be on side.
Good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise and speak today to the Conservative Opposition Day motion that states that given the failure of the government to achieve the economic and employment objectives presented in Budget 2016, and given the growing protectionism and competitive threat from the United States, the House call on the government to ensure that Budget 2017 includes no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students, immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis, a credible plan to return to a balanced budget by 2019, as promised to Canadians, and no plan to sell Canadian airports that involves using the revenues to finance the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, selling them to investors or enterprises that are under the political influence of foreign governments, or higher user fees for Canadian taxpayers and travellers. Mr. Speaker, I felt that it is important that we all know what the motion clearly states and what we're talking about here today. As we know, tomorrow the Liberal government will table its second budget, a budget that is expected to include tax hikes for Canadians, a budget that is expected to sell Canadian airports to foreign investors in order to raise funds to finance the Liberals' Infrastructure Bank. Even though, Mr. Speaker, we have P3 Canada, which was specifically set up to leverage private sector dollars for infrastructure projects. And in fact, P3 Canada has leveraged $6.6 billion for infrastructure, and which would not require the government to sell off our ports or airports. As the official opposition critic for infrastructure, communities and urban affairs, I've been following the Liberals' infrastructure plan very closely, and I use that term very loosely. I have several concerns around the continued announcements on infrastructure spending and the number of projects that are actually under construction. Now, despite numerous announcements and re-announcements of infrastructure projects, the Liberals have actually failed to begin construction, create jobs, and grow the economy, as promised to Canadians during the election. The only thing that is growing, Mr. Speaker, is the deficit. The Liberals are burdening Canadians in debt with no possibility of a balanced budget until 2055. As of today, there have been 1,432 infrastructure projects announced and re-announced by the Liberal government. Of these projects, 1,344 have not, and I repeat, have not started construction. That is 94% of the infrastructure projects. There are more than 1,300 projects not under construction, not creating jobs, and not stimulating the economy. The Liberals like to claim that they're investing more money in infrastructure than ever before, simply because they like announcements, and of course we know they love photo ops. And yes, they have announced more projects in their first year in office than any government previously. Not built, not constructed, not grown, just announced. Mr. Speaker, the difference here is this. The Conservative government actually managed to build infrastructure, not just announce it. In fact, under the Conservative government, we did announce 7,802 projects, and we constructed over 7,300 of those projects. 94% are complete, and that means jobs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that means 1.1 million jobs were created. Now, Mr. Speaker, we completed 94% of our infrastructure projects before we left office, while this Liberal government has not been able to start 94% of theirs. When the Conservatives came into power, the federal government had been spending approximately $500 million a year on infrastructure. By the time we left office, we were investing over $5 billion per year in infrastructure. And, Mr. Speaker, we still managed to balance the budget and leave a surplus. I've provided these details today because infrastructure is directly related to today's opposition motion. Canadians need to understand exactly where their money has gone and how much is being spent to create a $30 billion deficit. During the election, the Liberals promised Canadians that their small $10 billion a year deficit would pay for unprecedented levels of infrastructure spending in their communities, would stimulate the economy, and would create thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs. All this over the first 3 years in office, and in the fourth year, they would balance the budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, instead, Canadians got a $30 billion deficit in the first year, and admittedly an unprecedented level of infrastructure announcements, and no balanced budget. But as we heard from the Prime Minister numerous times, budgets balance themselves. But as every Canadian knows, budgets don't balance themselves. The Liberals failed to get infrastructure funding to communities in 2016, and in fact, they have frozen nearly $1 billion that, according to Budget 2016, should have gone to communities last year. Instead, they have allowed it to lapse. One thing they said they would never do. Well, many things they said they would never do, but this is one. So instead of sending the money to communities through the gas tax fund as they promised during the election, and which is written in their platform, they decided to roll it over into next year's budget. And in reviewing of the 2017 main estimates, the Parliamentary Budget Officer in that report states that $2.5 billion worth of infrastructure projects cannot be located. This money that, according to Budget 2016, should have gone to communities next year. In another Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, it states that the Liberals' infrastructure plan has no way to measure performance, has virtually no transparency on how the money is being spent, has shortchanged communities billions of dollars for local infrastructure, and the Liberal plan has failed to stimulate the Canadian economy. That's all the PBO. Mr. Speaker, there have been 4 independent reports citing the same concerns, including the latest Senate report. We hear over and over and over again the Liberals' talking points of how they've cut taxes for the middle class. But they also ignore the fact that they have introduced numerous new taxes on the very same Canadians, like the new national carbon tax, new taxes on savings account, new taxes on children's arts programs, taxes on tuition and textbooks, taxes on children's fitness and sports programs, higher CPP taxes, higher EI premiums, higher small business tax rates, higher taxes on campgrounds, plus coming soon. Capital gains tax is on the table. Airports and ports are up for sale. And we don't know yet about the health and dental benefits. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. This is what Canadians need to know when the Liberal government tells them they are growing the middle class and helping those who want to join it. Mr. Speaker, we need a plan that cuts taxes for Canadians. We need a plan that gets Canada's spending back under control and brings in a balanced budget. We need a plan that will support small businesses and encourage companies to hire and create jobs, especially for young Canadians. We need a plan that doesn't include selling off some of Canada's most valuable assets. Unfortunately, a solid, transparent, and accountable plan for Canadians' future is not what we can expect from the Liberals' 2017 budget tomorrow. So I urge my Liberal colleagues across the way to work with all parties in this House and come up with a real plan, a plan that puts Canadians first. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way says that she wants a plan. She wants to see a plan. You know, there was Bill C-2, a tax cut for Canada's middle class. How did the Conservative Party vote on that plan? They voted against that plan, Madam Speaker. Then you have Conservatives across the way talking about, well, we want to give advice to this government on balanced budgets. That's got to be one of the weirdest things, Mr. Speaker, because the Harper government never got it right. They had deficit after deficit after deficit, and they even created the deficit prior to the last recession coming into place. Mr. Speaker, this government does not need to take any advice from the Conservative Party with respect to balanced budgets. My question to the member is, why did she vote against Bill C-2, which is a great tax decrease plan?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm always entertained by my colleagues' questions. And I would say this: we voted against a $30 billion deficit. We voted against all of what I just spoke about in all of the tax hikes and the removal of tax credits. And I'll further explain to my colleague across the way that when we talk about a plan that's needed for infrastructure and to help them get their spending under control, but so do two reports from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Senate Committee, independent, the C.D. Howe report, the Fraser Institute report. So it's not just us. There are many people wanting this government to have a plan in place. And as far as the budget, we handed over, our House was in order. We handed over a balanced budget. In fact, we handed over a surplus. And over a $2 billion surplus. So I think that the member really needs to get caught up on what the actual facts really are.
Questions and comments. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague's speech. I thank her for that. I'd like to talk about where I come from the Saguenay Lac-Saint-Jean, Jonquière, that I'm very proud to represent. In the Conservative motion, they talk about unemployment, students, and during the speech, the colleague mentioned post-secondary education, students, student debt, and this is a serious concern in my riding. Having full employment, we're seeing young people leave the area every day. There's an exodus from the region. There aren't any concrete, tangible measures that can be put in place to keep the people in the region. That's a priority for us. It was talked about during the election campaign. The Liberals talked about investing in infrastructure, but we can't even see that money. We haven't even seen it. There are no results. I'd like to hear the members' comments on full employment, unemployment, especially amongst our young people in this country.
South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. And you know, one of the things that, you know, the that we take and hold so dear is around creating the environment for job creation. And what that means is that there's low taxes. That means that there's access to post-secondary education. That means that there's access for training for younger students and for the younger population. And it's absolutely key to create that environment. The more you tax the job creators, the more you tax the Canadian families, people will leave. They will leave to find better opportunities. And that's what this Liberal government just doesn't get.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague for a great speech. And when she mentioned in the lobby earlier she was going to speak on infrastructure, I thought, good, that's going to be a great opportunity for us to learn about the failed infrastructure program of this Liberal government, and that's what we have here. Mr. Speaker, we know that tomorrow we're going to hear a budget that will be written in red ink again. We will be neck deep in deficit. It will be another spend budget. And yet the delivery of a lot of those infrastructure, as she pointed out, won't happen. In the previous government, we saw the largest infrastructure program ever, the $75 billion Building Canada Fund, and we saw those projects delivered. Today we've heard where municipalities have in Alberta, for example, they've announced money for infrastructure, where the province is now talking of taking the packet for municipalities and putting it into provincial general revenue. No infrastructure money getting down to the municipalities, no projects underway, no projects that are really even being planned in smaller communities. If my colleague could comment on that type of program, a failed program of the Liberal government.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And, you know, as I alluded to before, it's not just the Conservatives and, you know, myself as a critic saying this. There's two reports, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Senate report, that clearly states that the infrastructure plan is not transparent. You can't follow the money. The infrastructure dollars are not getting out the door to communities where it should be. And the thought that they're now looking at selling off airports and ports to pay for a bank that we've already got, P3 Canada, that's leveraged private sector dollars in the tune of $6.6 billion. So when we have every time we turn around, we see different organizations, independent organizations, that are clearly stating this government does not have a plan, and whatever plan it thinks it has is failing miserably.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be spending my time with the member of Rivière-de-Milly. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise in this House regarding the Government of Canada's ambitious plan to make smart investments that will create jobs, grow our economy, and provide more opportunities for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Over the past year, the government has put in place a plan to grow the economy in a way that works for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Our government has raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could reduce taxes for the middle class. We've introduced a new Canada Child Benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifts 300,000 children out of poverty. We've strengthened the Canadian Pension Plan to help Canadians have a more secure and safe and dignified retirement that they deserve. We're supporting strong communities by using innovative solutions to help meet their pressing infrastructure needs. We're investing in infrastructure that creates good, well-paying jobs that help the middle class grow and prosper. By making it easier to move people and products, well-planned infrastructure can deliver sustained economic growth for years to come. We've put in place an ambitious long-term infrastructure plan that will invest more than $180 billion in federal funding over 12 years. This plan focuses on 5 key areas: public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, trade and transportation, and rural and northern communities. Under the first phase of this plan, Budget 2016 invested more than $10 billion towards public transit, social and green infrastructure projects. We wasted no time in rolling it out and have made considerable progress. This includes investments towards nearly 550 public transit projects that will make it easier for Canadians to get to work on time and ensure that public transportation is there when Canadians need it the most. More than 700 projects under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund that will improve access to clean drinking water and reduce pollution in our lakes and our rivers. And 1,000 projects to retrofit and renovate social housing to repair more than 48,000 social housing units. These projects are already making a difference in communities across our country. To maximize the benefits of infrastructure investments and to ensure that more money flows into infrastructure, the Government of Canada is committed to finding new and innovative ways to fund infrastructure and mobilize private capital. As part of our fall economic statement, we announced the creation of a Canada Infrastructure Bank. We have consulted broadly with experts on the creation of the bank and will continue to work with our partners to ensure the bank meets their needs and the needs of all Canadians. Canada has a very mature market when it comes to infrastructure projects, and partnerships between public and private sector have always been a key to the success of infrastructure. Many key pieces of infrastructure, including the Edmonton Light Rail Transit System, were financed in part by the private sector. In terms of moving the yardstick even further, we believe there is an opportunity for the federal government to crowd in private sector investment in infrastructure through loans, loan guarantees, and equity participation. The bank will do just that. The bank will also create more options and opportunities for provinces, territories, and municipalities across the country to undertake transformative infrastructure projects. The bank will invest $35 billion in new projects across Canada. Projects like major public transit in our largest cities, energy transmission corridors, major corridor projects, and more. Of the $35 billion planned to capitalize the bank, $15 billion will be sourced from the announced funding for public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, trade and transportation, and rural and northern communities. This $15 billion is less than the 8% of the total commitment of infrastructure funds under our long-term plan. An additional $20 billion in capital will be available to the Canada Infrastructure Bank for investments that will result in the bank holding assets in the form of equity or debt. This $20 billion will therefore not result in a fiscal impact on the government. The bank will serve as a single federal government point of contact for the private sector and will employ private sector experts to enable the government to invest effectively with private capital. The bank's funds are over and above the commitment we've made to double infrastructure funding. Most importantly, it offers our funding partners a new way to help meet the pressing infrastructure needs. By using private capital to build those new projects, public money is freed up to build more public infrastructure. The bank will be a center of excellence in infrastructure investment by the private sector, providing advice to project proponents to allow for better planning and procurement decisions. The vast majority of the infrastructure funding will still be delivered through the traditional financial contributions, through bilateral agreements or national programs. As such, many infrastructure projects will have no need for the bank. We will not impose, and I want to be clear about this point, Mr. Speaker, we will not impose it on any of our partners, but we will work with willing partners who think this can offer them additional value. But the bank is just another tool in our toolkit that our partners can use to invest in the infrastructure they need. The Government of Canada remains committed to building a fairer, more inclusive country that reflects the priorities of Canadians. We want to put an ambitious plan in place to grow the economy and build healthier and more livable communities. We are already taking unprecedented action to invest in Canada, our communities, and Canadians. With these smart investments and a commitment to fairness, the government will ensure that Canada's best days are ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, to address some of the comments made by the member, he referenced a private sector funding of a LRT project in my hometown of Edmonton. It seems that even though the speech was probably written by somebody else in the back room over there, that he doesn't have a clue that that's not quite up and running yet. It's still not even going the correct speed that it was supposed to go about 2 years ago when it was announced. So I'd like to get the members' comments on if this is going to be a trend of the public sector funding that we've seen from this infrastructure minister, who seems to have a real disconnect on what's going on the ground in our communities.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton for the question. I just want to make it clear that it was used as an example of something that was funded through public and private infrastructure. I didn't speak about the fact that it was ready to go or the project was completed. So attention to detail is something that the members of opposite should pay particular attention to. And I also have a soft spot in my heart when it comes to Alberta, because I was born in Alberta. So I really have a lot of pride for that province. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the party opposite on job creation, on economic growth. For 10 years, they had the worst record when it came to job creation, when it came to economic growth. They had low economic growth for 10 years. But our government, what have we been doing? In the last 6 months, we've created 220,000 jobs. We've decreased unemployment. We've decreased taxes for the middle class. A middle-class tax cut that the party opposite voted against. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they wanted to reduce taxes for rich Canadians. But our government made a commitment to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1%, and that's exactly what we do. And that's exactly what we're going to do in tomorrow's budget. We're going to keep fighting for the middle class, and I encourage my colleagues on the other side of this House to support us.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell my colleague that his partisan passion is not in the right place. As the MP for my riding, there are very few people who benefited from tax cuts that are supposedly for the middle class. With regards to heritage and culture, for months we have asked the Minister to talk to the Minister of Finance so that international players pay taxes, as is the case elsewhere. We want people to not be able to flee with their money abroad. And so I have a very simple question that has to do with today's subject. When we were told that loans will be taken out for infrastructure projects because there are low interest rates, now all of a sudden they're going to count us with 7 to 9% interest. What is the logic in this?
For Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle for the question. He started off his question talking about tax fairness, and our government is extremely committed to tax fairness. And that's why on the Finance Committee that I'm a proud member of, we did a study on tax fairness, and we made 14 recommendations that were tabled in this House. And I'm pleased to announce that the government accepted all 14 recommendations to ensure that Canadians pay their fair share of taxes. When it comes to the Canada Infrastructure Bank, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is going to make sure that we make smart and wise decisions to ensure that not only are we using and leveraging private investment to build public transit, to build infrastructure projects across this country, but we want to ensure that these projects are creating good, well-paying middle-class jobs. And that's a commitment our government's had from day one. So I encourage the member opposite and the entire NDP caucus, they keep on talking about working-class Canadians. They keep on using this rhetoric, and they use it in the campaign as well. But then when the time came to make a decision to vote in favor of a middle-class tax cut, They voted against it. And I'd like to ask them that question. How can they go and tell their constituents when we're on this side helping the middle class, increasing support for families, and they go and vote against it? They should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to enter this rather animated debate. Thank you for allowing me to talk about our efforts that seeks to guarantee a good quality of life for seniors. I'm pleased to note that the opposition does not want there to be extra burdens on seniors, and I agree with them fully. During the last elections campaign, and every time I go in the field in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, I talk with seniors about their ambitions, of their wealth of knowledge. They love sharing this knowledge with us. To me, it is essential to include seniors for the well-being of Quebec and Canada. As you know, no doubt, our government is doing everything in its power to make sure that all Canadians, including seniors, can fully participate in society and in the economy. As it stands, 1 out of 7 Canadians is over the age of 65. In 2013, there will be, forecasts say, 9.5 million seniors in our country that will constitute a quarter of Canada's population. Mr. Speaker, in 2030, I will no doubt be a senior myself. Seniors are amongst the most important members of our society, as you know. They are very present within their family and actively contribute to their community and to our economy. However, Mr. Speaker, seniors are also sometimes the most vulnerable in our society, especially those that have a low level of income. We are proud to confirm that Canada is one of the countries where there is the least such levels of low income for seniors. In 2014, data states that only 3.9% of seniors were considered as being in a situation with low revenue, or low income rather. However, Statistics Canada states that about 212,000 seniors still live under the poverty line. Mr. Speaker, these important Canadians find it hard to make ends meet at a part in their life where most are no longer in a position to work. We all agree that no one should have to become old and in poverty and isolation. This is essential for our government. Our government believes that all Canadians deserve a respectful and dignified retirement. One should retire with in the knowledge that we will have our needs met. We're talking about Canadians that have worked throughout their life and who have paid their taxes. When they retire, it is up to us to support them by recognizing their contribution to Canadian society throughout their years of work. Budget 2016 contained important and significant measures that notably targeted these objectives. The previous government pushed the eligibility age for the OAS and GIS from 65 to 67. One of our first measures was to scale back the situation back to 65 for both OAS and GIS. We believe that someone who has worked all of their life and who contributes to our economy and our society deserves a stable and dignified retirement. Seniors do not deserve being told that they need to work 2 extra years before receiving a pension. All Canadians should have the opportunity to live without fearing for how they will make ends meet, and that's why we increased GIS by 10% for seniors with low income who live alone. And this was very well received in my riding. GIS is an important element in fighting poverty amongst seniors. 1 million of us most vulnerable seniors will receive an extra $1,000 every year. We believe that this measure will lift 13,000 most vulnerable Canadians out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind the House that when we talk about pensioners or seniors, we're talking about mothers, fathers, aunts and uncles, brothers, sisters, grandparents, friends, and neighbours. No one wants to see a loved one living in misery. And very clearly, no one wants to be in such a situation in the future. And it is for that reason that we will also make sure that OAS continues to provide adequate support rather, to the most vulnerable seniors by harmonising it with the cost of living. This is a request put forth by Pan-Canadian associations and groups in my riding. We'll index OAS benefits and GIS to reflect the increase of the cost of living that seniors face. Now, with regards to income security, our government is strengthening the Canada Pension Plan. I would like to reassure the House that we will work with our provincial and territorial counterparts and will respect the close ties we have with the Quebec Pension Plan. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to confirm that we have followed through with our promises with seniors. For example, in our strategy to reduce poverty in Canada. This will also have a great effect. Last year's budget also had a $200 million investment over 2 years for construction, for renovations and adaptations for affordable housing for seniors. However, this is not the only means to a happy life. We all want to be active and to contribute to our family life, as well as the life of our community as we get ever older. We have a New Horizons program that is led and inspired by seniors who have an influence on others and their community. These projects promote volunteering and mentorship in seniors, and in my riding, seniors in my riding are very involved in volunteering. It also allows a number of seniors to remain active and engaged whilst avoiding social isolation. 17,000 projects have been approved from coast to coast to coast, and 6 were approved in my riding since I came to power. I announced over the past few weeks that there have been 2 subsidies awarded to a program in Deux Montagnes for projects created by seniors for seniors. I want to confirm that our seniors are motivated to help people around them, and they want to make communities a place where one would like to live. All of these measures clearly show that we are devoted to seniors. I'm proud to confirm that the important work that we are undertaking for Canadian seniors will continue after tomorrow's budget's announcements. Mr. Speaker, our government is undertaking decisive and significant measures to support seniors and will continue to do so over the next year. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague with regards to the fact that it is important to keep in mind and support our seniors. Close to 2/3 of Canadians are against the privatization of our public infrastructure system like ports and airports. I am therefore sure that the seniors that have contributed to the implementation of this public infrastructure network that we have, I'm sure, in any case, that most of these seniors would be against such privatization. I'd like to hear what she has to say about how she keeps this in mind. Does she keep in mind what 2/3 of Canadians have to say, and perhaps 2/3 of people in her riding, people who are against the privatization of airports, and what is her position on that front?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I appreciate my colleague's question. Today I chose to speak about seniors because they are people who are very vulnerable in our society. I think that my colleague across the way would agree with our measures to help seniors in Canada, notably by increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement and by increasing the age of eligibility for the OAS and GIS to 55 years.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague, whom I appreciate very much, whether she agrees with the fact that her government, over the next 4 years, will be running about $100 billion of deficit. How can she support that? I just simply want her to explain why she supports the idea of running a $100 billion deficit over 4 years. The Honourable Member of Rivière-des-Mille. I thank my colleague. We work on some of the same issues when it comes to official languages. I'm sure he's very anxious about tomorrow, but tomorrow we will be seeing the overall picture of where we're going with our budget. So I'd like to reassure this House that our government always has the interests of all people at heart, including seniors, and we want to help them in our budget to be tabled tomorrow.
That's the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I asked this question to one of the member's colleagues this morning, and I wonder if she'd tell me what her party means when they talk about the middle class. Who is the middle class?
Député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you for the question. I'm surprised. This is someone who's been in the House for several years, and so I'm surprised to hear the question, well, what is the middle class? In my riding, I can tell you the middle class are the people who are working very hard, who are having a hard time making ends meet. So we're working hard for the middle class, and we will continue to do so. And tomorrow will be a great example of that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. In this House, we talk a lot about the middle class. The government really hammers home that message. But I'd like to know, I mean, the middle class really are people earning around $22 per hour or an annual salary of around $45,000. So in their last budget, the government didn't really spend much effort on those people. And yet for me, that is the middle class. That's 2/3 of the Canadian population. These are people who are working very hard. But the government preferred to cut taxes for those earning over $90,000 per year. For me, I think we should be focusing on the $45,000 a year middle class. And if we look at the benefits that are provided to families, well, the government talks all the time about these checks, but those checks end when the children are 18 years old. What are single mothers and single families going to do when they have to finance their children's post-secondary education? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question about the middle class. Tomorrow, Budget 2017 will be tabled. We will continue working hard for the middle class. We'll continue working hard for those who are working hard to join the middle class as well, and I'm proud to represent my constituents.
Resuming debate, but I see before we go to that, I see the Honourable Member for Perth-Wellington rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of order concerning the draft supplementary supply bill, which was distributed earlier this morning. In Schedules 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 of the proposed bill, provisions are contained to pay a number of ministers of the Crown through the Use of Appropriation Act. Specifically, payments would be made, and I believe have been made, to ministers without portfolio or ministers of state who do not preside over a Ministry of State. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that this initiative, raising all ministerial salaries, was part of the Prime Minister's efforts at gender equality by appointing female ministers with no portfolio responsibilities. And he discovered, or the ministers discovered, that there was a significant salary variable. The government subsequently introduced Bill C-24 to amend the Statistics Act, or the Salaries Act, to give statutory authority to these pay increases. Bill C-24 is still before the House of Commons, was debated at second reading on October 7th and October 19th, 2016, but has not yet received approval in principle. It has languished on the order paper, neglected and unloved. And so we are confronted with a rule against anticipation. Mr. Speaker, it is long established procedure that estimates cannot be used as a substitute or shortcut for legislation. And it is clear that the government saw the need for legislation when it introduced Bill C-24 to amend the Salaries Act. The House will appreciate the irony of a government which ran against omnibus bills, using obscure wording in the estimates to hide and to expedite pay increases for ministers. Mr. Speaker, O'Brien and Bosk has this to say at page 869, quote, "The chair has maintained that estimates with a direct and specific legislative intent, those clearly intended to amend existing legislation, should come to the House by way of an amending bill." Speaker Jerome stated in a ruling, "It is my view that the government receives from Parliament the authority to act through the passage of legislation and receives the funding to finance such authorized action through the passage of by Parliament of an Appropriation Act. A supply item, in my opinion, ought not therefore to be used to obtain authority, which is the proper subject of legislation.
Great catch.
He also said in a further ruling, quote, supply ought to be confined strictly to the process for which it was intended. That is to say, for the purpose of putting forward by the government the estimate of money it needs, and then in turn voting by the House of that money to the government. Legislation and legislative changes in substance are not intended to be part of supply, but rather ought to be part of the legislative process in the regular way, which requires 3 readings, committee stage, and, in other words, ample opportunity for members to participate in debate and amendment. I have a number of references in support. The collective rulings of Speaker Lamoureux at page 429 reference a proceeding on December 10, 1973. The issue is stated, should items of legislative character be included in the estimates? The decision by the Speaker was, no, they should not. A subsequent entry on page 430 contains this statement, quote, Parliament cannot legislate by estimates. Beauchesne's 6th edition, citation 941 at page 259 states, quote, if a vote in the estimates relates to a bill not yet passed by Parliament, then the authorizing bill must become law before the authorization of the relevant vote in the estimates by an Appropriation Act. Reference is made to the 18th edition of Erskine May at page 364, where it is stated, quote, a motion must not anticipate a matter already appointed for consideration by the House, whether it be a bill or an adjourned debate upon a motion. And here, I respectfully remind you, Mr. Speaker, the debate on Bill C-24 has been adjourned since October 19, 2016. In a similar manner, to the ruling at page 69 of the January 25, 1973 journals, I would suggest that, at this point, the House in its totality has not made a decision on supplementary estimates except to study them. Bill C-24 has, however, been given first reading, and the House is now considering whether it should be read a second time. And the bill to amend the Salaries Act would be the more effective way of securing spending authority, and the supplementary estimates ought not to anticipate the decision of this House. In anticipation of a response from this government that this is not a new practice, I would make 2 points. First, disorder is not cured by repetition. And second, in this instance, there is a bill to amend the Salaries Act on the order paper. While the practice may have slipped through in the past and become law, this House should respect its own procedures for considering bills. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to remove all references to authority for ministerial salaries contained in these supplementary estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on the same point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Prime Minister has made a top priority having a gender-neutral cabinet. The Prime Minister has also made a priority in making a very clear statement that all cabinet ministers are equal, and I will report back to the House a direct response with respect to the point of order that's been raised by the member in due course.
I also see the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe rising, perhaps on the same point of order. The Honourable Member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the point by my honourable colleague in the Conservative caucus is one that we need to consider. Very clearly, this government promised that it would be transparent, it would be different, it would be above board. And we have some concerns in regard to this particular situation. And so I would indeed support the need to look carefully in light of the fact that C-24 is before the House. Thank you.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington for bringing his point of order, legitimate point of order, to the House's attention, and to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, noting that they will wish to come back to the House at a later time. Aware, of course, the House is aware that this is a matter that will be before the House fairly soon, and so probably timeliness is of the essence here, but we'll take the matter under advisement and act on it as quickly as we can. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and
It's always a pleasure to rise in this place. I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Calgary Awesome Hill. Now, it's always an honor to participate in this place, and before I begin to offer comments, I would first like to state my belief that people offer themselves up for public service with a sincere belief and desire to build a stronger and more prosperous Canada. Yes, at times we may disagree on how best to achieve those goals. However, I believe that democratic debate and indeed a healthy democratic environment as we enjoy in Canada is all part of this. All part of what we collectively celebrate, Mr. Speaker, on July 1st of each year. Now, I mention these things because I believe that those members of the Liberal government who campaigned on a promise to run modest annual deficits and then return to a balanced budget in 2019 all did so with a sincere belief these promises were true and accurate. Now, I'd like to believe that there was no intent to deceive Canadians. But here's the problem. We know now that the Liberal government in Budget 2016 blew past these budget promises by saying that they would spend roughly $30 billion in debt. And how much has been spent in this last year alone, Mr. Speaker? We don't know. Was it 50% above their election promise? Was it 100%? Double or triple? Somewhere in between. Now, not over the next 3 years they promised, but just in this last fiscal year that we're coming to a close, Mr. Speaker. And if we're honest, many on that side would support even more in the upcoming fiscal year. Worse, if you dig a little deeper, as the Parliamentary Budget Office did recently, less than $5 billion of that could be identified in real infrastructure projects. So where has the rest gone? We know from both our current and even now our previous Parliamentary Budget Officer, the balance is going towards increased spending. Now, to be fair to the Liberal government, some of that increased spending they campaigned on, and as much I would suggest that they have a mandate for. However, much of that other increased spending was not campaigned on. Worse, if you read the Liberals' own budget documents, infrastructure spending eventually has to be increased to meet the Liberals' big spending promises. However, no matter how you cut it, Mr. Speaker, we have a very real challenge now where spending massively dwarfs revenue. And that's why the Department of Finance, in a forecast report, warned if this current Liberal government does not change course, Canada will not see a return to a balanced budget until at least the year 2050. And at that time, Canada's debt will be well over $1 trillion. Now, we know that the Finance Minister saw this report first back in October and then punted it, pushed it from the public eye until Friday, December 23rd. Now, when I asked the Finance Minister about this report in question period, he threw his own department under the bus, trying to discredit their report. When I made mention to study this report at the Finance Committee, guess what happened? The Liberals on the committee blocked it. Now, if this report was seriously flawed, as the Finance Minister contends, he would have welcomed this scrutiny, as I'm sure it would have surely backed up his claims. Every person in the room knows why the real reason the report was blocked. Now, this leaves the question, how will the Liberals overcome what is basically a Liberal-created structural deficit and return to a balanced budget? I've asked when Liberals will return to a balanced budget in question period. The finance critic for the Conservatives has asked numerous times, I think 15 times. And surprise, surprise, the Liberal government refuses to provide an answer, here or even out and about. In fact, I would submit to this House, we may very likely have the first finance minister in Canadian history who believes the return
the term balanced budget is a dirty word. Now, I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope that the finance minister will come to this place and tell Canadians that a balanced budget is important to Liberals, who of course campaigned on a promise to return to a balanced budget. But more importantly, I hope we will learn exactly when the Liberal fiscal plan will return us to a balanced budget. Will it be in 2050, as the minister's own department contends? Or where will it be? We don't know. I mean, seriously, who knows? Does any member on any side have any idea when Canadians will see a balanced budget? And that, of course, takes us to this motion today. Here is the problem, as this motion summarizes. Spending continues to exceed revenue to at least the year 2050 unless the Liberals can show us otherwise. Spending, by the Liberals' own plan, is set to continue to rise. If Liberals will not reduce spending, and we know they will not, then that leaves raising taxes. In effect, that is precisely what happens when the Liberals' national carbon tax comes fully online. These carbon taxes increase costs on business, hydro costs, and they become less competitive overall. Increased CPP, let us not forget, increases payroll costs to employers, and that in turn makes Canadians' employers less competitive against other jurisdictions. Here's an interesting fact. Business investment continues to decline in Canada. In fact, it has declined basically every quarterly period since this Liberal government was elected. Now, I'm going to give Liberal members of this place the benefit of the doubt to recognize the importance of business investment in Canada. And it's no surprise you make your business environment less competitive, you lose investment. Point being, with Canadian business investment already in firm decline, how much longer can we continue to ignore that increasing costs onto our employers at the same time our competitors are decreasing them, as is the case in the United States? At very least, I would trust that Liberal members would agree if investment is already in decline, as is the case, lowest since 1981, there is no fiscal capacity to further decrease Canadian competitiveness. Now, keep in mind that the minister's own department, in a different set of reports, warned that increasing Canada pension would be a drag on the Canadian economy for decades. Yes, decades. But of course, this Liberal government, or at least those who run things when the Prime Minister is traveling elsewhere, for whatever reason, does not seem to care about Canadian competitiveness. So where do we go from here? Increased taxes are already hurting Canadian competitiveness. Liberals will not reduce spending, so it's suggested that Liberals may do a one-time sale of some federal airports to raise some cash. Now, this strikes me as a tradesman selling his tools in order to make the minimum payment on credit card bills. Now, I'm open to privatization, but let's have a conversation and not simply put the items out on eBay. Yes, it will get you through next month's bills, but it doesn't change the fact that as long as spending exceeds income, you have a household headed for trouble. And we should not lose fact that it will be Canadian families of the future who will be left to pay for these bills. And again, with an aging demographic, Mr. Speaker, it looks like our children and grandchildren have a lot of work left out for them from us, and that's not a positive development. And basically, that's what this motion's about, hoping that Budget 2017 will help fix these challenges and not continue to make them worse. And as the opposition, we are asking for the government to take this motion seriously. Introduce a budget that doesn't ignore the fiscal and competitive realities. The fact is that we are currently not paying our way, and we are leaving debt and other challenges behind for our kids and grandkids to pay for. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that it is not investing in the middle class. It is mortgaging it. And it is time that we stop the out-of-control spending that results in higher taxes and creates serious challenges for our future generations. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'll be voting in favor of this motion. Now, there are some members across that may not support it, but I really hope you think I hope that you also speak to your finance minister, and if it's not in tomorrow's budget, that these concepts are met into future budgets. It is in Canada's best interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened carefully to the comments of the member opposite, and I'm confused. The previous government ran deficits just about every year they were there, and yet now is sitting and saying that deficits are an awful thing. Before they came in power, Canada had gone from the worst debt to GDP ratio to the best. Our debt levels went from being called totally unmanageable to being the best in the G8. That is maintained through this process, having the best debt levels. That, in fact, when there's reviews of how strong the Canadian economy is relative to its peers, one of the key factors is the investment the Canadian government is making in the Canadian economy, saying that that is one of the main factors why the Canadian economy is doing so well. So despite the fact that I have confusion about why they suddenly found religion on the issue of deficits after running so many deficits when they were in government, my main question is, where would they cut? How would it impact the economy? And would he be willing to shut down the growth of this economy to get what he's looking for?
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the member's entrance into the debate. Simply put, we look at what the government did prior, after coming into power. They put $56 billion down in in debt, so that we were paying down our debt. They cut taxes, and that allowed the Canadian economy, when the financial crisis of 2006-2007 hit, and the subsequent Great Recession, the largest drop in demand since the Great Depression came, Canada was already ready. Our domestic economy was prepared for a very tough time. And so we are in a much different environment today, Mr. Speaker. There's many people that question whether or not stimulating the economy works in a macroeconomic model when other countries like the United States are not doing so. So I would suggest to that member opposite that if throwing money out today does not provide results and ultimately productive infrastructure to make our economy grow, what's the purpose? Are Liberals so addicted to throwing money out the door that they'll use any reason, in fact no reason, to do so?
Questions and comments. Questions commentaires. La députée de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to the fact that the government wants to privatize airports. The government could have attacked tax havens and picked up $7 billion, collected it there. That's money that could be collected directly. It could be invested in health care, in post-secondary education. As I mentioned earlier, our young students are racking up a debt, so that money would be easy to collect. But the government seems to be in a corner and wants to now privatize our airports and ports, and I'm quite concerned. How far will it go? In mid-May or June, there'll be a report on Canada Post. Is the government going to come up with another surprise and privatize Canada Post Corporation? Will that be another surprise for us? What about our important public services? They create good jobs, good quality jobs, and so those are the currents that I wanted to share here in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's contribution to today's debate. I don't hold the same ideological opposition to privatization. I do believe it is a tool in the toolbox that in cases where we have privatized airports all throughout the world, there have been some very good results. What I am concerned with is the rationale for doing so. Is the government putting these assets on fire sale simply to pay for the credit card? And then second to that, are they doing so in a transparent and open way? They talk about consulting for every widget that they come up with. But Mr. Speaker, when we ask questions in this chamber, all we hear is, we'll do what's best for consumers. Well, that's not good enough. And I expect better of any Canadian government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House today, but specifically to this motion. So,
I had a good friend. She's a young woman. She's just finishing her university degree, and she sent me this Snapchat, and she said, "Do something to stop the Prime Minister from taking my money." So that's really why we're here today, because we're debating a motion that would have the government commit to stop spending Canadians' taxpayer dollars in such a reckless and irresponsible way. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion in front of us today, which was proposed by the Conservative Party, would have the government agree that there should be no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students. I think that's pretty no-brainer. We haven't seen a lot of economic growth under this government's tenure to date. It seems to me like it's very reasonable to ask the government to show Canadians and make a commitment ahead of their disastrous budget tomorrow that at least they're willing to stop the hemorrhaging and stop raising taxes on Canadian families. We also are asking the government to take immediate measures to ensure companies hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis. We know that under this government tenure, again, as economic growth has slowed, that the people that are most affected by this are young Canadians. And certainly in my home province of Alberta, that crisis has been magnified to a very large extent over the last year and a half. We also are asking the government to vote for a credible plan to return to a balanced budget by 2019, as they promised Canadians in their campaign. They've completely abandoned this province, or this promise. They've also abandoned my province, but hey. And they're expecting Canadians just to turn a blind eye to it. So they've got an opportunity here today with this motion to support that. And then we've also put in this motion, we're asking the government not to sell Canadian airports. The analogy I used this weekend on a television talk show, it's like they've gone to Vegas on a drunken weekend bender, and they've got this massive credit card bill, nothing to show for it except a hangover, and now they're selling Canadian airports to pay for it. So we're asking them not to do that. So that's the form and substance of the motion, and why is it so important that they do that today? First of all, I need to point out the higher tax burden that Canadians pay under this government. So we want them to stop raising taxes to agree to do that, and why? Because since they've come to government, because they've put in place higher CPP, or Canada Pension Plan premiums, each Canadian household will pay about $2,200 more every year. So that means $2,200 coming directly out of the pockets of Canadian families. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but for most Canadian families, that's a lot of money. And this government has taken that right out of their pockets. With their national price on carbon, which we know is not going to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we know that that's not going to do anything to help climate change. That means up to another $2,500 directly out of the pockets of Canadians. They canceled the family tax cut, Mr. Speaker, so we know that that's about $2,000 per household. They canceled the arts and fitness tax credit. That's about $225 a child. And for a family that is trying to put their kids in hockey, that's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals took that right away. So effectively, that's a tax increase. The other thing is, especially for students, they canceled the education and textbook tax credits. It's another $500 roughly per student. They also increased the small business tax rate. That's an average of $1,800 per company. And they've also increased employees' insurance premiums, and that's another $85 per worker. Now, what's even more important is that the Liberals, if they refuse to stand up and say, look, yes, we agree with you, common sense, everybody else in the House of Commons here, we're not going to increase taxes on Canadians. I'm not optimistic about it. Then they're going to provide Canadians some assurances on what we're hearing is going to actually be in their budget tomorrow. So we're hearing that tomorrow's budget is going to increase the capital gains inclusion rate. And what does that mean? The Liberals are saying, they're pre-positioning this with editorials in the Toronto Star and whatnot, saying that the capital gains exemption or tax it only affects the wealthy. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, there are 1.2 million Canadians who earn less than $50,000 who take advantage of that tax credit, and many of them are low-income seniors. So these would be seniors who had bought stocks in their company or something. 20, 30 years ago are looking to divest some of those, and they're going to have a huge tax burden. This is going to send a chill right across the economy. And I mean, if this is in the budget tomorrow, my God. I mean, when we look at competitiveness with our neighbor to the south right now, this is just disastrous. And it's not only disastrous for the economy, but it's directly disastrous for those 1.2 million people who want to become part of the middle class, but are now not going to be able to afford to do it. They're going to tax stock options for employees. We've heard about this. Increasing or ending the public transit tax credit. That's on the table. Ending the volunteer firefighter tax credit. They've been pre-positioning a tax on internet services like Netflix. So it's very simple for the Liberals to stand here and say, you know what, we understand that all of this damage that we've done to Canadian families, we're going to give them a break tomorrow, and we're going to stand up and say we're not going to increase taxes. But anybody who's been listening to the debate today will know that they're not going to vote for this motion. And why? Because they have mortgaged our future into oblivion. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. They've increased taxes on Canadians to a tune of a crazy amount. If you do the math on the amounts that I put in that I outlined at the start of my speech, that's a lot of money for the average Canadian family. But what's even more important is that they've increased our deficits to the point where Parliamentary Budget Officer is saying that we can't balance the budget for at least 30 years. And what do they have to show for it? Nothing. Nothing. Here's some key economic metrics. Canadians are working less under this government. The hours worked are down by 0.3% over the last year. Canadians are earning less, wages of 1.3% over the last year, but cost of living up by 2.1%. I don't need to tell these statistics to Canadians because they're feeling it. They're feeling it in their pocketbook, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we need to support this motion here today. Because us in this place, we have a fiduciary responsibility to Canadian taxpayers to be responsible stewards of their money. So if we're going to spend into oblivion, as this government is doing, we better have some results for it. Let me continue to tell you about what is not happening for Canadians. This spending has failed to grow the economy. GDP grew by 1.4% in 2016, exactly what the federal government projected before last year's budget. So if you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, this time last year, the federal government was going, we are going to mortgage Canada's future, but all of a sudden, we are going to see a massive increase in growth. And what did we see? Nothing. No growth. The other thing I'm going to point out is that the government was supposed to flow all sorts of money into infrastructure spending. I don't see any roads being built. I don't see the LRT in my riding being completed. Especially in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, where we have so many people that are out of work, especially trades, that could be getting back to work with some of these funds, and the government has done nothing. I will say that the infrastructure minister managed to find time to spend $800,000 to renovate his office here in Ottawa. So that's a priority. How much time do I have? Fantastic. The other problem that we have is competitiveness as we compare ourselves to the U.S. So as we sink ourselves into a deeper hole, get no results from it, Mr. Speaker, and take more money away from Canadian taxpayers, there's no bright future here whatsoever for Canadians. And that's wrong. So this is why we put this motion forward here today. It seems very reasonable for me for the government to stand up and say, we oppose taking away more money out of Canadians' pockets because we know that we've got nothing to show for it. And you know what's very funny, Mr. Speaker, as I stand here and listen to the Liberals heckle me, is they're uncomfortable because they know I'm right. They know I'm right. They know that there has been nothing to show for their reckless spending. They know that their campaign promises were abysmally, improperly costed. It was just a massive sham. And now those chickens are coming home to roost, Mr. Speaker. So I am proud to stand up for my constituents and hardworking Canadians and saying, enough is enough. I will be standing up and voting for this motion to say, no, we don't need to tax Canadians more. No, we don't need to grow government for absolutely no reason with absolutely no results, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the difference is between this side of the House and that side of the House.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
One of the great things about coming to this House from Municipal Council is you have friends right across the country who are mayors and members of city councils in places like, I don't know, Calgary. And I remember talking to Mayor Nenshi specifically in the last year of the Conservative mandate about how that previous government had approved $0 in the infrastructure projects for Calgary. Not just $0 in the infrastructure projects for Calgary, $0 in fact for all of Alberta for 2 straight years. The member opposite said that she wanted to see results from the federal infrastructure spend. And I can tell you that Mayor Nenshi has been more than glowing in his appraisal of the federal transfers that have gone through the provincial capital straight to the people of Calgary, including the projects for the Green Line, the 17th Avenue Transitway, the Southwest Transitway, the Stony CNG bus storage and transit facility, the North Crosstown Bus Rapid Transit Line, the South Crosstown Bus Rapid Transit Line, the Bus Rapid Transit Line, and the Sirocco LRT parking lot to accommodate all the growth and expansion. If those projects are happening in her city, would she open her eyes, please, and acknowledge them?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
And I thank my colleague opposite for giving a laundry list of the infrastructure investments that were announced under our government, our Conservative government. So thank you for reiterating, especially the Green Line. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's very interesting is if my colleague from downtown Toronto, which is so congruent to understanding the needs of my riding in Calgary, which is seeing a 10% unemployment rate right now. If he had any understanding of what's going on in Calgary, he would know that the municipal tax rate in Calgary is so high that businesses are closing their doors. So while I really want to thank him for reiterating the infrastructure investments that were committed under our government under a balanced budget with the lowest federal tax burden in 50 years, I would like to thank him for that. I would also like to take this chance to remind him that that particular mayor has seen a very large increase in property taxes, which nobody in Calgary appreciates.
Questions and comments. La députée de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her passionate debate and speech. Clearly, the Conservatives are aware that many points in the motion they put forth today are points that we agree with. The airport one for sure, but with respect to disagreement, there are some others. And now I'd like to ask my colleague what she thinks about comments I made recently, because I quoted Minister Osborne from the UK, he said that taxes on corporate taxes were really low, but they were expected to be paid. How does she respond to the kind of unfair situation that exists with respect to online purchases and with this whole issue of taxes?
Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I just, to be honest, I only heard part of my colleague's questions. I heard him talk a little bit about corporate taxes. What I want to emphasize to this House, I wanted to have a little bit of time in my speech to talk about, was under our former government, while the federal tax burden was at its lowest level in over 50 years, we actually saw government revenue increase. And why was that? Because when we know that there's a competitive environment for job-creating companies to undertake investments, that the economy grows and government revenue grows. Because if you have more businesses creating more revenue, you have a bigger tax base that can go to government for programs and services. That's a problem with Keynesian economics, right? They think that they can spend their way into prosperity, and Keynesians often forget the other side of the equation, which is that you have to pay that spending back. Both the Liberals and the NDPs have no idea about this, and certainly it's my pleasure to stand up for common sense and my constituents in this House to have a low tax burden and prudent common sense when it comes to government spending.
I think that's about all the time we have for questions and comments in this particular round. But we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and pay tribute to people from my community of Saanich Gulf Islands. But it's particularly difficult when I'm paying tribute to someone who's passed away far too soon. Saanich Councillor Vic Derman died this weekend. He had served on council since 2002, but before that, he was a key community leader. He founded the Saanich Communities Association Network. He was a founder of the Land Conservancy. He was my friend. He was a community leader in every way you can imagine. He was a school teacher before he went into politics. He inspired many young people who are now paying tribute to him to give themselves to public service. He leaves his wife, Lorraine, his daughter, Michelle, and countless others like me who hold Vic Dermond forever as a hero, a champion of climate action and sustainability. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness, but also a sense of closure, that I take the floor today. In July 1974, a group of young cadets attended summer training camp in Valcartier, Quebec. During a training session, a grenade exploded, killing 6 cadets and injuring dozens of others. I was a cadet in the Royal Montreal Regiment at the time when we learned that 2 of our own were among the victims.
Over 40 years, these cadets and their families did not see the fair treatment or compensation they deserved. This month, the Minister of National Defence offered a formal apology, along with providing compensation for the former cadets and their families whose lives were changed forever by this tragic incident. La lutte.
The fight for justice for the Valcartier victims has been long and arduous. It's been a priority of mine for several years. I'd like to thank the government for finally righting the wrong that was done to the victims and their families.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, connaissez-vous l'histoire du gars qui est allé à la pêche?
Mr. Speaker, do you know the story of the young man who caught a trout this size and he couldn't get it in the door because he'd been wanting to catch that fish for so long that he had white hair by the time he did? Stories of fishing and hunting are like this abound in my writing. I'd like to salute the 1,400 members of the Hunting and Fishing Association in my riding who are celebrating their 60th anniversary of their founding. As a member, we have to salute the volunteers and the hunters and fishers in the riding of Mégantic l'Érable. In my own name and on behalf of my constituents, I'd like to congratulate the Pittsville Hunting and Angling Association, who I'd like to wish them every success in the 60 years to come.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a dedicated advocate for innovation in rural Canada. My beautiful province of New Brunswick remains one of the most rural provinces in Canada, and we're proud of it. Rural communities not only feed Canada, they develop and protect our natural resources, and in my opinion, provide an appealing alternative to urban life. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that understands what innovation looks like in rural Canada and has committed to investments in broadband internet connectivity and other technologies that support resource-based industries like agriculture and fisheries.
Hear, hear.
We are working to strengthen the workforce through immigration and investing in training and skills development, as well as growing the economic potential of tourism through infrastructure investments like our own Fundy Trail. Mr. Speaker, we must all be champions for rural Canada in this House, as we will continue to rely on the tenacious and innovative rural Canadians for sustainability and growth. By continuing to look at innovation from a rural perspective, we can realize the full potential of our great country.
The honourable member for Essex.
Today I rise to recognize March 21st as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The 2017 UN theme is racial profiling and incitement of hatred, with a focus on how this impacts refugees and migrants. The recent terrorist attack against the Muslim community in Quebec was a devastating reminder that Canada is not immune to hate crimes and racially motivated violence. Racial profiling of minorities continues on our streets. Systemic discrimination against First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples continues across Canada, and people are being discriminated against at our border by Trump's prejudiced immigration and travel ban. There is no place in Canada for hatred or discrimination of any kind. Tiana Ducharme, member of the Nisga'a Nation and daughter of the vote delegate, who stood in this House, said, I envision a Canada that is fierce in its leadership and shows just how much every person is equal. We must challenge racist attitudes and behaviours if we hope to continue building a fair and equitable society and to change the reality in Canada for racialized people and all who seek racial justice.
Député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate International Day of Forests. It's essential that we protect our environment, and that begins with protecting the forests. They are the Earth's lungs. They are the habitat of countless life forms.
There's a wonderful parable by Dr. Seuss called The Lorax. And in it, the Lorax says, I speak for the trees have no tongues. Today, I encourage all Canadians to speak for the trees through their actions. Plant a tree. Donate to a charity. Or pick up a piece of litter. Finally, take a moment to go for a walk in the woods and contemplate how we are all one with nature. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to inform you that today, March 21st, marks World Down Syndrome Day, a day where Canadians celebrate people with Down syndrome and their families from coast to coast to coast. Today serves as a platform to share information about Down syndrome in order to debunk the myths and install the facts. Facts, Mr. Speaker, that will help Canadians have a better understanding of Down syndrome. The date, March 21st, is significant because it symbolizes the characteristics of 95% of the people living with Down syndrome, the triplication of the 21st chromosome. I would also like to use this time to recognize the Canadian Down Syndrome Society and their board chair, Laura Lachance, who are here today as they celebrate 30 years as Canada's only national Down syndrome organization. I personally would like to thank the Society for all the hard work and advocacy that they have provided to Down syndrome awareness in Canada over the past 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the work of Joe Roberts, his wife Mary Roberts, and the Push for Change team. In 1989, Joe Roberts was a homeless youth in Vancouver's downtown east side, struggling with substance abuse and homelessness. Thanks to the support of his mother and an OPP officer, he turned his life around and became a successful entrepreneur. On May 1st last year in St. John's, Newfoundland, Joe began pushing a shopping cart across Canada to raise money and awareness about the issues of youth homelessness and the impacts that impacts 35,000 young people each year. Today is day 325 of the 517-day walk, and Joe has already walked nearly 6,000 kilometers. When he arrives in Vancouver on September 30th, Joe will have walked 9,000 kilometers and engaged at over 400 schools and community events. Let's keep pushing for change. Thank you, Joe. You're here.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Canadians are celebrating International Day of Forests. With the third largest forest area in the world and 37% of the world's certified forests, Canada's forest sector is ideally positioned to drive innovation, create jobs, and combat climate change. Canada's forests also provide opportunities for all Canadians to enjoy the outdoors and enjoy the natural experiences.
In my riding of Pontiac, the legendary white pine has been central to our rural culture and historically a driver of economic development in the National Capital Region. The Log Driver's Waltz is an alternative national anthem for Canada. Canada's forestry industry continues to embrace innovation by adopting clean technologies, producing green energy, and reducing energy and water consumption.
The industry is recognized worldwide for sustainable forest management, and this is vital to securing the health and well-being of our nation's forest and forestry sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to former Gananoque, Ontario Mayor and my friend Sylvia Fletcher Thomas, who passed away at home last week at the age of 68. Sylvia, as she was preferred to be known, was a fierce promoter and cheerleader for the town of Gananoque and the Thousand Islands, first as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, then as a councillor, and then two-term mayor. She led the community through several controversies that saw major commercial development, along with a new emergency services building required by the police and fire departments. I had the honor of serving with her on council and the pleasure of working with her on many projects in town, and I can say that she was very passionate about her work both at the Chamber and as mayor, but also enjoyed a good laugh and could even poke fun at herself. On behalf of all members, I offer condolences to her husband, Jim Hector Thomas, her son, Dwayne, who is now a town councillor in Gananoque, her daughter, Cindy Wrong, her mother, Ellen Phillips, and her 10 brothers and sisters and her extended family. She will be missed.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Racism affects all of our institutions and it has a real impact on the lives of racialized Canadians every single day. Indigenous and Black communities are vastly overrepresented in our jails. 25% of those in federal prisons are Indigenous men and women. 36% of those in federal prisons for women are Indigenous. Other vital statistics illustrate the deep historical impact of government policies towards our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. This year, we saw racism manifest in its deadliest form with a shooting in Sainte-Foy, Quebec. Reported cases of Islamophobia have more than doubled in the past 3 years alone. We see mosques and synagogues vandalized. We see girls and boys, women and men targeted for just being who they are. On this day, we need to reflect on these startling facts and resolve to fight racism in all its vilest forms, right here in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hamilton West and Castle Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, our democracy thrives when each new generation produces thoughtful leaders and thinkers. Today, I am pleased to announce that 5 students from McMaster, which is a world-recognized institution in my hometown of Hamilton, have won the Minister of Finance's Post-Secondary Policy Forum Challenge. Their submission, Mr. Speaker, focused on reform and modernization of employment insurance. The Finance Minister himself called their submission innovative and bold. These talented young people will be on the Hill tomorrow and will be able to hear the Minister deliver the 2017 budget, and will also have the opportunity to meet with him afterward. I wish to congratulate these bright young minds for their innovation and creativity. They inspire great optimism in me for Hamilton and for Canada. Well done, students. Well done, McMaster University.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, I recently hosted a meeting in my riding of Parry Sound, Muskoka with local advocacy groups and the mayors of Huntsville and Bracebridge to discuss an alarming report in the Globe and Mail. The report revealed that 1 in 5 sexual assault claims in Canada is dismissed as unfounded by the police. My riding has some of the highest numbers in the country, with more than half of sexual assault allegations being dropped. We must work together to address these disturbing and unacceptable statistics. We should be looking at alternative models of addressing sexual assault allegations, including the Philadelphia model. This model was implemented 14 years ago and allows frontline groups who understand trauma to review reported sexual assault cases directly with the police. I'm encouraged that communities and advocacy groups in Parry Sound, Muskoka, and indeed across the country, are working together and learning from one another to find effective solutions to support sexual assault victims. Let us all help our communities to reduce and eliminate sexual violence and bring perpetrators to justice.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
914, that is the amount of lives lost in British Columbia to the opioid crisis that has ravaged families and communities across British Columbia. 0 is the number of deaths that occurred at any supervised consumption site last year. These numbers are important and they tell a story that harm reduction saves lives. And after over a decade of inaction by the previous government, this government has taken swift and immediate action to not only save lives, but make evidence-based decisions that will allow for more supervised consumption sites, including in my riding of Surrey Centre. Surreyites deserve access to the very best health care, and Bill C-37 will do exactly that. I want to extend my personal thanks to the paramedics, firefighters, police officers, and all first frontline workers who have not only worked long and difficult hours to save lives, but also put their own lives at risk when doing so. I also want to thank my colleagues from
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, early this month I had the pleasure of doing a business tour in Acton Vale. I met with workers at the Burnbrae Farms liquid egg plant and at Denis Simaf where they make brush cutters and at Food for Pets where they make high-end pet food. Their products are as well known here as they are abroad. I also visited Clovis Gautier's farm, whose eggs are distributed all around Quebec. I also visited the Apolline Boutique and the Upton General Store, both of which are chock full of incredible finds. I also visited the La Liberté Motorsport shop, which is a beautiful example of a family business where the enthusiasm is handed down from one generation to the next. I had such an enjoyable time talking to my constituents at the Rousseau and Saint-Amour seniors' homes, where the staff take such good care of them, and talking to people I met all over town. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, tonight the Liberals have a chance to right a wrong for a group of soldiers that feel like they've been kicked in the stomach by their own government. Since September, a small group of Canadian soldiers stationed in Kuwait in the fight against ISIS have been losing up to $1,800 per month because of a new tax on their danger pay. When the minister said he'd make sure there is more equity for our troops, I never thought this new tax would be extended by the Liberals to an additional 300 soldiers. On this side of the House, we understand that our troops deserve better. Tonight we'll be voting on our Conservative motion to reverse this cold-hearted tax grab from the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families. The Defence Minister has indicated that only a small group will have their tax relief restored, while nearly 300 stationed in Kuwait will continue to pay the Liberals' tax for fighting ISIS. I urge all members of this House to stand tonight on behalf of every member of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families to ensure they receive all of the benefits, danger pay, and the respect that they deserve.
Honourable Member for Central Nova.
We all know some of the best people in the world come from Atlantic, Canada, and last week, Maggie McNamara, a teacher from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, proved this to be true. Maggie was recently selected as the recipient of the prestigious Global Teacher Prize from among over 20,000 applicants in 179 countries. This prize comes with an award of $1 million and the right to claim the literal title of World's Best Teacher. Though Maggie was born out east, it was her extraordinary work in Salut, Quebec, a remote village in Canada's north, that puts her in a class of her own. Her contributions to the school and community include establishing a fitness center, a community kitchen, healthy eating programs, and a life skills program for girls. Maggie plans to use her prize winnings to further enhance her community. She hopes to create an NGO that will focus on environmental stewardship and physical activity through kayaking to help enhance physical and mental health amongst Indigenous youth. Maggie, your prize may have been $1 million, but we can't put a price on the real value of the work you continue to do, and I can tell you, we are some proud of you back home.
Hear, hear, hear.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, every person in this place was elected to represent the people of their riding. And together, we represent all Canadians. It's not just a simple inconvenience for the Prime Minister to be here every day to answer questions. It's an essential thing for him to do, for him to be accountable to all Canadians. How can the Prime Minister justify his desire to only come once a week? Why is he trying to escape his responsibilities? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be here today, and as often as necessary to answer questions from members of the opposition. But I would also like to note that unlike the previous government, we have an excellent front bench of ministers who are also able to answer questions about their own actions and their own responsibilities. That is a government by cabinet. That is a government that is accountable to all Canadians.
Order. Let's not start off with the noisy question period. Order. 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 The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has announced that he wants to change the rules of Parliament to make his life easier. And no one's life will be easier than his. If he gets away with this, he will only have to show up to work once a week. And he also wants to strip the opposition of their power to hold him accountable. Now, we know that the Prime Minister says China is a dictatorship he admires, and he certainly had a bizarre infatuation with Fidel Castro. But can the Prime Minister at least agree that he, the Prime Minister of Canada, should be accountable to this House and to Canadians more than once a week?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've put forward a discussion paper that we've published and shared with all Canadians to talk about how we can improve the functioning of this House of Democracy, how we can make sure that Canadians are better heard, that oppositions have opportunity to ask tough questions, to hold the Prime Minister account, and to hold this government to account. That's why amongst the many proposals we made, we talked about the model of the British Prime Minister's questions that devotes an entire question period to the Prime Minister answering questions. We are open to all sorts of discussions about how to improve the functioning of this Parliament because we know Canadians expect a modern workplace out of this place so we can better serve them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Modern, Mr. Speaker, efficient? Efficient like the Chinese dictatorship that he thinks is so efficient? Mr. Speaker, we don't live in China or Cuba. Those are his words. Those are his words, Mr. Speaker. We don't live in China or Cuba. We live in Canada, and we have a parliamentary and here's a thought, Mr. Speaker. We could have question period with the Prime Minister every day. He can answer all of our questions every single day.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to every opportunity to stand up and talk about the great things this government is doing. Just tomorrow, we'll be presenting a budget that will create growth for the middle class, opportunities for Canadians, investments in the future of this country that we know, after 10 years of slow growth under the Conservative government, will turn our growth path around. This is about giving opportunities to Canadians, and I'm always happy to talk about the important things Canadian government is doing for the middle class.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With facts, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the middle class grew by 30% over the last 10 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's an interesting fact. The Prime Minister's office has already spent more on polling than the previous Conservative government spent in 8 years. Millions of tax dollars are being spent to track Canadians' views for the political benefit of the Prime Minister. So I have a really simple question for him. Has the Prime Minister polled Canadians on whether or not he should keep his promise to balance the budget in 2019?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite wants to talk about facts. The fact is the very first thing we did in government was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. Unfortunately, the fact also is that that party voted against raising taxes on the wealthiest and lower them on the middle class. That unfortunately demonstrates that they still don't understand that Canadians need investments in the middle class and support for the middle class, not for the wealthiest like they did for 10 years.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want tomorrow is a break from this Prime Minister. Last budget, he hiked taxes on small businesses, on families, on students. Then we got the national carbon tax and a payroll tax hike. But that's not enough. So now he needs to cancel more tax credits. He wants to raise user fees. He's even considering putting GST on Netflix. So, Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister realize that Canadians are tired of being nickel and dimed to death?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year and a half, we raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them on the middle class. We delivered a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadians by stopping the sending of child benefit checks to millionaire families that previous government did. The fact is, on the tax cut for the middle class and more money through the CCB, that party voted against both initiatives, Mr. Speaker. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister really loves slogans and sound bites. For example, that 2015 would be the last election under the current first past the post. And, well, I see that that's a sore spot still for the Prime Minister. But what about his promise to lower taxes for small business? Well, in committee, his Minister for Small Business said that that promise was just a, quote, soundbite for the election. Why is the Prime Minister breaking his promises and, in the same breath, creating a privatization bank that he never talked about? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know what we need for small business. That's economic growth. After 10 years of a government that failed with its approach, we are putting more money into the pockets of the middle class. We're creating opportunities for small business by connecting our small businesses with world markets, whether it be with the free trade agreement with Europe that the previous government was unable to get done, that we got done. We know that we are creating opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses every day. That's our focus as a government. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Minister conveniently forgot to mention that his platform promise doesn't look anything like the privatization bank that he's now proposing. In fact, the word privatization doesn't ever appear in the Liberal campaign platform. Neither do user fees or tolls or private profit on public property. Will the Prime Minister admit that he never campaigned on privatizing infrastructure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite remembers well the campaign because we committed to invest in infrastructure while he committed to balancing the books at all costs on the backs of Canadians. Canadians made a different choice. Canadians knew that investing in our communities, investing in infrastructure, whether it's social housing, whether it's childcare spaces, whether it's public transit, is necessary for the future of our economy, for the future of Canadians. That's what we are doing, and we're looking to leverage as much public infrastructure as we possibly can for the benefit of Canadians, and that's what the Infrastructure Bank is going to help do.
Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, now here's something that did appear in the Liberal campaign platform. Quote, set a cap on how much can be claimed through the stock option deduction. We know a little bit about that because it was actually in our platform long before they discovered it. Tomorrow, the Liberals have an opportunity to put the interests of every Canadian above those of wealthy insiders. Last week, they actually voted for it, and they said they were going to do it. Will the Liberals keep their promise to close the stock option loophole? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's interesting that the member opposite talks about doing more for the middle class and less for the wealthiest, because he voted against lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. If he was serious about helping the middle class, he would make sure that his party stood with us as we lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The NDP voted for increasing taxes on the wealthiest Canadians, but he's right. We did oppose a plan that did nothing to help the middle class.
This morning, the federal government abandoned charges of gangsterism, traffic and import of narcotics, weapons possession, kidnapping, and other offenses against 36 individuals arrested in a major anti-mafia sweep. My question for the Prime Minister, why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's important to ensure that our justice system works to keep all Canadians and communities safe. We are constantly working to improve our justice system to ensure that criminals are brought to justice and that there's consequences for their actions. There's always work that needs to be done to improve that system, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we can understand that borrowing to invest is one thing, but when you're borrowing to pay for groceries, there's a major problem, and that's what the government is doing right now. They promised thousands of jobs under lots of programs, and those didn't appear. So today, people are going to have to pay to bring these deficits down, and who is going to pay for it? Is it seniors who are going to have to pay for it with an end to income splitting? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, our party committed to invest in the middle class and also to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, it's our party that has committed to helping seniors, and it's our party that put in place an increase in the GIS for seniors living alone and low-income seniors. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it's our party that dropped middle-class taxes. We are continuing to move forward. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. As the Honourable Member just said, they've made lots of commitments, but they haven't kept lots of those promises, Mr. Speaker. They've got a draft plan to sell airports to get money so they can save face. What are we going to see tomorrow in, for example, the softwood sector? What will there be to ensure the future of our rural regions? There's a lot of worry out there, Mr. Speaker. Who's going to have to pay the bill tomorrow for the uncontrolled spending of this Prime Minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. The 2017 budget will continue to contribute to our commitment to support the middle class and grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, our government has put things in place to ensure that we continue to help the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the middle class. We created the Canada Child Benefit for children, and that's lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And once again, Mr. Speaker, we have helped our seniors. So,
Honourable Member for Carleton.
How about a riddle? According to Finance Canada, the federal government had a balanced budget in 2015. Now, Finance Canada says we will have deficits until 2055. In just one Liberal budget, we added 4 decades of deficits. After a second Liberal budget, in approximately what century will we be projected to return to balance?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, middle-class Canadians have had a hard time to get ahead with the decisions that have been made from the previous government. We have a plan to grow the economy and strengthening the middle class. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working. If we look at the numbers that came out just 2 weeks ago, we have seen that we have created over 220,000 full-time jobs and part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we can also see that our employment rate has gone down from 7.1% to 6.6%. Wow. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working, and it's good news for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Speaking of news, Bloomberg News quotes the following. Feelings are worth spending for, Finance Minister on the eve of budget. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister would agree. He was feeling pretty good when he spent $127,000 tax dollars on his visit to Billionaire Island. That was a real middle-class adventure by his definition. You know who's not feeling good, though? The tomato farmer in my riding who had to pay $6,200 in 1 month for a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. When will this government realize that its feelings are not worth hammering taxpayers with more costs?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to taking action that will grow the middle class and create good jobs. Action on climate change is estimated to grow the world economy by $19 trillion through investments in renewable power and energy efficiency. We understand the need to create good jobs, to protect our environment, to grow the middle class, and ensure a more sustainable future for our kids.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, well, the Prime Minister wants to reduce his own speaking time. Well, you know, if he's going to use his speaking time, he should have interesting things to say. A couple of years ago, the Prime Minister said that a budget will balance itself. So, Mr. Speaker, in just a couple of hours, the government will table its second budget. So we'd like to know, after promising a $10 billion deficit and ending up with a $30 billion deficit and a return to balanced budgets in 2055, how will the Prime Minister be able to balance the budget by himself tomorrow? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to invest in the middle class and to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, it's our government that introduced a tax break for the middle class while raising taxes for the wealthiest 1%. And, Mr. Speaker, it's the party across the way that voted against those measures, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, 75% of Canadians have not benefited from these so-called tax cuts. And who were the main benefits of these so-called tax cuts? People who gain between $140,000 and $200,000 a year. Is that the middle class, Mr. Speaker? Well, we can understand that this government isn't able to manage the money or balance the budget, and they continue to punish the middle class. What will there be good for the middle class in tomorrow's budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2017 budget will continue our plan to support the middle class and grow economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, our government introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted thousands and thousands of children out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, it's also our government that introduced an increase in the GIS of 10% to help our seniors who live on low income. Mr. Speaker, we have a good plan and we will continue to move forward with that, and we will support all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to change the standing orders of the House under the pretext that they want the House to be more efficient. But a party that only got 39% of the vote in 2015 now wants to change the rules unilaterally. And, well, the devil was sunny ways. If they want to show goodwill, why not abandon their proposal like they did with Motion 6 and create a representative committee of the popular vote to study this question? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we committed to modernizing Parliament to make it a workplace, an appropriate workplace for the 21st century. Our goal was always to ensure that the government would be relevant in the eyes of Canadians and that the House be accountable, efficient, and transparent. And we can certainly work together. That is why this is a discussion, and I encourage all members to participate in that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stina Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was Stephen Harper that broke the record for shutting down debate in Parliament, yet in his darkest dreams, he never tried to stifle the voices of the opposition the way the Liberals are trying to right now. It's this Liberal Prime Minister that wants to automatically limit debate on all government bills, and it's this Liberal Prime Minister who says, I only need to show up one day a week to answer questions that Canadians have for him. Newsflash, this House doesn't belong to the Liberal Party, it belongs to all Canadians. So the Liberals step away from the disastrous and undemocratic plan and work with us to make Parliament work for Canada.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was myself that released a discussion paper. I shared it with all members in this place as well as the public. The member is correct that we are here to serve Canadians. Each of us was elected. The discussion paper provides many ideas, and it is a conversation, a discussion. We have asked the committee to do the important work that they do, to modernize this place and to bring it into the 21st century. This government recognizes that members of Parliament do work in this place as well as in their ridings. As a member of Parliament for riding of Waterloo, I'm proud to have some of my constituents here. I will work for them in this place as well as in my riding, I'm sure, like all members of Parliament do. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, how disingenuous can that member be? As we speak, the committee, the Liberals are trying to ram this through and force these rules on all of us. Mr. Speaker, we all saw the Prime Minister try to elbow his way in this House last year, trying to get his way. That was not a pretty sight. Now, once again, he doesn't want to be here answering questions, so they're trying to force these changes on this House. Does the House Leader or the Prime Minister commit that no changes will be made unless all of us agree? Or are we going to see Elbowgate Act 2?
Order. Order. Most members and all parties are able to sit and hear things they don't like in here. But the test, of course, as an adult is to be able to do that quietly on all sides. On all sides. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in this place and to remind all members as well as Canadians the important work that members of Parliament do. Yes, there is a discussion paper. The discussion paper is available for all members as well as the public. The committee is doing the important work they do. The committee has the opportunity to look at ideas, to bring in experts, and really consider a better way to do government, a better way to do Parliament. We believe that all members on both sides of this place should have the opportunity to have meaningful discussion, and that's why I think it's an important conversation to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected in October 2015, voters expected that I would work hard to bring forward their priorities, and for the last couple of years I haven't been counting the hours it takes to do my duty as an MP. How can a responsible government even think of reducing the number of hours that we work here in Ottawa? Why does the Prime Minister not want to answer questions from all MPs? Mr. Speaker, I think that the Prime Minister is not taking his job seriously. Can the Prime Minister tell us the truth and tell us the real reasons behind these new reforms? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Government's approach was very different when it came to discussions and conversations. We believe that we can have discussions. We believe that these conversations are important conversations to have. I agree with the member that it's not about counting hours. Every single Canadian across this country, coast to coast to coast, works very hard. We will continue to work hard for Canadians. We made a commitment to modernize this place and to bring it into the 21st century. That's what that discussion paper is about. I encourage the member to not only read the parts he chooses to, but to read the document in its entirety, because part of the suggestions that I have offered is actually about looking at ways to improve this place. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to cancel Friday sittings, cut off debate in committees, eliminate debates on committee reports, and severely limit debates in this House. And now the Prime Minister only wants to show up for question period once a week. Maybe they can get one of those cardboard cutouts to fill in for him, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are diminishing Parliament and reducing accountability. They shouldn't be changing the rules of the House to make this a safe space for the Prime Minister. When will the Prime Minister end his constant attack on the ability of MPs to hold this government accountable?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister and this government that took unprecedented levels of consultations with Canadians. We will continue to work hard for Canadians. We will continue to work hard for members of Parliament. I know it's very difficult for the member opposite to understand, but our objective has always been to ensure that Parliament is relevant to Canadians and that the House become accountable, predictable, efficient, and transparent. I know we can work better in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I remind members that it's not helpful to decorum to suggest that members are unable to understand things. Order. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we are just temporary occupants of these seats in the House of Commons. They don't belong to us. They belong to Canadians. They don't belong to political parties or the Prime Minister. The Liberals are proposing drastic changes to Parliament that will permanently damage the ability of MPs to hold the government to account. Why are the Liberals willing to cause collateral damage to the House of Commons in their attempt to damage the opposition? And when will backbench Liberal MPs stand up to the Prime Minister and defend the right of all members of Parliament to hold the government accountable?
The Honourable Leader of the Honourable Government House Leader.
This is a discussion paper, and it's true, this place does belong to the people of Canada. That is exactly why I shared the discussion paper with all members of Parliament as well as the public. This is a conversation that we want Canadians to participate in. We want Canadians to be part of this place and to help us make the important decisions that we make. I encourage all members to be part of the conversation. I encourage all members to not only listen to their views, but to listen to opposing views and differing views, and that's why I'm encouraging us to have this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James and Nunavik.
Human rights. This week, the Attorney General will argue that the Human Rights Tribunal does not have the power to enforce its own orders. Well, Mr. Speaker, instead of questioning the authority of the tribunal, this government needs to say whether or not it intends to respect the human rights of First Nations children in this country. That's the real question, Mr. Speaker. When will this government respect the human rights of First Nations children?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to completely reviewing services offered to children and families of First Nations. We are of the opinion that we are meeting what was outlined in the decision. And there is a tripartite agreement where we are working in partnership with First Nations as well as provincial and territorial governments in order to truly achieve a reform that will make children's well-being a priority. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Rakunin is on the United States sanction list. He's close to Putin, but he's not on Canada's list of people who are sanctioned. When the member for University of Rosedale asked the Conservative government, when will this government sanction and Yakunin? The member is now Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I will ask, when will the government walk the talk and sanction Mr. Yakunin? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to remind the member that it was the Conservatives that failed to sanction Mr. Yakunin in 2014 and 2015. And now, Mr. Yakunin is no longer in power. Just like the Conservatives. That is a significant fact. When it comes to our position against Russia, I'm sure that all the members in this House will agree with me to say that the position of our government and my position as Minister of Foreign Affairs remains very strong.
Chester. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The recent session at the UN Commission on the Status of Women was attended by the Minister of the Status of Women and several members of the Standing Committee. Two of my constituents from Truro, Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson, made presentations there for the need for required appropriate laws. These two women are tireless advocates for human rights and women's rights in particular. Could the Minister of the Status of Women outline what progress was made at these UN meetings?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, joyeux Nowruz.
Mr. Speaker.
In Colchester, it was truly an honor to lead the Canadian delegation of over 200 Canadians at this year's UN Commission on the Status of Women. People like Linda and Jean are truly at the heart of the movement to advance women and girls' rights domestically and around the world. Canada has made significant progress since I was last there in 2013, Mr. Speaker, and we will remain at the forefront of global efforts to ensuring that women and girls everywhere can reach their full potential.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, the Reeve of Emerson, Manitoba, says another 29 asylum seekers illegally crossed into his community on Sunday night alone. We also know refugees are illegally crossing into Quebec with American visas issued at the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. Speaker, Canadians are tired of the Liberals' inaction and denial. Where is the plan, Mr. Speaker? When will the Liberals finally take action and regain control of our borders?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman and Canadians can be absolutely assured that every Canadian law is being properly enforced and applied by both the RCMP and by CBSA. We are monitoring the situation very carefully. It is true that the numbers over the last number of weeks and months have risen compared to where they were before, but the RCMP and the CBSA have assured us that they have the resources at the present time to deal with the situation adequately and appropriately. If they require additional resources, they will certainly let the government know.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, one could argue that the time for monitoring has passed and the time for action is now.
It has.
Because we know that illegal border crossings are increasing with no end in sight. And of more concern right now is we're going to see this trend increase as warmer weather increases. Affected communities are very concerned. Families are concerned. Border enforcement issues are concerned. What's more concerning is that we're seeing and we're hearing concerns about international gangs and criminals taking advantage of the Liberals' inaction to begin organized shuttling of illegal migrants to the Canadian border. So what is the minister doing to stop this particular issue?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there is no tangible evidence of the issue that the honourable member has raised. However, this was a subject that was discussed between myself and the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. We are concerned about the pattern of people arriving at the border, particularly those who have, in the last number of weeks and months, actually risked their lives in very severe weather conditions in the transportation. So this is an issue that is under very close scrutiny by both our government and the government of the United States.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are getting really tired of waiting for the Liberal government to do something about securing our borders. And they're also really tired of seeing the Liberal government tax our troops who are in the fight against ISIS. And this has to stop right now. These men and women in uniform were promised up to $1,800 per month in danger pay, yet halfway through their mission, the Liberals pulled away these benefits. Trying to pinch pennies on the backs of our troops and military's families is wrong and it's immoral. Will the Defence Minister support our Conservative motion to give back their danger pay, and will he give these benefits to all our troops who are putting their lives on the line in the fight against ISIS now?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
It's great to see the passion from the member opposite. I just wish he had the same passion when he sent the troops to Iraq without the tax-free benefits, which we then, February 2016, with the Society of working with the Finance Minister, we got the tax-free exemption. Mr. Speaker, I asked for the members to take politics out of defence, but unfortunately, it would have been great if the member opposite told me about their rules that they placed in 2014 that brought the benefits down. It's okay, Mr. Speaker. I gave the direction to the Chief of Defence Staff to take a look at this, and we will fix this problem.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister knows its faults. We demonstrated before that the first danger pay was implemented by us. The Liberals, who spend so freely, but they generously made cuts to our soldiers deployed in Iraq fighting the Islamic State. $1,800 a month were taken by the Liberals from soldier spouses who have to make ends meet until the end of the mission, and it's shameful. And yet, the Liberals seem open to fixing their mistake. Now, will they support our motion, fix their mistake, and re-establish danger pay for all our soldiers deployed fighting the Islamic State?
Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, the previous government are the ones that actually sent our troops to Iraq without the tax-free benefit. In February 2016, we corrected this problem, but rules that were placed in 2015 by the previous government that brought the benefits back down. Now that I realize that those rules are in place, we're looking at them, and the CDS will be making recommendations so that we can fix this problem once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
In committee, the Minister for Small Business said that the Liberal promise to reduce taxes on small business was, quote, a great soundbite and, quote, a great headline. But at the end of the day, they weren't really going to do it. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, the old Liberal arrogance is alive and kicking. First, they steal an NDP policy. Then they abandon that promise in their very first budget, and now the minister is bragging about it. So will the Liberals do the right thing tomorrow and reinstate the tax break for small businesses? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business and Tourism.
Speaker, Canadians elected our government on a plan to grow the economy and strengthen the middle class, and we are delivering on that commitment. Over the last 6 months, almost 220,000 jobs were created, the majority of which were full-time, and the majority which were created by small and medium-sized enterprises. This is the strongest 6 months of job growth in almost a decade. This is evidence that our plan is working. We will continue to make the necessary investments in Budget 2017 to continue to strengthen the middle class and to grow the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, many were shocked by the announced cuts to the United States Environmental Protection Agency, including severe cuts to bilateral commitments on the Great Lakes. Canadians will be further concerned to learn how this Liberal government also intends to make cuts to water protection. The minister likes to talk about her deep commitment to the Great Lakes, yet not only is her government continuing the substantial cuts put forward by the Harper regime, they're going even further. Will the Liberals restore funding to these vital initiatives, or will they continue to be all talk and little action for our treasured waters?
The The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in Washington last week on Great Lakes Day, where I made it perfectly clear to Americans, to my counterpart, that we need continued American investment in the Great Lakes, that we need to be working together. 40 million people rely on the Great Lakes for clean drinking water. It's an engine of the economy. We cannot have things like Asian carp come and destroy our Great Lakes, and we're going to continue pushing with the United States to work to clean up our Great Lakes.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, more details have now emerged about the Prime Minister's New Year's vacation. Taxpayers now know they're on the hook for over $120,000, and that's not even counting whatever the numerous ethics investigations are going to cost. The Prime Minister made a conscious decision that it's the responsibility of the taxpayer to pay for his luxury travel. When did the Prime Minister forget that it's his job to serve Canadians and not the other way around?
Great question. Honourable Government House Leader.
As has been the case for previous prime ministers, including the previous one, for security reasons, RCMP always accompanies prime ministers, whether for personal or business travel. One of the first things we did after taking office was to ask the clerk of the Privy Council office to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement of travel by sitting prime ministers, their families, and guests. Prior to our government taking office, no such policy existed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, lots of Canadian families travel by plane on a special getaway once a year. On these flights, you can buy a sandwich, maybe a Diet Coke, and a bag of chips for a snack. It's not great, but it certainly is reasonable. But what's not reasonable, Mr. Speaker, is over $1,700 worth of food and drinks for a 3-hour flight between Canada and the Bahamas, which is how much the taxpayer was billed by the Prime Minister getting to his private island vacation. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Just what in the world was the Prime Minister eating on that plane ride?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The work that we do in this place and for Canadians, we take very seriously. And as I have mentioned, and it has been the case for previous prime ministers, for security reasons, RCMP have always accompanied prime ministers, whether on personal or business travel. One of the first things we did when we took office was to ask the clerk of the Privy Council office to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement of travel by sitting prime ministers, their families, and guests. Prior to our government taking office, no such guidelines existed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Alors,
the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the media has reported that in the Canada 150 Fund, the majority of projects funded in Quebec are located, as though by coincidence, in Liberal ridings, 87% of those projects. And we know that Liberal MPs represent half of the ridings in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister for Canadian Heritage confirm to the House that 87% of funds allocated to her Liberal friends' ridings, if that was the case, does she find that acceptable? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Our vision for Canada 150 is community-based. For families all over the country, we are proud to have invested more than $130 million for projects that will be held in several communities in all regions, and that will have a significant impact in all of the country's ridings. Our objective is, of course, to make sure that there is a fair regional distribution. 2017 will be a big year, and, of course, we invite all Canadians to celebrate regardless of their political stripes.
Johns East.
Mr. Speaker, high-growth companies and small to medium-sized enterprises are key drivers of Canada's economic growth. In January, our government launched Accelerated Growth Services, a pilot program in Atlantic Canada to help coordinate access by high-growth companies to the innovation, trade, finance, and other support services that are available across various government departments. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development please update this House on how Accelerated Growth Services are already updating.
Honourable Minister of Innovation. What's that button? You getting shade?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from St. John's East for his question, his hard work and leadership.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all 32 MPs from Atlantic Canada for their leadership and hard work in really driving the Atlantic Growth Strategy. As part of this strategy, Mr. Speaker, we've expanded the Accelerated Growth Strategy. This is a one-stop shop that will help small businesses grow and expand in that region, Mr. Speaker. And we've identified 28 companies as part of this pilot initiative. This is very important for Atlantic Canada. This is very important for growth and jobs, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were very hopeful that the inquiry into murdered and missing Aboriginal women and girls would lead to a brighter future, but families are losing patience. It's been 8 months now, and we now hear that the commissioners only have 90 names on their database, and that hundreds and hundreds of families are waiting to hear from them. The minister needs to take action. There's some very simple fixes to this issue. She needs to break down bureaucratic barriers and ensure the inquiry gets the necessary information to do their jobs.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
To ending this ongoing national tragedy. We're confident that the Commission has the tools, resources and the networks to provide the families with the support they need. I can confirm that the government officials are scheduled to meet with the Commission to discuss how best to utilize the information and resources already provided. We remain steadfast to our commitment and will continue to work collaboratively with all parties to ensure the Commission is ready to hear from families this spring.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, La Presse reported that since 2010, the percentage of bilingual employees in most of the airports of Canada has gone down. This information coincides with the tabling of today's report of the Official Languages Commissioner, which reveals many problems when it comes to offering bilingual services in our airports. What does the Minister of Heritage plan to do to make sure that bilingualism and to promote equality is promoted throughout our airports all over the country? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Bilingualism is extremely important for our government, as well as the Official Languages Act. Services that are offered through the federal system must, of course, be in line with the Official Languages Act. We take that very seriously. And, of course, we are responsible for safety in our airports, but we insist that it be done with respect and with courtesy and by respecting official languages. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada fully understands the role that mining exploration companies play to support middle-class families and Indigenous communities, as well as to help build a clean, green economy. Can the Minister of Natural Resources inform the House as to what the government is doing to help Canada remain one of the world's prime destinations for mining, exploration, and development? Thank you. The Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Nickel Belt for his excellent question. Recently, I announced that our government will extend by 1 year the tax credit for mining exploration. This tax credit will help exploration companies fund projects and contribute to creating good jobs, including in northern and Indigenous communities.
Mr. Speaker, many veterans struggle in finding meaningful employment after leaving the service. On transitioning to civilian life, the Liberals promised to engage with stakeholders like Monster.ca to use military skills translators to help our vets find work, including jobs in the public service. The U.S. uses this same algorithm, helping their soldiers find jobs, but we've heard nothing from the Liberals on this campaign promise. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain, with a real answer for veterans, why the Liberals are dragging its feet on this campaign promise?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and his commitment to veterans across Canada. We are committed to finding veterans more work in both the public sector as well as the private sector. Since the passing of the Veterans for Public Service Hiring Act in 2014, we have brought on board a mandate through me to the rest of my cabinet colleagues as well as to deputy ministers to look at more ways to hire more veterans. We're also investigating opportunities with the private sector to build those bridges and get those opportunities for our veterans and their families to better their lives. We'll continue to do that in our department.
Honourable Member for Repentigny. President Trump wants to eliminate funding to clean up the Great Lakes. But the Great Lakes are the source of the St. Lawrence River, and many Quebecers use it for drinking water. The mayors around the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence, as well as environmental groups, remind us that protecting water is essential. It is 5 to midnight, Mr. Speaker. Will Ottawa abandon Quebec yet again and sacrifice the quality of their water, or can we be guaranteed that the waters of the St. Lawrence will not be threatened by American cuts? The Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in Washington last week where I met representatives of each party in the United States. I met mayors, I met environmentalists, and I was very clear. Canada recognizes that there is an obligation to protect the Great Lakes as well as the St. Lawrence. I said that to my American counterpart. I was very clear that we have to work together with the United States in order to make sure that the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence remain important to the environment. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, we met forestry representatives, and it's clear that the softwood lumber conflict is going to resume in a few weeks. Last time, the federal government caused 15,000 jobs to be lost in Quebec. 15,000 jobs. That means a lot of people, families, villages, and regions are impacted. Our forestry workers need guaranteed loans to face the next conflict. Will the Ottawa yet again abandon our people? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the forestry sector is important for Canada. We have started a broad conversation with the provinces that could be affected by new measures. We will take concerted measures to protect jobs in our country. Canadians can count on us. I believe that the Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille has
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House, while recognizing the importance of debate on matters of public interest, is deeply disturbed by the disdainful prejudices and stereotypes in a Maclean's article on March 20th, which denigrates the Quebec nation and condemns Quebecophobia that is gaining ground in Canada. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion? No. No, there's no unanimous consent.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during the question period, I believe that the Minister of Defense misspoke, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to correct the record when he said that we sent troops to Iraq without any support. And I can tell you that the danger was, and he actually has an order paper that he's tabled in this House under his signature. And I'd like to point out to him, if you looked at question number 8.
This is a matter of debate. If the Honourable Minister doesn't... Order. This is a matter of debate. I don't think it's appropriate for the Minister. This can be carried on in debate at another time, but it is debate. It's not a point of order. I'm sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's intervention and his allegation, and this is in regards to the point of order that was raised earlier today, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's intervention and his allegation that the government is seeking to legislate Bill C-24 through the supply bill for the supplementary estimate C. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker, and let me explain. Remuneration amounts for payment are established in the Salaries Act.
Order. Members are concerned. Apparently, maybe not aware there was a major point of order raised earlier. Okay, and this member indicated he would come back to the House to respond to that point of order, which he's now doing, on a substantive point. So I ask members to either listen carefully or involve themselves in whatever other activities they may have to be involved in. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start from my second paragraph, if I may. Remuneration amounts for the payment are established in the Salaries Act for ministers with a portfolio. Ministers of state who preside over a Ministry of State and the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. This statute does not authorize remuneration for either ministers without a portfolio listed in the Salaries Act or ministers of state who do not preside over a Minister of State. Therefore, the Vote 1C wording contained in the supply bill for certain organizations provides the authority to make such payments. Using a supply bill to authorize such payments is a long-standing arrangement going back at least to 1995. At that time, the authority appeared only in the program expenditures vote on the Privy Council office. Since 2007-2008, the authority appears to in programs or operating expenditure vote of each department that could potentially support a minister without a portfolio or a Minister of State who does not preside over the Ministry of State. With respect to Bill C-24, with the exception of the Minister of La Francophonie, the individuals appointed on November 4, 2015 to positions of Minister of Science, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and Minister of Status of Women are remunerated under Vote 1C. When the Bill C-24 receives royal assent, it would authorize payment under the Salaries Act, and Vote 1C would no longer be used for this purpose in future estimates, Mr. Speaker. The payment under Vote 1C not only respects the supplementary estimates process, it is also fully within the legal mandate and authority of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I'll be coming back to the House with a decision on this point of order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration and opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Ambrose regarding Budget 2017.
Debate. Order. Order. I haven't recognized anyone yet. Order. And as I understand it, the next speaker is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Point of order, honourable member. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Senator Lanigan is rising on a point of order.
Away from my colleague, and I distinctly heard him stand and start speaking first before you recognize any member on the government side. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, since my colleagues from Cypress Hills Grasslands did speak first, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga, that the member from from Cypress Hills Grassland now be heard.
Yes.
Mr. Likuski, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, move that the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands be now heard. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed to please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lukiski, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moved that the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands now be heard. Is it the pleasure of... Will all those who support the motion please rise?
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Warawa. Sorry, Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr.
Mr. Cullen, back to Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Then
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
I got.
So not Aubin. Not Aubin.
Ramsey. Go to Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Paul River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont être...
All those who oppose the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hyde.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Everton. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr.
Mr.
Housefather.
Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif. Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Yeas pour 98, 98. Nays contre 175, 175.
I declare the motion defeated. Debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be sharing my time with the most honourable member from Davenport. And it's a happy day today, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow we are going to be witnessing Part 2 for Canada's middle class and how the middle class of Canada is going to be further advanced. And let's talk about Part 1, if I may, Mr. Speaker. When you think of Part 1, what I think about, what comes to my mind, is the middle-class tax break that was given to Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker. That was something that was really important, I believe, and very well received by...
Order. I would ask members to take their conversations out into the lobby. In fact, I'm giving them a moment or two as I say this to do so, and perhaps things will quiet down a bit. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe they'll reset the clock for me. Mr. Speaker, when I think in terms of the first budget, there's a number of elements out of that budget that I think that we should repeat and reinforce. Number one for me, as I've indicated, was the tax break for Canada's middle class.
Another aspect that was really important was the special tax that was created, an additional tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%. It's a redistribution of wealth to ensure that there's a higher sense of equality.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove is on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to listen to the member, and I'm hearing a lot of chatter from the other side. And if he would ask his colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to calm down so we can all listen to this intently. Thank you.
Well, I do notice that there remains, as is sometimes the case after votes and other things where many members are assembled, there is a lot of noise in the chamber, and I do see, though, that members are making their way to their respective lobbies, and so we'll invite the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as one of my colleagues across the way has suggested that I start over, I would love to start over. I would only ask that they reset that clock, that 10-minute clock. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to emphasize, as I started my speech just a minute ago, in regards to the importance of the first budget. And because tomorrow we're going to be witnessing part 2 of the first budget, and I'm anticipating that Canadians as a whole will welcome that budget, much like they've expressed so much appreciation for the first budget. And this is the reason why I believe that first budget was one that really benefited Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. I've made reference to the tax break for Canada's middle class. I've made reference to the special tax that was created for Canada's wealthiest 1%, which is a redistribution of wealth, that's something in which I believe is something that's really important to the constituents in which I represent. But, Mr. Speaker, there is so much more that was in that budget. You know, the Canada Child Benefit Program is literally, in the increase that this government has provided that program, is literally going to lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty. Many of those children are residents and call Winnipeg North their home, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't stop there. Think in terms of Canada's most vulnerable seniors. If a senior is receiving a guaranteed income supplement, Mr. Speaker, that means that their annual income is significantly low, and they face many hardships. One of the biggest increases was given to the guaranteed income supplement. Much like the Canada Child Benefit, as a direct result, tens of thousands of seniors are going to be lifted out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're talking about many residents in which I represent, Mr. Speaker. There is so much more to be optimistic about. We now have a government that genuinely understands that in order to build a great, strong country, you need to invest in infrastructure. We have a government that has made a commitment, a historical commitment in terms of the billions of dollars that we are putting into Canada's infrastructure. It does not matter what region of our great nation, you will find that there is a commitment to work with, whether it's municipalities, provinces, other stakeholders, to make sure that we realize in a very tangible way infrastructure projects that are going to create jobs, that are going to build Canada's infrastructure, which is going to assist us into the future, Mr. Speaker. That is good news. Now, we hear about what else is happening even beyond the budget, Mr. Speaker. You know, the opposition members talk about the creation of taxes. And they're somewhat misleading, Mr. Speaker. What they should be doing is they should be taking a look at what it is that the government was able to accomplish, things that the previous Harper government failed miserably at, Mr. Speaker. And let me give you 2 or 3 examples of that. Example 1, something in which I think that vast majority of Canadians are very supportive of, is the price on pollution that was created. People are concerned about our environment, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister goes to Paris along with others, stakeholders, including provincial representatives, Mr. Speaker. They go to Paris. They come back from Paris. There's a discussion and dialogue that takes place. Imagine premiers working with the Prime Minister, the different governments come up with an agreement where there will, in fact, be a price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians were so pleased when they saw the type of support that was there. Governments of all political stripes got behind it, Mr. Speaker. Even some of the former Conservative leaders are behind the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Only the Conservative Party, the party that has genuinely lost touch with what Canadians want, are the only party that's in opposition to having a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. And contrary to what the Conservatives try to say, that Ottawa is getting all this money as a result of it, that's just not true, Mr. Speaker. And they know it's not true, because the price on pollution and all the revenues that would be generated by that is going to the different provincial governments. And it's up to those provincial governments to determine what it is that they're going to be doing with that revenue. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is about having a vision for Canada. And for the first time in many years, we have a Prime Minister that has a long-term vision for this country, a country that's going to deliver in tangible ways to Canada's middle class and the many others aspiring to be a part of that middle class, Mr. Speaker. In fact, all of Canadians. And this is not the only file, the price on pollution. There is others. You know, for the first time, we now have, again, all premiers coming to the table, coming to an agreement in terms of the CPP. The CPP is about our workers of today and ensuring that they're going to have the finances for tomorrow when they retire, Mr. Speaker. Again, you have the Conservative Party across the way who have lost touch with what Canadians really think. They say, no, they do not support the CPP. But once again, you have provinces of all political stripes coming together, working with this government, and ultimately coming up to, again, a historical agreement, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we are, in fact, taking and providing that much more for individuals that are working today for when they retire into the future, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, the good news doesn't stop there either. You know, we have, for example, the issue of health care. If you ask Canadians, one of the issues that Canadians often most identify with, and I had this discussion with my daughter just the other night, and we talked about the importance of health care to the constituents in which we both represent in the north end of Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you that whether it is provincial or here in Ottawa, that both of us have a role to play. And we have a Minister of Health who has done a phenomenal job by going out, reaching out to the different provinces, and now we have, Mr. Speaker, an agreement with all provinces with the exception of one. And I won't say which one it is, Mr. Speaker, but rather I'm hopeful that that province too will join in on an agreement. Why do I raise those three issues in particular? Primarily because I want Canadians to know and to believe that not only do we have a government that takes a very proactive approach at building our country, at providing support for Canada's middle class, but also that's prepared to work with other levels of government in order to get the job done. And that is something in which this government is time and time again demonstrating. So now we go into tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a good day for Canadians because I believe what they're going to be seeing tomorrow from the Minister of Finance, representing the decisions that have been made, whether it's through our caucus, through the Cabinet, or through working with the Prime Minister's office, that you're going to see a reflection of what Canadians really want to see. And I say that because we have consistently had a Prime Minister that has told not only the Liberal members of Parliament, but all members of Parliament, that he wants members of Parliament and encourages them to represent the interests of their ridings here in Ottawa, not the interests of Ottawa in their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And I take that challenge from the Prime Minister seriously, and that's one of the reasons why I always take the opportunity to share my thoughts with ministers and other members of this privileged chamber, Mr. Speaker. I think that the opportunities and the type of budget that we're going to see tomorrow is going to be a continuation of what it is that we saw in 2016, 2017 budget, and that's the reason why I believe that today is also a good day, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for allowing me the few minutes to be able to share what I could have been a half-hour speech, because there are so many wonderful things that we can be very happy about in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening intently to my colleague speak, and he talked a number of times about putting a price on pollution. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that one of the first actions the Environment Minister took upon election last fall in 2015 was to allow the City of Montreal to dump 8 billion litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. I wonder if my colleague could answer what was the price of pollution on that? Or a year later, when Quebec City authorized another 86 million litres of raw sewage to go into the St. Lawrence River. What was the price of pollution on those acts of pollution that severely polluted our waters? And then finally, Mr. Speaker, a second question. So I'd like an answer to those. And then the second one, in terms of the deficit, we were promised the maximum $10 billion deficit. We know it's gone to $30 billion, but the really disturbing part, Mr. Speaker, is that the interest costs alone on these deficits are increasing by $15 billion per year. $15 billion a year of interest alone added to our budget. I wonder if we can count on another $15 billion added because of the budget tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, first, Mr. Speaker, if I may, in regards to the price on pollution, the most important thing that Ottawa demonstrate is its ability to work with many different stakeholders and to demonstrate very strong leadership. And the leadership that we have seen on the environmental file has come not only from the minister responsible for the environment, but I would suggest to you right from the Prime Minister of Canada, where we have made a genuine commitment to work with others, demonstrate strong national leadership, something that was missing in the previous 10 years. In regards to the deficit, I put it up as a cautionary note. Members across the way need to realize that Stephen Harper had the highest deficit than any other prime minister of well over $150 billion. Stephen Harper took a budget surplus and converted it into a budget deficit even before the recession kicked in, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I pointed out the way I have is that the Liberal Party would be best advised not to take advice from the Conservatives on deficits.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. And he talked about how we should get ready for Part 2 of the middle-class budget. I'm hoping this time that he'll actually include the middle class, the 17.9 million Canadians that got nothing from their middle-class tax break, those that earn $23 an hour and work full-time, that got left out last year in the so-called middle-class tax break. You know, Mr. Speaker, he also touched on being in touch, that other parties are out of touch with Canadians. I mean, this is a party that couldn't be more out of touch with working-class people. In the last budget, they forgot about working-class people. People in my riding have high unemployment. In the Alberni Valley, mills are closing. In Qualicum, Parksville, seniors can't afford medicine. In Courtenay, you can't get a livable wage and you can't find a good-paying job. Mr. Speaker, they talk about a 1% tax break for the rich. What about closing CEO tax option loopholes? What about ending tax havens and tax deals for the super rich? Talk about getting out of touch. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a real budget for middle-class Canadians, and it'll include the 17.9 million Canadians that are working, that got totally left behind last year. It's their turn. I hope this government actually follows through with their promise of real change and including the middle class and helping those that aren't in it to join the middle class.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member across the way is factually wrong. And that's as simple as I can put it. The member needs to realize that the New Democratic Party voted against, and it's a fairly long list, Mr. Speaker. They voted against a special tax on Canada's rich. They voted against a middle-class tax break, Mr. Speaker. They voted against a substantial increase to the Canada Child Benefit that would have delivered tens of thousands of children out of poverty. They voted against increasing the income of Canada's poorest seniors. Again, once again, delivering tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. The NDP have done what I believe, something I would never have thought they would have done. Here, last year, we had one of the most progressive budgets in our country's history, and they actually voted against it, Mr. Speaker. I suspect it has something to do with the mentality that they had in the last general election when they said that they would balance the budget at absolutely all costs. We know, Mr. Speaker, that if they had to revisit that decision, they'd probably back away, but they don't have the courage to admit that they would back away from it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is such a pleasure to rise in the House this afternoon to speak on the Opposition Day motion on Budget 2017, a budget which is to be announced tomorrow by our Honourable Finance Minister Bill Morneau at 4 p.m. One part of the opposition motion being debated in this
I do see the Honourable Member for Order. I see the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou rising on a point of order.
No, I think we've been here over a year and a half now, and so certainly the protocol around mentioning members' names should be adhered to. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. I note that the Honourable Member for Davenport did catch your error on that, and I think it's useful to remind all Honourable Members we try to avoid, and in fact should avoid, the use of proper names in the course or any references to other Honourable Members in the House. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. Mr. Speaker, it is such a pleasure to rise in the House this afternoon to speak on the Opposition Day motion on Budget 2017, a budget which is to be announced tomorrow by our Minister of Finance at 4 p.m. One part of the opposition motion being debated in this venerable House today focuses on youth, asking that the 2017 budget provide immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis. I want to thank my fellow member for her concern for Canada's young people. Know that this is also an issue of great importance for the residents of my riding of Davenport, and especially for the Davenport Youth Council, who have identified youth unemployment as a key issue for them. In the time I have today, I will be relaying how youth has been a key focus for our government, outlining key initiatives introduced over the last year, and indicating that there's no doubt that youth will continue to be a key focus for our government moving forward. One of the things that our government understands clearly is that Canada's prosperity will increasingly depend on young Canadians getting the education and the experience they need to prepare for the jobs of today and of tomorrow. One of my very favorite quotes by our Prime Minister is that if we do not give everyone a chance to succeed, we do not live up to the potential of Canada. And now more than ever, Mr. Speaker, all governments at every level need to do all we can to help our youth, to set them up, to get them started, to support them, to do all we can to give them the best start on their road to achieving their potential. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians need to have access to meaningful work from the beginning of their careers. A large part of our success as a country rests on our youth, but unfortunately, they still face barriers to employment. As such, I am pleased to let you know that we have been taking concrete measures to help young Canadians enter the workforce and contribute to our country's economy. One of those initiatives that we have launched is the Expert Panel on Youth Employment in October of 2016. We've launched it as a way to improve youth opportunities, job opportunities for all youth. And what we have found, the panel's actually found that the panel's findings are key in identifying future investments, including ways to enhance the youth employment strategy, which is also known as YES. Indeed, in Budget 2016, funding for the Youth Employment Strategy was increased by almost $300 million. And that funding is being used in 4 very specific ways. One is to create new green jobs for youth, so occupations that are involved in preserving or restoring the environment, or jobs in renewable energy or energy efficiency. The second way that the funding is used is increasing the number of youth who have access to the Skills Link program. Very important program that is available, particularly for youth that are disadvantaged in a number of ways. The third way the funding is being used is to increase opportunities for young Canadians who want to work in the arts sector, a sector that's very popular and very rich and diverse in my own riding of Davenport. And lastly, the funding is being used to increase the number of summer jobs offered through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And let me tell you, I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, that both last summer and this summer, our government has more than doubled the number of jobs available through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And the reason it's important to highlight that is because that increases the mentorship for our youth, it increases their job experience, and it helps them to more quickly get started in their future careers. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are also many youth initiatives that fall under the umbrella of skills and employment that support all Canadians. And after extensive consultation with experts, employers, and labour and service providers, we have finalized amended agreements with each of the provincial and territorial governments to provide an additional $175 million in labour market training for youth, for a total of close to $3 billion. Included in this amount is $125 million in funding for labour market agreements and $50 million in funding for the Canada Job Fund. Now, turning our attention to the trades, Mr. Speaker, one of the most promising career paths for young Canadians today is in the skilled trades. Tradespeople play an important role in our economy and our society. We all depend on the work of skilled trades, and we want to encourage more youth to take advantage of good, well-paying jobs in skilled trades. Therefore, the federal government is providing support to Skills Canada to actively promote careers in skilled trades and technologies to Canadian youth by working with local organizations, educators, and governments right across Canada. We are making significant investments in apprenticeship through the Red Seal program, and we're offering numerous federal supports, including grants, loans, tax credits, and EI benefits during in-school training. In addition, our government's providing over $800 million to individuals for the progression and the completion of their apprenticeship training through grants. Our government is working with provinces and territories to make apprenticeship training more consistent across the country, and this will help support apprentice mobility, help apprentices complete their training, and give employers access to a larger pool of workers. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government and indeed the nation recognizes that unions play an important role in training their members for careers in the trade, and as such, to support their efforts, Budget 2016 provided $85.4 million over 5 years, starting in 2016-2017, to develop a new framework to support union-based apprenticeship program. And I do want to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that in Davenport we have a lot of union workers. Most of them are in the building trades. And there's a lot of youth that are very interested in a career in trades because they pay very good pay. They provide good paying jobs, and these good paying jobs will help them to support their families and their communities in the future. The federal government is also addressing the importance of demand-driven education and training through the Student Work Integrated Learning Program. And so I'm specifically talking to training and funding for training, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's equally important in terms of setting our youth up for the future and for their future careers and to achieving their future potential. Budget 2016 announced an investment of $73 million over 4 years to support partnerships between employers and willing post-secondary educational institutions. The program will help ensure students develop the foundational entrepreneurial and business skills required to secure meaningful employment in high-demand occupations in the fields of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and business. We need to continue to work with colleges and universities to prepare the next generation of Canadian youth for the highly skilled jobs that are out there. And we need to ensure that Canadian employers can bring about and benefit from co-op and work-integrated learning opportunities. And so I just want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that there are so many companies and businesses in Davenport that are very excited about this. That more and more of our companies are actually working with post-secondary education to make sure that there's the right training and the right education that's provided to our youth, and it sets them up to more quickly enter the workforce and more quickly start developing their careers. So I think we're going to see more and more of this in the future. I also want to talk about Indigenous youth for 1 minute. It's another key focus for the Davenport Youth Council, my community. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House is aware of our commitment, this government's commitment to restoring fairness and opportunity to Indigenous people, including Indigenous youth. And one way to help Indigenous youth receive training and find jobs is through the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy, also known as ASSETS. And it's through this program that we've been working with Indigenous organizations to further strengthen their capacity to provide job training and to wraparound supports. Our government has engaged with Indigenous stakeholders to see how we can improve and strengthen the Indigenous labor marketing programming for a future longer-term strategy. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that I'm starting to run out of time, but I also want to mention that our government has provided quite a bit of support for Canada student loans and grants because we know how expensive that education and training actually costs. And we're doing everything we can to make sure that for low-income Canadians and for middle-class Canadians, youth are not going to suffer and they will be able to have access to the grants that they're looking for and to the education that they seek so that they can set themselves up in terms of education, in terms of skill training for the jobs of today and tomorrow. I'm going to sort of move right towards the end. Just to say that, Mr. Speaker, we've accomplished a lot, but we know that there's a lot more to do. We know that the job market is evolving and changing, and that's true in particular for young Canadians, and that's why we're making such historic investments in skills, training, and education. I look forward to the budget announcement tomorrow, and I'm sure that we will continue to support our youth in the future. On behalf of the residents of Davenport, I want to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak today, and I very much welcome questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have listened to the debate throughout the day. And what I haven't heard the government address in any terms is what is a significant issue. And the significant issue is the fact that they took what was a surplus. They promised a $10 billion deficit. They've turned it into a $30 billion deficit with no end in sight. I don't know if my colleague has young children, but it's her children and her grandchildren who are going to be forced to pay for their inability to spend within their means. Certainly the economy is stronger than it was last year when there was a surplus budget. So I would like to ask her, does she suggest that the minister must put in this budget a path back to balance that fulfills our commitment of being in balance by 2019?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. You know, when I was canvassing in the last election, I can tell you that I spoke to many families, to many youth, and they said that education's expensive. They said that life is expensive, and so they were very much attracted to the Liberal team at that point, and now the government, because of our desire to invest in the middle class and to invest in youth and to invest in our future. And so that is why we've introduced our Canada Child Benefit. That's why we provided a tax break for the middle class. That's why we've provided all the programs and all the investment that I spent 10 minutes actually highlighting today. I want Canadians to know, and I want the residents of Davenport to know, that we are spending Canadian money in a responsible way, and I think we'll be hearing more about that spending tomorrow when our Minister of Finance makes the announcement around Budget 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. We know that in Canada, the real job creators are small business people. They are the people that are driving our economy. They sit on our volunteer boards and our local governments, and they're struggling to make ends meet. When we look at, when we talk to small business people in our communities, they're having a hard time paying rent to pay their employees' wages. And what we've seen actually over the last 25 years is we've seen a significant tax reduction for Canada's largest corporations. We've seen a reduction from 28% to 15%, and actually under the Conservative government we saw it go from 22 to 15%. We didn't see the job creation that was promised. Instead, what we saw was Canada's largest corporations having record profits, hoarding tons of money, CEOs earning more money than ever before, seeing corporations shipping money to tax havens and out of the country and avoid paying taxes here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more. They want to see us invest in our local communities, into our small business people. I want to ask the member, why are we choosing Canada's largest corporations, Canada's CEOs, over small business people, the people that are building our communities? And I asked the member, if this Liberal government, what are they waiting for when it comes to making big companies assume their fair share of the tax burden? And are they going to provide relief to small business people and put them as a priority? Because Canadians expect that we're going to take care of the people that are building our communities, that are serving our communities, and that's the small business people. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Speaker, it's such a pleasure to answer that question. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I don't agree with this premise, though, that we are trying to pit sort of or favour sort of large corporations over small businesses. I think that what we're trying to do in Canada is create a strong economy so it's beneficial for all businesses. I also think we're trying to create a strong middle class and those who are trying to join it, so that the stronger that they are, the stronger our overall economy will be. And that's the reason we introduced our middle-class tax cut, and we've talked about that quite a bit in the House. I also want to let you know that the small businesses in my riding really love the Summer Jobs Program. It actually allows them to actually hire local students. It helps to support their own businesses, and it helps them to also support jobs. And so they're very excited about that. The other thing that small businesses are so excited about, I represent the largest Portuguese community in the country. They're really excited about CETA. Many of the small businesses in my riding are doing businesses in Europe, and so they like agreements like CETA that will provide benefits not only to Canadian small businesses, but also abroad. And finally, I'd like to mention, I've mentioned a couple of times the Davenport Youth Council. They're so active. One of their key concerns was small businesses in Davenport. And so it's something that we want to be active on, or they want to be active on. They want to make sure that the Canadian government continues to be active on in terms of supporting not only small businesses, but our overall economy in general. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Edmonton Manning. Today, my Conservative colleagues and I are calling on the Liberal government to take 4 very simple and very concrete steps going forward. These actions will benefit everyday Canadians. 1, we call for no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students. 2, we call for immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis we currently face in our country. 3, we call upon the government to put a credible plan in place to return to a balanced budget by 2019, as was promised to Canadians. And lastly, number 4, we call upon the Liberals to halt all plans to sell Canadian airports to finance their reckless spending. Today, my Conservative colleagues and I are doing what we do each and every day in this House. We are standing up for Canadian taxpayers. We're standing up for those who work hard to make ends meet, to pay their mortgage, to put food on their table, to fuel their car, to care for their children, to enjoy life. We're taking a stand for those who don't have a job but who desperately desire to have one. We're taking a stand for the students who have invested countless of hours, time, and energy into earning a degree and who are now looking for meaningful employment. We're taking a stand for business owners who have taken risks for the sake of pursuing a dream and by doing so have created jobs and contribute to the well-being of our economy. Today, we're taking a stand for the young and the old and all of those in between. And not only that, we're taking a stand for the generations that are still to come after us. Because when all is said and done, we recognize that the decisions that are made today will impact those tomorrow. We must do all that we can to ensure a vibrant future for those who come after us. Today, we're calling on the government to join us in this endeavour, an endeavour that will serve each and every Canadian. And although all points of the motion before us today are certainly worthy of attention, I will focus the majority of my time advocating on behalf of Canada's young people. Since being elected by the people of Lethbridge 17 months ago, I have had the privilege of travelling from coast to coast to talk to young people across our country. And without exception, they have made one thing very clear to me. Despite the Finance Minister's damning position on job creation for young Canadians, calling it job churn, it will not be tolerated by the rising generation. They're insisting that things can and should be different, and I agree. Allow me to hone in on my home province of Alberta for just a moment. It's no secret that Alberta is facing a jobs crisis. From 2015 to 2017, the unemployment rate doubled, going from 4.4 to 8.8%. Today, 220,000 Albertans are out of work, and youth unemployment sits at 13.5%. During November and December, I held 6 roundtables throughout my province, where I talked to young people with regards to their job prospects. Overwhelmingly, they reported feeling discouraged by the labour market and the lack of opportunities that are available to them. Many have worked hard to earn their degrees, and they would like the opportunity to use them. Others are seeking to save for their education, travel, save for a house. Others are looking for a job in order to provide for their families, and still others are just simply looking to pay the bills and get by. The state of Alberta's economy makes it extremely difficult for young professionals. With a significant cohort of unemployed skilled workers who are now flooding entry-level positions, young professionals are actually faced with a huge disadvantage because there's qualified competitors now that are competing for a very small number of jobs. Meanwhile, statistics show that students who gain experience related to their area of study are 66% more likely to find a job after graduating. But unfortunately, they are finding it extremely difficult to find co-op placements, paid internship opportunities, or student summer positions. And although I have zeroed in on Alberta, the reality is these problems plague Canada's young people residing in every corner of our great country. In the fall, I had the opportunity to meet with members of the student union at the university in PEI and with another student organization in Fredericton. Like those in Alberta, these students are also faced with very few job prospects and are feeling overwhelmingly discouraged. Today, more than 190,000 Canadian young people are unemployed and looking for work. As we all know, higher education comes at a cost. Now, I believe that it's good for students to invest in their training and their education. We know that investment spurs greater responsibility and ownership. That said, I also recognize that students are graduating with increasingly large amounts of debt, and they need meaningful, well-paying jobs in order to be able to pay it off. But here's what concerns me, just as much as the youth unemployment rate does, and that is the number of young people who are having to settle for part-time or precarious work. The Minister of Finance told Canada's young people that they'll just have to get used to job churn. I disagree. By creating an environment of economic prosperity, the government can and should support businesses in their desire to grow and create meaningful and stable employment to those who are starting out in the labour market. The Prime Minister promised to create, and I quote, 40,000 good youth jobs each year from 2016 to 2018. But sadly, like most of his other promises, this one has not materialized. According to the final 2016 job numbers published in February, only 9,000 jobs were created last year for workers between the ages of 16 and 24. This is the net number after we account for the 40,000 full-time jobs that were lost from Canada's economy and the 49,000 part-time jobs that were created. In other words, all of the jobs that were gained by young people in our country were in the sphere of part-time work only. The Prime Minister also promised to create 35,000 summer jobs for students through the Summer Jobs Grant, as mentioned by our former member who spoke. At the end of August 2016, Statistics Canada reported that when employment rates were compared year over year, there were 48,000 fewer jobs for young people than the year before. Now, coincidentally, that year before, when there were 48,000 jobs, or sorry, 48,000 more jobs, that's when we, this side, the Conservatives, were in power. Now, the Liberals also promised to invest $160 million to create co-op placements for students in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and business programs. Shortly after making that promise, however, the Prime Minister relented and brought that number down to only $73 million. That's half of what he originally promised. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has two main responsibilities. One, to keep Canadians safe, and two, to facilitate an environment of economic prosperity. Today, my Conservative colleagues and I are calling on this Liberal government to live up to its mandate. During our time travelling across Canada, one of the things Canada's youth have recommended to me is that the federal government provide a tax incentive to employers who are willing to hire young people. This, of course, makes sense because it would empower job creators to do just that, create jobs. And specifically, these jobs would be targeted at those who are just entering the workforce. Furthermore, when it comes to looking out for the economic well-being of Canada's youth, we are calling upon the government to champion our oil and gas sector, as this has significant economic benefit for young workers from across Canada. And finally, we are calling on the government to balance the budget, as we know that sensible fiscal management is absolutely essential to secure long-term prosperity for Canadians from all generations, but especially for those who will inherit the outcomes of today's decisions. My colleagues and I on this side of the House are calling on the Liberal government to act today, to act responsibly for the sake of those who inherit this great nation tomorrow.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, there is a common thread that Conservative members across the way like to raise, and that is the issue of the deficit. And I'm wondering if the member across the way can explain to me that while Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, budget after budget, there was a deficit, a significant deficit, to the degree in which in total you had over $150 billion that it was accumulated. And best case scenario for the opposition is that it's debatable whether or not it was left in a deficit situation. We would argue that it was left in a deficit situation. So my question to the member is when did the Conservatives have this road to Damascus experience where all of a sudden you don't have, or deficits are bad? Because every year that Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, they had a deficit. But now, Mr. Speaker, they seem to feel that deficits are bad. I don't quite understand. When did that conversion take place?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives were in government, the world was facing a bit of an economic crisis. Now, that said, it would be fair then to compare economies from around the globe. Canada fared at the very highest point. And so, with regards to the Honourable Member's question, let's compare apples to apples here. At the end of the day, we left this government, to my left, over here, with a balanced budget. And they took that balanced budget, and that surplus, I apologize, we left them with a surplus, and they took that surplus and they let it spoil. They wasted it. And now today, my generation, and the generation that comes after me, is going to have to pay for the indecisions of this government.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe we should get a little bit more factual here. When Stephen Harper had taken office, he was left a multi-billion-dollar surplus. That wasn't in question at all. He had a multi-billion-dollar surplus. Before the recession even began, he turned that billions of dollars surplus into a deficit. So how can the member across the way, and I would ask her to explain on behalf of the Conservative Party, how can they have this attitudes of today's deficits are bad when every year Stephen Harper had a deficit, even during good times, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his theatrical question. A couple of points here, I guess. Number one, When the Conservatives took government, it should be pointed out that the Liberals were the former governing party, and they had actually just cut back spending drastically with regards to provincial transfers, particularly around the area of health care. And so they may claim to show fiscal management, but really what they did is they actually gutted the provinces from the money that was rightfully theirs. The second thing that should be noted, Mr. Speaker, is this. Within our first few years of government, we actually paid over $40 billion of the national debt. That was done on behalf of the generations that were to come after us, Mr. Speaker. That is behalf of the youth of this nation. That, Mr. Speaker, is responsible leadership.
We have time for one more question and response. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague's response to what have been very fact-free questions in terms of the record of the Conservative government. And I would like her to perhaps compare and contrast the situation that is facing us now as opposed to when deficits were necessary, and indeed the Liberals at the time asked us to spend more than we were. But they're very, very different circumstances, so I perhaps would like her to share why different solutions are needed for different times.
Member for Lethbridge.
Sure. I thank my colleague for her question. We certainly are looking at very different times than when Stephen Harper was leading, the Honourable Stephen Harper, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, I should say, was leading government. At that point in time, of course, as I mentioned briefly before, we were facing a world downturn in the economy. And so, of course, we were struggling through that, which meant that, yes, there was some deficit that was created within this country. At this point in time, we're not facing that same downturn on a world stage. We're not even facing that downturn here within our own country. And so there is absolutely no reason that this government should be taking on the amounts of debt load that it is, the deficit that it is. I should also note that the Prime Minister, he made a promise to Canadians, and that promise was that he would only incur $10 billion worth of deficit. And that number has grown quite large to now over 30. That is worth noting.
Before we get to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert in respect to Canadian heritage, the Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman in respect to national defence, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Ladysmith in regards to the status of women. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, I traveled with the Standing Committee on Finance across the country as a part of the pre-budget consultations. We heard from academics and business leaders, from farmers and trade unions, from students and senior citizens. One thing that they had in common was a concern about the direction of Canada's finance. When the previous Conservative government left office, the nation's budget was balanced. We had come out with a difficult recession when the government had been compelled to put billions of dollars into economic stimulus measures. That sort of spending was no longer necessary in 2015. The Conservative government had the economy in good shape. We had weathered the recession, and Canada had been praised internationally for the soundness of its banking system and the economic policies of its government. What a difference 18 months can make. Now we have a government that hasn't a clue about fiscal management, led by a Prime Minister who believes in some magical way that budgets balance themselves. If he truly believed that, then we can expect no new taxes when the Minister of Finance rises in the House of Commons tomorrow to table his new budget. Canadians who are already struggling at this government has increased the tax burden on the middle class will have nothing to fear. There will be no carbon tax on seniors and students. And by the way, that carbon tax that raising the price of everything almost that the Canadians doing or touching. Those of us who live in the real world know better. We know that this government has spending problem and not a revenue problem. There isn't a trendy program at home or internationally that is not supported by this government with a huge chunks of taxpayers' dollars. No one on the government side ever asks if Canada can afford this reckless spending. No one on the government side asks how the endless borrowing will be repaid. They expect the Conservatives to clean up after their fiscal mess when we win the next election in 2019. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Finance admit to this House that the problem is not one of inadequate government revenues? Ask anyone. As I had the opportunity to do so as the Finance Committee traveled the country, they will tell you that taxes are already too high and the government wastes the money it does receive. Will the Minister commit to not raising taxes on hard-working Canadians until he's able to get his fiscal house in order? Can the Minister tell this House when he expects he will be able to bring government spending under control and balance the budget? Or will he continue to pretend that borrowed money never had to be paid back? How can the government promote thrift and savings to Canadian citizens where it refuses to lead by example? Where is the credibility in that? Before the people of Edmonton Manning asked me to represent them in this House, I was a business owner, an entrepreneur. I can read a balance sheet. I understand about profit and loss. I know about the need to return on investment if a business is to be successful. In the early years of a business, as a company is getting established, it's not surprising if operating costs are high and the business does not turn a profit. There are capital expenditures upfront perhaps, or extra personnel cost in launching a new venture. But after a few years, if the business is well run, it starts to turn a profit, and that profit makes up for losses in the early years. Government is not the same thing as a business. There is no profit and loss in serving the public, but some of the principles are the same and supposed to be the same. A business that is always in the red does not stay in business very long. When you have to always borrow money to stay afloat, it is a sure sign of bad management, and eventually no one will loan you any more money and you have to shut down. When a government runs deficit after deficit, always borrowing money to pay for its spending, the cost of borrowings goes up every year and each year, and eventually lenders are unwilling to extend any more credits unless there's a plan to repay the money. Not just a theoretical plan, but something that the government actually is required to stick to. Those people who lend money, especially the major international lenders who deal in the billions, know very well that budgets do not balance themselves. Someone had to take a charge and reduce spending. Will the Minister of Finance be that person who says enough to fiscal insanity, to deficits 3 times their election promises? I really hope so. But given his track record, the track record of this party, I'm not very optimistic. I'm the proud father of 2 sons, young men just beginning to make their place in the world. I know how difficult it can be to get established in the workforce. At times, it seems like employers want to hire young people only if they have 20 years experience. It is tough to get started in this world in a career. When the minister presents his budget tomorrow, I hope he takes that into account. Canada has abundance of smart, educated young people who are employed and underemployed through no fault of their own. The job market is tough, especially as businesses are reluctant to expand because of the ever-increasing tax burden they face. No one is tougher than Canadian youth. But whether they have just finished their education or are taking time off school to save money for it, young Canadians are having difficulties finding meaningful work. Given such a situation, one would expect the government to address the youth unemployment crisis, to take immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians. This is the sort of thing that you'd expect government to do. One of those areas where profit and loss are not measured the same way they would be in business. Money spent on such a program would have long-term benefits in the health of the country. It would provide young Canadians with that all-important first job in their choosing field. And I would not be surprised, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Finance does include something like that in his budget. It would be the right thing to do. People will praise him and the government for their actions. But what he won't tell young Canadians, what they will have to figure out for themselves, is that he's merely loaning them this money to get them started. The government, due to reckless spending decisions already made, doesn't have the money to support our youth. If it wants to do anything to deal with youth unemployment, it will have to borrow the cash. It will use that money with no plan on how to pay back. It will be left to future generations, those just starting in the workforce now and those for years yet to come, to pay this bill plus interest. So it is with anything this government does. You don't need to pay now, but you will pay later, much later, and much more once you add all the compound interest. Mr. Speaker, it would be nice to see fiscal sanity return to this House when the minister tables his budget. Is that too much to hope for? Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I had the honour of serving for a very brief time in the last Parliament, so I have a bit of a living memory of the previous government's economic record. I remember the recession we were charting and following as they tumbled out of economic distress into economic chaos. I remember 9 years of trade deficits. I remember $150 billion added to the federal debt. I remember the only way they even came close to balancing the budget in the last year of their government was by selling GM shares at a discount, effectively selling the furniture to pay the rent, advice we were told not to follow by a member of your party. And I'm just curious, when you talk about having to pay back deficits and pay back debt and respond to young Canadians, how are we to pay your $150 billion back? What program should we scrap to pay the $150 billion that you saddled young Canadians with, $150 billion that must be paid back before we even start talking about paying back our situation?
Just remind honourable members when they find themselves repeatedly using the you word, not in a rhetorical fashion, but particularly in directing to other honourable members in the House or the other side, that usually is the first indication that we're getting out of the third-person mode and into something that's not really desirable in terms of comportment in the House. So we'll go to the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In bad memory or in good memories, the one thing this government needs to remember, one lesson in 101 economic, that don't borrow money that you cannot pay. Don't spend what you don't have. Don't throw money where you don't have. Look after Canadian before you're looking outside Canada. That is the best recipe to control that spending and to balance budgets and to keep economy in the right place at the right time. What this government is doing now is doing the opposite of all the good things that we learn in our memories, in our classrooms, in school. That's my message to this government, and that's my answer to this honourable member.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And I think, like all parents, we want their children, our children, to do well. Now, of course, when we look at the economic budget issue, there are many aspects to consider. one of which with the Conservative government for 6 years in a row. In fact, they lowered the corporate income tax for big corporations. Now, I think the Conservatives are probably proud of that, but let's just put the figures on the record here and analyze them for a minute, because the corporate income tax went down from 22% to 15% over that course of 6 years, and that meant $12 billion. $12 billion were lost in revenue, for Canadians and for the government. And that's money that could be invested, of course, in a variety of fashions. Now, the evidence indicate that these cuts actually did not stimulate investments or deliver the promised job creation, Mr. Speaker. Barbados, the Bahamas, two countries that use tax havens because of their lower tax rates, have unemployment rates of about 12%. So in the context of that, would the member agree that there should be a redirection with respect to the corporate income tax, and for those monies to be regained and be invested for Canadians where they need it the most?
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you for the honourable member for the question. Basically, I go back to also Economy 101. If you need to lower taxes on business in order you lower them back on job creators. That's exactly what happened. And not only on large businesses, on all small business. We are the pro-small business government party. That's what we believe in. I'm a small business owner. I'm not sure about the honourable member, but it's as a way to do that, we created 1.1 million jobs, full-time, hard jobs that we created for Canada's economy. And that reduction in a business tax help us to create jobs and to bring more money into the economy. That's a smart measure. That's a smart steps to take into doing business anywhere, and we are very proud of our records.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that on the eve of the budget I can talk about a motion about the budget. Essentially, we're talking about the budget a day earlier. Although we do agree with many Conservative proposals, namely problems linked to privatizing airports, as well as the notion that the Liberals are extremely disconnected from people's reality today and the inequalities that they now face. While we talk about supposedly helping the middle class, we see on the ground that is not what's happening. One of the reasons we can't support this opposition motion, however, is the subject raised by my colleague for Vancouver East. We're not tackling issues of taxation which are very important. For example, taxation rates of big businesses. While during her question she was heckled, even though the taxes were lowered, the federal treasury lost money, but the promised jobs never manifested. And the biggest businesses benefited from that tax break, and then they left and went and set up shop elsewhere. In the answer to the question that I heard the Conservative member talk about the importance of small and medium businesses in his own experience as an entrepreneur. And we agree on that. Although we do want to see higher taxes on biggest businesses which nonetheless would keep us competitive with, for example, the United States, a neighboring economy that acts in this way. We want to lower the tax rate for small and medium businesses. It's an important point to mention in the context of this opposition motion and the context of the budget that will be tabled tomorrow. During the last legislature, just before the election, in the last budget presented by the Conservative Party, they committed over the next few years to lower the tax rate on small and medium businesses. It's a good thing. It wasn't fast enough, in my opinion. It would have been better to have acted faster. During the election campaign, we heard the Prime Minister saying that we were going to basically create a kind of tax haven if we gave this tax break and all kinds of intellectual maneuvers. And it seems that the Prime Minister does not really understand tax evasion. We'll come back to that in a minute. When it comes to the tax rate of small and medium businesses, during the election campaign, and the previous Conservative government promised to lower the tax rate, and the Liberals promised the same thing. We all recognize, I hope we all recognize, that SMEs are the engine of our local economy at the local and national level. They are the main job creators that we rely on. That being said, we need to look at the situation as it is today. With all the broken promises that we know of, well, here's another one. The matter of lowering tax rates for SMEs. What's even more strange in this whole situation, we're becoming less and less surprised. It remains a fact that several governments, including this one, break their promises. But we have heard the Minister of Small and Medium Businesses and Tourism go before a committee and say, well, in any case, this commitment was just a clip for the news. It was just a nice headline in the papers. That was more shameful than not keeping one's promises. It was to admit that there was no intention of doing so in the first place. No attempt to rationalize it. Not saying, oh, we tried to do it, we have to wait, maybe we'll do it later. What they did instead, perhaps there was too much honesty here, what we decided to do was to say, well, we never had any intention of implementing this promise, and that, Mr. Speaker, is very unfortunate. If I look at my time as an MP, nearly 6 years now, the Chambers of Commerce in my local riding, they are extremely dynamic chambers of commerce. They include many entrepreneurs who are recognized around the world.
For example, there's Mobix and Saint-Hilaire. They're going to Berlin for the G20, for the business owners meeting. We're very proud to have local companies like that. Those companies need help from this government to reduce their tax burden so they can continue to grow and succeed, not just at home but abroad as well. But what happens? Well, there's a cycle that's created, there's a momentum that's built up that's helpful to new entrepreneurs. There's a critical mass, if you will, that develops. But there's another thing. There's also the issue of infrastructure and privatization of airports that's mentioned in this motion. Mr. Speaker, you have to start with one of the biggest problems in this whole area, and that is the fact that the Prime Minister refuses to answer questions that have been asked for months now, even a year. Because in nearly a year ago, there were consultations with Credit Suisse. There were reports, there were stories about that. We're talking about major players like Credit Suisse, who are experts in privatization, and that creates a lot of concern because we started hearing rumors that our airports were going to be sold off because they weren't managing their finances very well. So public money was going to be used. But we're behind the idea of using tax revenue to finance public infrastructure. But we asked the finance minister some pretty straight questions about, are you going to sell off the airports? Because that's something that people were very concerned about, the heads of airport authorities around the country. But the transport minister's answer was quite straightforward. He said, our priority will always be getting the best prices and avoiding excessive charges. But it's hard to argue against that, but that's not the problem, Mr. Speaker. when you hear from the experts, when it comes to privatizing airports, that's going to lead to increased charges, increased fees, because the private sector will be able to take over our public infrastructure and levy even higher fees on travelers. And that will affect consumers, and it will have a major impact on the airlines as well. Because, for example, in my riding, which is located, as you know, Mr. Speaker, on the south shore of Montreal, we have a choice between the Montreal airport, or as many of my constituents do, we can go to the U.S. and catch a flight there. When you catch a domestic flight within the U.S., what we hear from our airport authorities and airlines, this will only exacerbate the problem if we sell off our airports to private interests. A Canadian may choose, rather than taking off from Canada and supporting our system, our airport infrastructure here in Canada, they may decide to go to the U.S. to catch their flights. And what's the point? This is all to keep a commitment that was never made in the Liberals' election campaign. It was never part of their platform. They never talked about doing this. And even the Conservatives, with all due respect for my Conservative colleagues, even the Conservatives think this is going too far towards privatization. And obviously we have a problem. If that's the case, it should really make the Liberal government think twice if the Conservatives think it's going too far. And it's not just about prices and fees and charges and surcharges. There's also the whole issue of safety and security. Security is a major issue at airports. And if you look at railway safety, I know that's different, but I think the conclusion there is relatively easy to apply elsewhere. Look at railway safety. When our railways were privatized, we were told it was for the good of the consumer and all the virtues of privatization were touted. But now look at the situation when it comes to safety, the safety of our railways. And when we transfer that learning over to airports, I think we're entitled to be seriously concerned about what's going to happen with airport security. And this is something the government's supposedly quite concerned about. So I don't want to draw a far-fetched parallel, but if you take C-20 and the idea of giving more powers to American border officials on Canadian soil for security, to improve security, well then how is selling off our airports? It's inconsistent, the reasoning behind these two different initiatives coming from this government. So when you talk about privatizing, it's not just airports, it's also the infrastructure bank. That's another thing we asked questions about. We've been asking the government for months about the infrastructure bank. We asked the government, what form is that bank going to take? How's it going to operate? What impact will it have on smaller communities, rural communities, who will be disadvantaged by the existence of this infrastructure bank, because we expect the private sector to be very little interested, if at all, in smaller communities. So this infrastructure bank will do nothing for smaller and rural communities. We've had no answers to any of those questions. And the Prime Minister, with a bit of a smirk on his face, and the Liberals are all alike in that regard, they say, be patient. It'll all be there in the budget. It's going to be a fantastic day. You'll love it. But this just causes the municipal world and residents of municipalities to remain worried. And a lot of the funding is spread out over 12 years anyway, so most of the money is backloaded. It comes well down the road than what was initially expected. But some of that money is going to be, the door's going to be open to the private sector. And I think that taxpayers are willing to fund public infrastructure with their tax money. They want it to be publicly funded. They want it to be well managed. I think most of my constituents would agree with me. What my constituents don't like, and we've seen this with the Champlain Bridge, if you're going to hit the taxpayer up, if you're going to run a major federal deficit to fund public infrastructure, well, then that infrastructure has to remain publicly owned. And you don't want to doubly penalize taxpayers and make them pay a second time through tolls and user fees, because that's the problem. That's the major issue here. I have a lot of constituents who say, look, we're really not sure how we feel about tolls and user fees. Could be for a bridge, it could be for public transit. That can be of major importance to an area like mine, a suburban area. But as I said, we haven't seen much transparency here. We don't know what this infrastructure bank is going to look like. But if it's about funding public transit, your tax money, the federal government spends your tax money on public infrastructure and to fund the infrastructure bank, which is going to go look for public investors, and those investors are then going to impose tolls on you ordinary Canadians. You're going to have to pay tolls and user fees. It's not going to go to public transit to help you get to work better, to make your commute easier, and to reduce greenhouse gases. No. It's going to be used to rack up profits for private companies who've invested in the projects. Because a private company doesn't just want to break even. They don't just want to get their money back. A private company wants to maximize profits. They want to make the project as profitable as possible. They're not going to say the residents of Belleuil, Chambly paid, and now they can take advantage of this light rail system that we've built to get to Brossard, or even better, downtown Montreal. And we'll come back to that in the months to come. This is an issue of major importance to my constituents. But they're not doing it to facilitate anybody's commute. They're doing it to maximize profits. And so during the last campaign, the Liberals made promises. And now we see that they've broken those promises. They promised to use public money to better manage public infrastructure, better than the previous government did. But ultimately, what we can see, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is going to take that public money to privatize our public infrastructure, to create profits for private companies, for private business, and ultimately there'll be like a double hit for ordinary constituents, because they'll then have to pay tolls and user fees in addition to having paid their taxes to fund these things. And who's going to be on the board of directors of this infrastructure bank? Somebody's already been appointed to help set up a team to establish the bank. Somebody from Ontario politics who's a crony of the Prime Minister and so on. Someone who's already taken part in privatizing Hydro Ontario, which is now to the detriment of Ontarians. So who's going to be running this bank? Are the municipalities going to have any kind of representation on the board of directors? How are we to ensure that the real stakeholders, the people that truly need federal funding for infrastructure, and ordinary Canadians too, to make sure that we have infrastructure for bridges and public transit and highways and water treatment. These are things that are near and dear to Canadians. All these questions are still unanswered. Are we going to get answers tomorrow? I hope so, because finally we might find out if the government's going to head in a disastrous direction when it comes to public infrastructure, or are they going to see the light and realize that, no, that's the wrong way to go? But in a way, I kind of hope that the budget won't reveal all this, because I'm so concerned about it. I'm so worried about what it's going to look like. People have been saying this, my constituents have been saying this for a long time. This is a major cause of concern. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wrap up with one last point. One last thing we agree with in this opposition motion, even though there are quite a few differences between us and the Conservatives, and we can't support them across the board. But there's another point that I think is important, and this is a matter that I've been following closely ever since I was a critic for youth on behalf of the NDP, and the issue is youth unemployment. Not just young people without jobs, but young people with precarious jobs, or young people who have a great education, but who are underemployed. They have a job, but it doesn't pay anywhere near what they should be earning given their skills and education. So basically, jobs that they're way overqualified for. And this is a huge problem, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we're curious to see what will come out tomorrow, what the government intends to do about this, because this is a Prime Minister who loves photo ops with young people, and he has his Youth Advisory Council and so on. And my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Savoie has often criticized him. But what we really see is that the Finance Minister and, of course, the Prime Minister behind him are basically not serious about young people, about helping them. But we realize that whatever the government, whatever they may or may not have learned, it's our young people who are going to suffer. They're the ones who are going to get stuck with whatever this government does or doesn't do. They're the ones who are going to be the most disappointed. So we hope tomorrow the disappointment will come to an end, but to date there's been nothing to lead us to believe that this will be the case, but I am willing to be convinced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised earlier by the member for Perth Wellington regarding the supplementary estimates C for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, which will be studied later today. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Perth Wellington for raising this important question, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and the member for London Fanshawe for their comments.
The member for Perth Wellington indicated that the parts of the Draft Appropriation Act concerning the salary of certain ministers were already before the House in an amending bill, Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. He contended that, as such items of legislative character should not be included in the estimates, the Speaker should remove from the estimates all references to authority for ministerial salaries. As the member has indicated, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, states at page 869, and I quote, "Estimates with a direct and specific legislative intent should come to the House by way of an amending bill," unquote. However, as the member also noted, this situation is not new. In fact, members may recall that during the current Parliament, Bill C-8, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2016, and Bill C-9, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2017, had the exact same provisions regarding ministerial salaries. Both bills were adopted by the House without any concerns being raised either beforehand or afterwards. As has been pointed out by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, this procedure has been used consistently since the mid-1990s. In reference to the specific arguments raised by the member for Perth Wellington, the Chair would be remiss if it did not point out an important nuance, namely that outlined by Speaker Parent in his ruling on November 25, 1997, found at page 2209 of debates, when he said that, quote, what was objected to in the past and what different speakers have ruled out of order were attempts to amend existing acts or legislate new programs as part of a legislative measure granting supply, unquote. Clearly, the draft supply bills currently available to members on this last supply day are not amending existing acts or legislating new programs. Accordingly, the Chair is satisfied that the form or content of the bills is not at issue in this case. The Chair is therefore prepared to let the estimates and the supply bills that flow from them proceed today in their current form. I thank honourable members for their attention. Comme il est 17h.
It being 5:15, and since this is the last designated supply day ending March 26, 2017, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to immediately put all questions necessary for the disposition of the business of supply. The question is the following. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that given the failure of the government to achieve the economic and employment objectives presented in Budget 2016, and given the growing protectionist and competitive threat from the United States, the House call on the government to ensure that Budget 2017 includes A, no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students. B, immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis. C, a credible plan to return to a balanced budget by 2019 as promised to Canadians. And D, no plan to sell Canadian airports. That involves 1, using the revenues to finance the Canada Infrastructure Bank. 2, selling them to investors or enterprises that are under the political influence of foreign governments. 3, higher user fees for Canadian taxpayers and travelers. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. This time.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question, order. The question is the following one. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Deltel, move that given the failure of the government to achieve the economic and employment objectives presented in Budget 2016, and given the growing protectionist and competitive threat from the United States, shall I dispense? The House call on the government to ensure that Budget 2017 includes A, no further tax hikes on Canadian families, businesses, seniors, or students. B, immediate measures to encourage companies to hire young Canadians and address the youth unemployment crisis. C, a credible plan to return to a balanced budget by 2019 as promised to Canadians. And D, no plan to sell Canadian airports that involves 1, using the revenues to finance the Canada Infrastructure Bank, 2, selling them to investors or enterprises that are under the political influence of foreign governments, 3, higher user fees for Canadian taxpayers and travelers. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutaye.
Mr. Aboutaye.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms.
Ms.
Gledoux.
Ledoux.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, St.
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Nemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Legault.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame
Madame
Nassif.
Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanka.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell. Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Said.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame
Madame
Quash.
Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 83, 83, nays contre 220, 220.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le
Pursuant to the standing order passed on Thursday, March 9th, 2017, the House will now proceed to deferred recorded divisions on the opposition motion of Mr. Bazan for the business of supplying. The question is as follows. Mr. Bazan, supported by Mr. Provost, moves that the House asks the government to show support and appreciation for the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces by reversing its decision to take away from the soldiers fighting against ISIS the tax benefit which provides them with $1,500 to $1,800 per month for the hardship and risk associated with their deployment, and to retroactively provide the payment to members stationed at Camp Arifjan, whose tax relief was canceled as of September 1st, 2016. All those who oppose the motion, please rise.
James's motion.
Qui appuie.
Okay, all those in favor, please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colcutt.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Caesar, Mrs. Caesar Chaban.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fracascati. Fragoscados.
Mr. Fragoscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessier.
Madame Nessier.
Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacat.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vanda.
Mr. Vanda.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 303, nays contre aucun, nil.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is on the supplementary estimates C. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that the supplementary estimates C for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2017 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Qualtrough.
Mr. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis, Mr. McGinty, Mr. Scarpellegia, Mr. Sims, Ms. Ratanzi, Mr. Jesnevsky, Mr. Dhaliwal, Mr. Shifke, Mr. Varani, Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Fillmore, Mr. DeCourcy, Mr. Beach, Ms. Rudd, Mr. Duguid, Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essard,
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essard.
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, Mrs. McCrimmon,
Mrs. McCrimmon,
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, Mr. Vaughan, Mr. Mendocino, Mr. Blair, Mr. Poisson, Ms. Hutchings, Ms. Young, Mr. Pesky-Solido, Madame Mendez, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Dubourg, Mr. Aldag, Ms. Alislav, Mr. Amos, Mr. Arsenault, Mr. Area, Mr. Ayoub, Mr. Bayliss, Mr. Chan, Mr. Biddle, Mr. Boissonneau, Mr. Bossio, Mr. Bettina, Mr. Breton, Mr. Chen, Mr. Bruson, Mr. Moff, Ms. Dillon, Mr. Diorio, Mr. Drouin, Ms. Tassi, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Assassi, Mr. El Khoury, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Erskine Smith, Mr. Ailson, Mr. Fergus, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. Fragascados, Mr. Fraser West Nova, Mr. Fraser Central Nova, Mr. Fuhr, Mr. Gerritsen, Mr. Greywall, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Graham, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Housefather, Mr. Yakino, Mrs. Jordan, Mr. Johari, Mr. Kung, Ms. Khalid, Madame Lapointe, Monsieur Lefebvre, Monsieur Lemieux, Mr. Levitt, Mrs. Lockhart, Mr. Long, Mr. Longfield, Ms. Ludwig,
Ms. Ludwig,
Mr. Maloney, Monsieur Massey Avignon, la métis Matan Matapédia,
Monsieur Massey Avignon, la métis Matan Matapédia,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr.
McDonald,
Mr.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McKinnon, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories,
Mr. Northwest Territories,
Mr. Morrissey, Madame Nassif, Ms. O'Connell, Mr. Oliver, Mr. O'Regan, Monsieur Willett, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Picard, Monsieur Robillard, Mr. Rumi, Mr. Rusnak, Mr. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sanson, Mr. Sangha, Mr. Sarai, Mrs. Schultz, Mr. Sethi, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, Mr. Secan, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tabera, Mr. Tan, Mr. Vandal, Ms. Vandenbeld, Mr. Whalen, Mrs. Zaid, Mr. Rota, Mr. Tutu,
All those who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose,
Mr.
Nicholson,
Ms. Finley,
Mr. Ritz,
Mr. Anderson,
Mrs. Block, Mr. Bazan,
Mrs.
McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou,
Thompson, Caribou,
Mr. Clement,
Mr.
Deltel, Ms. Bergen, Mr. Lebel, Ms. Watts,
Mr.
Kent,
Mr.
Strahl, Ms. Rempel, Mr. Fast, Mr. Poliev, Mr. Van Loan, Mr. Tilson, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Warawa, Mr. Clark, Mr. Pulis, Mr. Allison, Mr. Carey, Mr. Reed, Mr. Workington, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Vecchio, Mr. Abul Tayyip, Mrs. Wong, Ms. Gladue, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Lake, Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, Mr. Lukiski, Mr. Albrecht, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Sweet, Madame Boucher, Mr. Généreux, Mr. Gould, Mr. Richards, Mr. Holbach, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Albus, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Falk, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Yurdega, Mr. Glinsky, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Berthold, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Jennings, Mr. Generou, Ms. Harder, Mr. Godin, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, Mr. Leifert, Mr. Chong, Mr. Nader, Mr. Soroya, Mr. Schmale, Mr. Shields, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Viersen, Mr. Waugh, Mr. Weber, Mr. Motz, Mr. Trost, Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malkinson.
Ms. Malkinson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Paul River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 131, 131.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that Bill C-40, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. The Honourable, on a point of order.
Seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote.
Is there unanimous consent? Agreed.
I declare the motion carried.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. Je quitte maintenant le fauteuil afin.
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Rocky Ridge. In the Committee of the Whole on Bill C-40, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the President of the Treasury Board please assure the House that the bill is in its normal form?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the form of this bill is in fact the same as that passed in the previous supply period. And I greatly appreciate the continued interest of the honourable member in this important and pressing issue before the House.
Okay then. He's still on his feet.
And for his hard work on this file.
Fascinating. Okay, let's get at this. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 1, the short title, carry? Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Shall the title carry? Carried on division. Shall the bill carry? Carried on division. And shall I rise to report the bill? And so I will. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-40 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-40, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2017, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the vote on the motion for second reading to this one.
It's a great idea. Is there unanimous consent? Agreed. I declare the motion carried. Mr. Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-40, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2017, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote to apply to this vote. Is there unanimous consent of the House? Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
La prochaine mise au voix porte sur.
The next question is on the interim supply for 2017-2018. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that this House do concur in interim supply as follows, that a sum not exceeding $30 billion, 165,114.44, being composed of
$17,753,541,673.25 of the total of the amounts of the items set forth in the proposed Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, except for those items below. 2. 11/12 of the total of the amount of Treasury Board Secretariat votes 5 and 30, Schedule 1.1. Shall I dispense? Thank you. Here? Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sadgen.
Mr. Sadgen.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarts.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Schultz.
Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Mrs. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Aid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash. Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 132, 132.
I declare the motion carried.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-41, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote.
Good idea. It agreed. I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, le projet de loi est...
This bill is now sent to Committee of the Whole. I do now leave the chair for the House to go into Committee of the Whole.
Hello?
Order. House in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-41. The Honourable Member for
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I ask that if the President of the Treasury Board can assure the House that the bill is in its normal form.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the form of this bill is, and I can assure the honourable member, isn't the same as that passed in the previous supply period. And so, yes, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to commend the honourable member on his ongoing interest in this important file and thank him for his interest and his hard work on this. And I hope this time maybe we can count on his support as well.
D'accord. Nous sommes prêts?
Are we ready? Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1.1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1.2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1.3 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1.4 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1.5 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 1, short title, carry? Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Shall the title carry? Carried on division. Shall the bill carry? Carried on division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-41 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-41, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the vote on the motion for second reading to this vote.
Is it agreed? Agreed. I declare the motion carried. When should the bill be read a third time? Now. Okay. Mr. Bryson, appuyez.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-41, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote to apply to this vote. Is the House in agreement? Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
Bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 6:40, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, as listed on today's order paper.
Affaire émanant des députés, resuming consideration of motion M103 on systemic racism and religious discrimination, standing in the name of Ms. Talbot.
I encourage members to take their conversations outside, and I would invite those who are listening to help me out by saying shh. I thank honourable colleagues for their great cooperation. Debate. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard has 7 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is entirely appropriate to debate Motion 103 today on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Motion 103 intends to eliminate discrimination, religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. And we talk about the tragedy that happened in Quebec City. We can blame this unthinkable crime on one young man who had mental health problems. We could blame the media as well. We could also blame some of our own citizens who support intolerance. We could blame a worldwide discourse that blames a single group for all of our problems, but we would be wrong. Every one of us bears some of this blame. Every time we have fallen into the trap of describing a human being as other, every time we've listened to intolerant speech without protesting, every time we have remained silent when a citizen's status is used against them, whether they be gay or black, Jewish or Muslim. Every time we have remained silent, we have contributed to a climate that has allowed this hateful crime to happen here. We can no longer remain silent in the face of discrimination.
It's very appropriate that we are debating Motion 103 today on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Motion 103 asks the government to undertake a study to combat systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. According to Statistics Canada, Jews are the most targeted religion when it comes to hate crimes. And sadly, I have seen this firsthand in my own riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard. A local synagogue, the Gutnick Mazel Center, was defaced with hateful graffiti last summer. And when that happened, I reached out to Rabbi Yarmish to let him know that our government and the whole of our community stands with him in condemning this cowardly act. The year before, during my election campaign, as I was driving home at the end of the night, I passed one of my posters that was defaced with a swastika. And I didn't have any clippers on me to take that poster down, so I called my campaign manager and asked him to take that down first thing the next morning. However, when he got there, the poster was already removed. And that's when I first learned about this incredible young man, Corey Flesher. And Corey has made it part of his life's work to take down hateful graffiti in any form, whenever and wherever it shows up in Montreal. Whether it is a synagogue, a mosque, or a church, people know that they can call Corey Flesher and he will show up and deal with it. And my heart is warmed to know that that young man is out there. But there is much more work to be done. When it comes to hate crimes, the rate of crimes against Muslims has more than doubled over the last 3 years. And as we saw with the tragic events that took place in Quebec City, Islamophobia can have horrific consequences. But growing Islamophobia did not rise up in a bubble. There are extremists who commit hateful crimes, terrorist crimes in the name of Islam, and their actions always make the news. This in turn is seized on by certain individuals who demonize an entire people and who sow the seeds of fear, all in an effort to gain political power. After the massacre in Quebec City, I attended a number of vigils that were held in solidarity with the victims, the families, and the Muslim community at large. At one of those vigils, I met the widow of one of the murdered men. And I have said that lady was completely deflated, crushed, and could not look me in the face. She has a baby and a toddler, 2 young boys who will never know their father. She was surrounded, but she was alone, because she will carry the full weight of that hateful crime for the rest of her life. And there were no words I could say that would make a difference. However, words do make a difference. Words of hate have an impact. Hateful words were said over and over again till they incarnated themselves in the weak mind of a young man with hate in his heart. And that young man went to a mosque and murdered 6 men who were guilty simply of praying. There are those who will not support this motion because it contains a word that they don't like, Islamophobia. There are those who won't support this motion because it doesn't contain a word they want, or a phrase, or comma, or sentence. There are those who say this motion will introduce Sharia law, or it will curtail free speech. This is completely untrue. You can argue about a word, a comma. You can give yourself any number of reasons for not speaking out, for taking no action, for voting against this motion. And if you do nothing, you don't have to worry, because you will not feel the burden of this crime. That young widowed lady, she will carry all the weight for the rest of her life and the rest of the life of her children's. She carries the load of that hateful crime. So I ask all members in this House to stand together as leaders of our nation and support this important motion. But more importantly, I ask all Canadians to stand shoulder to shoulder with each other. I ask that we do not allow ourselves to be divided along racial or religious lines. I ask that we all stand together as one nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Flamborough-Glanbrook and every member of the faith community in Canada need to know that their right to religious freedom is at the forefront of our concerns here in this House. Canadians of all faiths should know this. Every member of the official opposition is dedicated to protecting their right to worship who and how they choose without fear of persecution. The motion we are debating this evening, M103, touches on this sacred right and has generated significant public discussion and concern, and rightly so. I have heard arguments in favour and against the motion from within the Muslim community and in the broader public. In my comments, I'll try to cut through the political spin of the Prime Minister's office and the amped-up rhetoric on all sides of this debate. For context, the motion asks members of this House to agree to 3 main points. First, to recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear. Second, to condemn Islamophobia. And third, to commission a parliamentary study that would recommend ways to reduce systematic racism and religious discrimination with a particular attention paid to Islamophobia. I wholeheartedly agree to the first point, but have serious concerns with the second and third points, Mr. Speaker. In light of the recent attack in Quebec City, in the Quebec City Mosque, this debate is timely and of the utmost importance, and it's imperative that we get it right. For this reason, I'd like to draw the attention of my colleagues to the words that the Prime Minister spoke in this House not more than 2 weeks ago to the daughters of the vote delegates. He passionately said, "Do we have a problem with Islamophobia in this country? Yes, we do. Do we have a problem with anti-Semitism in this country? Yes, we do. Do we have a problem with discrimination and hatred? Yes, we do. So we need to talk about this. We need to challenge each other to be better on this." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with these words, and this will be a rare occasion. I promise I'm going to follow the Prime Minister's advice. I challenge him and his Liberal team across the aisle to, as he said, be better on this. M103 could have been better in the following ways. It could have been amended to be inclusive of all faith communities rather than singling out one group over the others. Additionally, the motion could have clarified the definition of Islamophobia so it could not be used to shut down legitimate debate. Lastly, M103 could have affirmed the right to freedom of speech, so Canadians can respectfully criticize any religious practice they believe to be wrong, including the one I adhere to and cherish myself, Mr. Speaker. Instead of pursuing these changes in an effort to have a meaningful, inclusive, and nonpartisan study on the matters of racism and religious discrimination, a debate that should unify us, the Liberals have decided that there are more political points to win by ramming this motion through, regardless of legitimate concerns I've articulated. When it became clear that the PMO would not permit these reasonable amendments, the Conservative opposition used one of our valuable opposition days to bring forward our own motion to formally offer the government an opportunity to climb down from their political position. During the full day of debate, the government dug in their heels and doubled down in their position, once again choosing politics over good policy. As they defeated the sensible Conservative motion, several Liberal members argued that we were trying to water down the language in M103 by replacing the word Islamophobia. Speaker, this argument is nothing more than shameful political spin and outright balderdash. Not one member on the Liberal bench argued that M103 is watered down because it doesn't include anti-Semitism. Do they really expect anyone to believe that a study would have been watered down because the study would have included anti-Semitism? Would it be watered down because the study would have included Christophobia? In this infringement on the rights of one faith group, is the infringements of rights on one faith group greater in some way than another? Aren't the rights of Muslims, along with Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Hindus, equally important? Why do the Liberals view inclusion of all religious groups in the parliamentary study a way of diluting the discussion on religious freedom? Up until this debate, the Prime Minister had been talking a good game on Canada's diversity. Countless times he stood in his place proclaiming that our nation is strong, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. That's why Canadians should rightly be outraged by his decision to pit neighbour against neighbour in this debate, choosing division over bringing people together. Mere platitudes are not enough on the important issues facing our country, especially when it comes to religious freedom and racial discrimination. Speaker, my concerns with the motion are not limited to the disgraceful actions of the Prime Minister's office, but also with the use of the word Islamophobia, and I'm not alone. Many within the Muslim community have expressed their concerns as well. Raheel Reza, a Canadian Muslim journalist, explained her opposition to the term in an op-ed where she said, and I quote, "The term Islamophobia was created in the 1990s when groups affiliated with the U.S. Muslim Brotherhood decided to play victim for the purpose of beating down their critics. It is also in sync with a constant push by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to turn any criticism of Islam or Muslims into blasphemy." End of quote. Further to the questionable origins of the term, Raheel Reza also articulated how the term is counterproductive for those who would like to offer criticism of the religion as part of public discourse when she said, and I quote, "I believe that M103 will only increase the frustration of ordinary Canadians who have the right to ask uncomfortable but necessary questions. Being concerned about creeping Sharia is not phobic. Questioning honor-based violence and female genital mutilation in Muslim-majority societies is not phobic." End of quote. Another writer, Farzana Hassan, in her article entitled "I'm a Liberal Muslim and I reject M103, reiterated this point when she wrote, and I quote, "The Prime Minister has talked about finding the right balance between protecting a religious minority and also protecting our charter rights. The answer to his dilemma is simple. Do not put the slightest dent in our right to free speech." End of quote. Consider that the Canadian Muslim community is debating the use, definition, and application of this term, and consider further that it has been used in various forms to quell legitimate and respectful criticism of Islam. It is therefore incumbent upon us as members of Parliament to say what we mean with respect to Islamophobia rather than leave this motion open to interpretation. For generations, members of Parliament have stood in this House to put Canadian sentiments, priorities, aspirations, and concerns into words for the purpose of meaningful debate. This is a responsibility and tradition we ought to be careful to uphold, Mr. Speaker. To that end, I personally met with the sponsor of this motion to replace the divisive language and offered to champion the motion within the Conservative caucus if she would agree. I suggested that we could have replaced the word Islamophobia with the phrase hatred towards Muslims. Alternatively, we could have worked together to draft an amendment that would have included all faith communities. Instead, the long arm of the Prime Minister's office inappropriately reached into private members' business to politicize the debate and denied my request. In a debate that features questions surrounding free speech, religious freedom, and racial discrimination, it's unacceptable that the government would not work with us to find common ground. Canada has long been a nation where a member of one faith can live peacefully beside members of other faiths. And that's the way it should stay, and that's the way it shall remain. Unless the government engages in an inclusive, comprehensive, and unifying discussion on religious freedom, racial discrimination, and free speech, I'm compelled to vote against this divisive motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House to speak in support of motion M103. To start the debate, I want to be clear about what the motion says. That in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear, B, condemn Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, and take note of House of Commons petition E411 and the issues raised by it, and C, request the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage undertake a study on how the government could, 1, develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, in Canada, while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policy making, and 2, collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessment for impacted communities, and that the committee should present its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect and enshrine rights and freedoms in the Constitution Acts, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, since the introduction of this motion in the House, it is most unfortunate that M103 became controversial due to some intentionally misleading online campaigns. But instead of doing what is needed, I've been left even more disappointed and dismayed that the division and hate that fuels the misleading campaigns was brought right into this chamber with the politicking that took place between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I was even approached by a minister suggesting that M103 would be nullified because the Conservatives had decided to put up a similar Opposition Day motion when, in fact, the information provided to the NDP from the clerk's office indicate otherwise. And frankly, that kind of fear-mongering and political gamesmanship served only to feed into the increasingly polarized climate surrounding this conversation instead of setting the example that is so desperately needed. To some, it may feel as though you score a cheap political point, but let's be clear, in the long run, it is all of us who want to stamp out discrimination driven by fear and division that will lose. So it is my hope that we can turn the page today and call on both the Liberals and Conservative members to set aside their partisan politics and unite with one voice on this motion. To begin, we have a duty and responsibility as members of Parliament to stand up to challenge the misinformation being spread around motion M103 and to correct the record. Unlike what is claimed in the misinformation campaigns, M103 in no way suppresses any rights of Canadians. The motion in no way favors one group over another or provides some additional benefit to one while taking away from another. It states quite clearly in the motion that government should, quote, condemn Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, end quote. The suggestion that the motion somehow excludes other forms of discrimination is simply false. As well, the fear that this motion would somehow restrict people's freedom of speech is also unfounded. Nowhere does it state in the motion that people could not inquire or have opinions about the Islamic faith. In fact, on the contrary, it's been my experience that those who practice the Islamic faith are very open and welcoming to those who do not practice or know or understand their faith. I, for one, know very little about the Islamic faith, and in my capacity as the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship, I've had the privilege of being invited by many people who practice the Islamic faith and to attend events at mosques as a means to learn and understand their religious teachings and culture. They are open and they welcome questions. They even welcome criticisms. They patiently answer all my inquiries. They were more than welcoming when it is my strongest belief, Mr. Speaker, that through such interactions that we as members of our community, that we are building bridges between communities. We're actively practicing the promotion of cross-cultural understanding. We are fully embracing and respecting our differences. And in that process, Mr. Speaker, we're breaking down walls of fear and walls of division. I have no doubt that I am not the only one who have experienced this. I know that many of my other colleagues have had similar exchanges. So it is my hope that we let such example be the guiding force, our compass, as we build to strengthen our bond between communities. And if we witness the opposite, such as the horrific mosque attack that occurred in Quebec City, then we as parliamentarians from all sides of the House must unite to condemn such despicable actions. And I'm proud that we did exactly that. There is no question that we have a duty as members of Parliament to set an example and to speak out against all forms of discrimination and hate wherever we see it. If we are to hold true to those principles, then we must be consistent with our efforts. That is to say, we need to call out discrimination wherever we see it, at home and abroad. Just today, it was reported in the news that a Pan-American Commission will hold an emergency hearing in Washington to investigate the impact of Trump's executive orders on human rights in the country. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights was requested by advocacy groups in both Canada and the U.S. to review, quote, ongoing and deteriorating, end quote, conditions faced by asylum seekers and other migrants under the Trump administration. They're asking the Commission to make findings that Trump's travel ban against 6 Muslim-majority countries and his expansion of detention and deportation against migrants violate U.S. rights obligations. To quote Alfred Arbel, a UBC law professor who co-authored with the Harvard Immigration and Refugee Clinic program a report on Trump's executive orders. He said, the expedited removals and expansion of detention under the orders are going to have profound implications on the U.S. asylum system, end quote. As we witness President Trump, our neighbor, our closest ally, fan fear and hate against members of the Muslim community with his executive orders and immigration policies, how is it that somehow acceptable for our own Prime Minister and Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship has chosen to be willfully blind to this blatant act of discrimination and do nothing about it? This is so distressing to me, Mr. Chair. In fact, not only is the Canadian government silent about Trump's discriminatory policies, the Minister of Immigration would go as far as to say that nothing has changed. This, of course, is blatantly false, and everyone knows it. I dare say perhaps even the minister knows it. The question is, will he summon enough courage to speak up and speak out against Trump's racist policies? So far, he hasn't. Perhaps the minister could meet some of the young people that I had recently encountered at a rally at the Peace Arch Crossing. It was a rally against Trump's racist executive orders, and in the crowd, a young person held up a sign that said, quote, if you build a wall, my generation will break it down, end quote. And other sign said, quote, make racism wrong again, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you how encouraged I was to see the young people's activism. Their strong and direct message is what gives me hope that our collective future is possible. Mr. Speaker, bringing their voices and concerns to the House of Commons is a true privilege and one that I take very seriously. New Democrats will stand proudly with these young people to combat the politics of hate and division. The NDP is in favor of any motion that aims to address and combat discrimination, and we will not wallow in political games on these critical issues, especially in the face of raising hate crimes against the Muslim community. It is the opinion of the NDP and myself that this motion and the work to be undertaken by a committee that is entirely appropriate and should be welcomed by all parliamentarians. As such, the NDP has no hesitation in supporting this motion. As elected officials and representatives of our community in the House of Commons, I firmly believe that we have a duty to stand up together against Islamophobia, racism, and discrimination of all forms. Let's get together and do this right. On this very day, we're to honor our International Day Against Racism. Let's all support this motion, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I take the floor today on this motion on systemic discrimination, motion 103. I'd like to share my thoughts on this motion as a member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges and the Prime Minister's Parliamentary Secretary for Youth, and as a father of 2 young children who will have to live with the consequences of the decision we make here. The debate, which took place in February on M103, raised a lot of excitement, a lot of concern, both in Ottawa and across Canada. Many Canadians expressed their strong support and their concerns. Some of the discussions were accompanied by individual experience, whether it was new immigrants who have fled religious persecution or those who have experienced racism here in Canada. That racism is unfortunately fed with misinformation. The result is that some Canadians, including Muslim Canadians, are victims of verbal, emotional, and even physical attacks. Mr. Speaker, today I hope to add some value to the discussion and the work undertaken by my esteemed colleague from Mississauga, Aaron Mills. Perhaps at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I could make it clear what this motion would do and what it wouldn't do.
Let's begin with what M103 is and what it isn't. First and foremost, unequivocally and without hesitation, I can state that this motion is not an attempt to control or limit free speech, one of the most fundamental pillars of our freedom, as many critics, many of whom sit across the aisle, have unfortunately come to suggest. Some have argued that this motion allows this government to prevent Canadians from expressing their opinions. And Mr. Speaker, I reject that claim. M103 is a motion, not a proposed law. The difference between the two is important to note, as one would have the full force of the federal government and its resources if passed, and one is, amongst other aspects, a strong symbolic gesture of solidarity and a means by which we as a government can bring about awareness and bring about a discussion on an injustice plaguing millions of Canadians. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that M103 seeks to strengthen the rights and freedoms guaranteed to Canadians by the Charter, emphasizing that we must do more to defend Muslim Canadians and others facing discrimination whose privileges to life, liberty, and security of person are threatened by religious discrimination. I foresee no Canadian from any corner of this great country who wishes to see the rights of any infringed because of the hateful speech of others. Mr. Speaker, M103 does not limit rights. It's a motion that seeks to promote and protect the rights of all of us. And Mr. Speaker, some have asked if there's even a need for this motion. As some critics say, is that Muslim communities in Canada are simply not discriminated against. I think it's time to set the record straight. In April 2016, Statistics Canada released a report demonstrating that from 2012 to 2014, hate crimes against Muslims have more than doubled. The result is Muslims in Canada, the United States, and across the globe have seen increased attacks on their mosques, their homes, and their persons. These are not abstract statistics, Mr. Speaker. These are the lives of Canadian women, children, and men. They are our constituents, our neighbours, our families, our friends, and our fellow citizens. This cannot stand. In my own community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, two faith leaders, one of the Muslim and one of the Jewish faith respectively, whom I respect dearly, have shared with me their concerns about keeping their followers and institutions safe after receiving threats. In some cases, I'm sad to report that these led to actual instances of vandalism. Mr. Speaker, nobody should feel threatened, insecure, or worried because of who they are. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Mr. Speaker, in 1971, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau said that the freedom to be ourselves must be fostered and pursued actively, and that if freedom of choice is in danger for some, it's in danger for all. I wish only to humbly add, Mr. Speaker, that if the will to defend and protect those who are most vulnerable and who are often so victims of discrimination are in danger, then we must do all we can to remind one another that Canada is a community of nations. That is a fixed fact. Therefore, to defend one community is a duty to defend them all. That idea, Mr. Speaker, is not new either to this chamber nor this country. In the past, I proudly rose and voted for similar motions condemning discrimination against the Jewish and Yazidi peoples. In February of last year, this House stood for a motion condemning anti-Semitism in Canada, as Jewish communities did and continue to face ugly and un-Canadian hatred. A similar condemnation was passed by the House in 2011 on the attacks of Coptic Christian communities. Mr. Speaker, this government and this House did our part then. It is time to rise once again and stand in solidarity with our fellow Canadians as we did in 2011, twice more in 2016, and so many times, Mr. Speaker, in our storied history.
Mr. Speaker, the duty we now have to future generations, to those who are in need, is also an obligation toward those who will come after us, by which I mean Canada's young people. We need to leave behind us a legacy that future generations will be proud of, that begins with motions like this one, where this House is united around what is fair and what is necessary. If this House doesn't pass this motion, it will be clearly stating that Islamophobia and all other forms of religious discrimination aren't a problem in Canada. That's a law that would affect millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth, I work with young Canadians because I'm convinced that they can make Canada a better place for everyone. At this point in time, their eyes are on us. They want us to do what is necessary and what is just. As a father, Mr. Speaker, I want to leave a legacy to my children that they will be proud of growing up, knowing that their Muslim friends and their family will have the support of this House behind them, as was the case for the Jewish, the Yazidis, and Coptic Christians last year.
I recently took her seat as part of the Daughters of the Vote initiative on International Women's Day, Mr. Speaker. She spoke out as a woman, as a Muslim, and as a young Canadian. She spoke passionately and without hesitation on the importance of condemning language that seeks to divide us. Islamophobia, she said, is a heavy word, but is heaviest for those who are on the receiving end of it. Her words in this House resonated, Mr. Speaker, and reinforced that we are a proud nation, one that is strong because of our differences, not in spite of them. La motion 103 est un...
Motion M103 is a step in the right direction, and I hope to contribute to making Canada safer for potential victims of racism and religious discrimination. I'd like the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to have a chance to study how to confront the challenges facing at-risk communities.
Powerful. It is symbolic because it is this chamber's way of standing side by side with our fellow Canadians facing the challenges of discrimination. Furthermore, M103 will be effective because it asks the Standing Committee on Heritage to work on using the elements of our laws and the information it will be tasked with collecting to better protect both Muslims and others who might face racism and religious discrimination. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to our constituents to protect them, but also to stand with them. To all those who face racism and religious discrimination, I am proud to support this motion and to let them know that they are not alone. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is something quite perverse about the discussion of Motion 103. Effectively, Canadians have been divided on a motion when there seems to me to be very little substantive disagreement on the underlying topic. Canadians and all parliamentarians agree that discrimination against anyone is unacceptable. We agree in particular that there is a problem of discrimination against the Muslim community in certain quarters. And this is not to deny, of course, the existence of other kinds of discrimination, and that discrimination can range in type and form. But for myself, at least, I would quite happily vote in favor of a motion condemning discrimination against Muslims, even if Muslims were the only faith community mentioned. So why, then, are we divided? Because the word Islamophobia can be used to mean both discrimination against Muslims and criticism of Islamic doctrine or practice. It is important that we not conflate the two. Religious people deserve legal protection, but religions do not. People should not discriminate against individuals, but should feel quite free to criticize the doctrine, history, or practice of any religion. This distinction between discrimination against religious people and criticism of religion is not at all a trivial point. It is the point that separates societies like Canada, which seek to protect people from bigotry, from other societies which impose violent sentences on people who blaspheme or apostatize in the name of protecting religion itself. Now, the Liberals and some in the media want us to simply shrug off this point and vote in favor of this motion because, well, it's just symbolic anyways. But even a symbolic motion should have clear definitions and say what it means. Right. As a member of Parliament, our principal craft, our principal tool, is the words that we use. The suggestion that we should shrug about the meanings of words, about the definitions of things we are being asked to condemn, that is clearly wrong. We are here in the words business. We should not, therefore, shrug about the meanings of words. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is my sole basis for objecting to the text of the current motion. This is a problem that should have been easy to solve. I have spoken to many people about M103, both supporters and opponents. Those who support this motion, though, almost uniformly agree with me that the government should entertain amendments which strengthen the motion by providing definition and clarity. Why not simply define Islamophobia? Members have provided definitions of Islamophobia verbally in their speeches. Why not take the verbal clarifications and add them to the text of the motion itself? I've asked the mover of the motion this direct question during debate on February 16th. I said the following. I said, I have a very specific question that would be worth the member answering. Why does she insist on characterizing the ask for clarity as a watering down? It is not a watering down to amend a motion to provide a definition. Exactly. It is not a watering down for Canadians with legitimate concerns about knowing what we mean when we use this word to ask the member to provide a clear definition, not just verbally, but in the context of the motion. She responded, Mr. Speaker, this has been a great debate on issues that the Muslim community really tackles on a daily basis and has tackled for a number of years. However, it is not just about the Muslim community, it is about all Canadians. On October of last year, I was happy to see the House unanimously condemn Islamophobia. Since then, nothing has shifted to what Islamophobia means. I think it is very interesting that the members across the way are now using the definition of Islamophobia as the reason why they cannot stand up for the Muslim community, recognize the issue as it is today, and do the right thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, however true or false any of that may be, it is quite obviously not an answer to the question posed. Why are they so allergic to a clear definition? Why won't they answer that question? Now, what is perplexing about all this is that if this government or if this member were serious about their stated objectives, then they would have every reason to work with us on amendments. Now, the rules of this House don't even allow me to move an amendment without the member's permission. But an amendment which provides a definition would cut off all this unnecessary disagreement and would strengthen the motion. Now, they might claim that we are failing to stand up for the Muslim community when we oppose this motion, but the fact is that they failed to stand up for the Muslim community a month ago when we presented a motion which explicitly condemned discrimination against Muslims and which they voted against. When they voted against our motion, they put politics ahead of the fight against bigotry.
Yeah.
When they refuse amendments today, they are again putting politics ahead of the fight against bigotry. I sincerely hope that this will be the last time that they do that. Mr. Speaker, following these points about the motion in front of us, I'd like to take a step back and talk about the global climate in which we find ourselves and how we as legislators ought to respond to it. Specifically, I believe that we can understand the Western political environment in which we find ourselves as being characterized by different kinds of anxieties. Anxieties which are real and legitimate and need to be responded to as opposed to dismissed. We see the emergence of economic anxieties, security anxieties, and political anxieties. On the economic front, many middle and low-income workers, especially in certain sectors, feel that they have been left behind and are being ignored by economic and policy change. In Canada, this anxiety is being driven by dramatic tax increases across the board and by the disdain with which ordinary workers are being treated, particularly in the natural resource sector. It is all well and good to talk about the jobs of the future, but nobody today is putting food on the table with jobs of the future. The erosion of present natural resource and manufacturing sectors with policies that are supposed to lead to jobs of the future is a recipe for present discord and discontent, and we have seen the effects of that elsewhere. Policies of higher taxes and increased regulation and other changes are contributing to broader economic anxiety. An increase in terrorist attacks in the Western world, as well as the increasing accessibility of information and images about terrible violence in other parts of the world, is contributing to anxiety about our security situation. Anxiety is increased by fears of uncontrolled migration. Western societies have been built and strengthened by the entry of legal immigrants who come to contribute to our countries. But fears about uncontrolled, unregulated migration are legitimate and sensible. Societies with successful immigration systems do not have open borders. Societies with open borders invariably provoke a backlash. They cannot even sustain the policies that they intend to have in place. And finally, political anxieties emerge when the public feels that politicians are focused on symbolic issues as opposed to on their substantive and legitimate concerns. When people with real economic and security concerns are called deplorables, sewer rats, racist, whatever it is, they are unlikely to respond well to political elites, and they shouldn't. Anxieties about the economy, about security, and about disconnected political elitism are all legitimate, but these anxieties can also lead to dark, dangerous, and even violent responses. Recognizing these anxieties and their potential sequelae, we need to do two things. We certainly need to call out and condemn bigotry and violence in clear terms, but we cannot treat all of those with legitimate anxieties like they are violent bigots. Instead, we need to recognize and respond to the legitimate anxieties of the wider public. So what is the relationship between this and M103? M103 does not in any way advance towards its supposed objectives. What genuine bigot was ever dissuaded in their bigotry by a motion of the House of Commons?
Yeah, exactly.
Does the government really think that there is even one person who will repent of their bigotry as a result of the outcome of this vote? The failure of the government to work collaboratively on this has clearly had the effect of accentuating public anxiety among those who fear that the government or people who support them have some dark and hidden agenda, which is their reason for not seeking an amendment. Now, I do not think that this motion is the result of any kind of secret conspiracy. I think it is really just cynical politics. But surely the experience of this motion should by now have taught them the lesson about the need to have a clearer and more serious response to bigotry that actually deals with the underlying anxieties which give rise to it. Now, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I would like to share with the House some words written by Shimon Fogel, CEO of CEJA. I think he has some good advice for all of us as we go forward. He wrote recently, "I was pleased to engage with the sponsor of M103. I'm not going to get through this because I only have 1 minute. In advance of her motion being debated on the floor of the House of Commons, we had an open and frank conversation at her invitation, which included discussion of the need to define Islamophobia. We support the motion's intended objective of combating anti-Muslim hate in Canada, which should be unanimously endorsed. However, we are concerned with the potential validation of any restriction placed on criticizing those manifestations of Islam that drive hatred and violence towards Jews, Muslims, and other Canadians. Following the anticipated passage of this motion, critics and proponents alike must set their disagreements aside and ensure that any parliamentary initiative that follows is unifying. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is not too late for the mover of this motion to do the right thing and amend this motion so that we can have unanimous support. But regardless of the outcome of the vote, I hope that going forward, the government will be willing to work with us in good faith on these issues, because they are simply too important to do otherwise. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Oh, do we have a point of order? No. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull Aylmer, who will probably have about 9 minutes out of his 10. Then we'll go on to the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate to have this opportunity to speak to motion 103, a motion that I'm really pleased to support. Let's back up a little bit, and let's go back to first principles and understand what this motion is about. The motion calls for the government, for Parliament to express itself on 3 particular issues. Let me remind this House about what these issues are. The first one is that we're requesting, we need to recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear. Secondly, this motion requests that the Heritage Committee study how the government could develop a government-wide approach to reducing or eliminating systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. And thirdly, this motion calls for us to collect data and to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessments for impacted communities and to present these findings within 240 calendar days. Very simple, very easy to understand, and probably very easy to support. I'd like to talk about the first issue that this motion asks us to do, and that is to recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear. Mr. Speaker, I've been involved in politics now since the age of 14, coming up on 44 years. And I've been very actively involved in federal politics since I've come here in Ottawa in 1988. And there is something that has developed over the last almost 30 years now, which has really concerned me, and it's something that became so clear to me when we had those terrible, awful, tragic shootings in Quebec City at the beginning of the year. And it's the way we speak to each other. It's the way that we engage in conversation. It's the way that we refer to each other, how we disagree sometimes. And I'm not saying that we all have to hold hands and sing together and all get along all the time. But what I'm really talking about is the way we disagree. I've seen a real deterioration, Mr. Speaker, in the way that we engage in conversation, in the way that we tend to disagree. And it's grown more and more now that I see this in coffee shops, I see this in conversations. I see people, when they just disagree over a small item, they tend to demonize the other. And that would be fine if that just happened in personal conversations, but that has extended itself into the public realm of debate. Even sometimes here in in our parliament. But we've certainly seen this in newspapers and radios, on TV, and how we demonize the other. And I think the current group that we have been demonizing for the last 15 years or so is certainly the Muslim community. And I find it very distasteful. And I'll tell you why I find it very distasteful, because, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to you, I'm a member of a visible minority. And when I grew up in Montreal, I was one of 2 black families who grew up in our neighborhood. It was a predominantly Jewish neighborhood in Montreal. It was an Anglophone Jewish neighborhood, and we were we were one of 2 black families. So I sort of felt that I grew up in a minority within a minority within a minority within a larger minority of Quebec within North America. And that afforded me a really interesting perspective, Mr. Speaker. I was able to see what the majority was like and understand the point of view of the majority, yet not be a part of it. Being able to just step back a little bit and to have a different perspective, to hear a different point of view. And to me, that has always been a source of strength. And it's always been curious to me when I hear people make a discriminatory statement against another group of which I'm not a part of, and that's anti-Semitic remarks. I've heard a lot of that in my lifetime. And I always thought it funny because I was thinking, well, who are you telling this to? All you have to do is to remove the word Jew and replace it with black, and I'll feel terrible. And I know the sting of that. And no one should ever feel that. And over the last 15 years, I've been hearing a lot of hateful words towards the Muslim community. And I always think, that hurts me as much as it hurts anybody else. I'm a Roman Catholic, but to me it's just, how can you not see that the minority is not us? We all should feel that. If you're a woman, although you might be demographically a majority in this country, socioeconomically, it's clear that women are in the minority in terms of the power structures in which we have. So when we hear these comments and this kind of discrimination, it worries me. And I've been hearing more and more about it. And it seems that we try to pick on a group that is probably the least powerful group of our times. And we keep on doing that. Over the last 30 years, I've noticed how this has just progressed along. And this is one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, I have no problems supporting this motion. We're saying, let's take a step back here. Let's take a look at the way that we speak to each other. Let's try to say, are we engaging in conversation? Are we engaging in actions which leads to a climate of fear and hate towards a particular group? To me, that's what the most important thing that we could do with this motion, is to have the study. And I know there are people who might disagree in good faith on some aspects of it. Perhaps it's not as well defined as they would like it to be, or perhaps they want to include a whole bunch of other groups that have been discriminated against within the motion. That may be fine. But Mr. Speaker, we've done this before. As a parliament, we, as a body, in the short time that I've been elected, we have spoken out and taken a unanimous stance against Islamophobia. And there was no argument at that time for us to change the motion or define it in any other way. We know what we meant. We understood what it was trying to convey. And that was a motion that we could support. We're doing nothing more than that in this again, in this motion, Motion 103. Mr. Speaker, I've said in this House before that words and symbols matter. And we've seen that in a climate of hate, in a climate of anger, of phobia of the Muslim community that we've heard on trash radio, or we've seen on disreputable news sources. We've seen this language happen. And I hate to say it, and I know a number of people are going to disagree with me on this, but those statements have consequences. Not that the person hearing it for the first time or will go out and commit a heinous crime like happened in Quebec City 2 short months ago. But it's the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we've legitimized that kind of debate and that we brought it into the public realm. We need to bring it back. We need to study this. We need to find some ways to try to combat this, to change the way that we talk to each other. Because, Mr. Speaker, words and symbols do matter, and we do need to have a new way of speaking to it. I see that you're just about to stand up, Mr. Speaker. I hope to be able to just sum up this in my last minute whenever we continue with this debate. Thank you.
We now move to the right to reply, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can either let our differences of race, creed, religion that speak of discrimination or hatred, exclusion, and suspicion divide us as Canadians, or we can work with our differences to make us stronger, to help us progress as a multicultural, secular, strong nation. The choice is ours. I'm honored to rise today to conclude the debate in Parliament on Motion 103. M103 has indeed forced us to re-evaluate our social contract with each other as Canadians. We have had passionate and somewhat uncomfortable discussions about what rights our charter grants us. Where does one person's right end and another's begin? This Liberal government is the party of the charter, and I am honored to stand in this place to defend the rights of all Canadians. I would like to thank my colleagues in this House, those that seconded the motion, those that stood by me when we faced the very issue that this motion tries to tackle. I'd like to thank our Prime Minister, whose leadership is a beacon of hope, and our Minister of Canadian Heritage, who has tirelessly worked to build bridges amongst Canadians. I'd like to thank the many civil society and grassroots organizations that stepped up to address the issue of racism and discrimination. NCCM, Soleil Congregation, Meadows Church, Erin Mills United Church, Student Christian Movement, Christian Peacemakers Teams, ISNA Canada, Islamic Shia ISNA Jamaat, Montreal City Mission, Muslim Neighbor Nexus, ICNA Sisters, Mississauga Tamil Association, Centre for Social Innovation, FCM, and so many more. I'd like to especially thank my family and friends for their unwavering support. Naming a few, Ali Qamar, Sam Forrest, Hashim Tanvir, Kesser Dar, Faisal Javed, Rima Zuberi, Irfan Siddiqui, Linda Castleman, my parents and my siblings. I'd like to thank community activists for their efforts in raising awareness. Asif, Aman, Fasi, Tahir, Justin, Shahzad, Irfan, Jeff, Nadine, Rizwan, Rashdi, Ann, Shafqat, Farina Siddiqui, Cassandra, Hussein Hamdani, Joe, Graham, Awais, Eva, Hifza, Isam, Karen, Muhammad Hussein, Kashif Hassan, Ihsan, Osama Zaid, Walid, Amira, Asma, Mo, Ashfaq, Muazzam, Badr, Dominic, Mike, Noman, Jiwan, Rob, and so many more. Thank you to Imran Mia and Omar Reza, whose leadership and effort in the community has been tireless. Thank you, Mayor of Mississauga, Bonnie Crombie, and members of Council for owning this issue and your resolution to support M103. Lastly, thank you to my staff, Anas, Lana, Sana, and Suki, for your hard work and dedication. Mr. Speaker, it's only fitting to mention that today marks the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. M103 is simply another tiny step in this major challenge. It is a continuation effort to reiterate that diversity, inclusion, and acceptance are all strengths in our Canada. In concluding the debate, I find it fitting to address some misconceptions surrounding the motion and to clarify on the record what M103 is and what it is not. Firstly, M103 does not give one religion or community special privilege over another. In fact, it is an attempt to study all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination in Canada. Similar motions have been passed in this House, highlighting many issues and many communities. Secondly, M103 will not restrict free speech. This motion is not legally binding. In fact, M103 serves as a catalyst for Canadians to speak out against discrimination and be heard where they may not have been heard before. Some other outrageous claims were made about M103, and to that, in simple and clear words, M103 is not an attempt to create Sharia law. I vow to be the first person to oppose any motion or law that negatively impacts our multicultural, secular society. I assure you, M103 does not. In conclusion, I would like to thank everyone, the supporters and the critics, for inspiring me and holding me to account. I'm humbled and grateful. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to the vote, to the study, and to the support of everyone in this chamber of democracy. Thank you.
Amazing. Comme il est 19h42, la période de...
As it is 7:42, the time reserved for debate has expired. Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms.
Moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear, B, condemn Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, and take note of House of Commons petition E411 and the issues raised by it, and C, requests that the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage undertake a study on how the government could, 1, develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, in Canada, while ensuring a community-centered focus with holistic response through evidence-based policymaking. 2, collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct a needs assessment for impacted communities, and that the committee should present its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights of and freedoms in the Constitution Acts, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to the order made Friday, March 10th, 2017, the recorded division stands deferred until Thursday, March 23rd, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House has been presented. The question is, this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are debating a matter that was presented on November 21st, 2016, about 4 months ago, and the question was as follows. Although the Minister of Canadian Heritage is free to make major changes to the rules governing our distinct culture, she has the responsibility to be open and transparent about what she is calling her public consultations. In the interest of transparency, when will the Minister make public the briefs submitted as part of these consultations? One thing is certain, they contain important information. Can our ecosystem count on the Minister to do what everyone thinks is the right thing and ask foreign companies such as Google, Facebook, and Netflix to pay their fair share? The answer that I got 4 months ago was, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his important question, and I would like to remind him that indeed we are in an open and transparent process, and of course we'll make public the briefs from different parties, which was done, and I offer my congratulations. There was a specific request in this matter, and of course I agree. It's a great example of cooperation. A great deal of work was done in the matter of consultation, but the question was, given the unanimity that was expressed with regard to our ecosystem, it still remains that foreign businesses do not pay their fair share of taxes. Yesterday, 4 months later, I asked the following question. Mr. Speaker, last week, stores HMV closed, and that led to the closure of major businesses. This represents a new source of concern when it comes to support for Canadian content. Canada must position itself right now in order to deal with online providers, whether they be Los Angeles or a tax haven or elsewhere. What has been done to make sure that these new players contribute to our ecosystem and to the tax framework that everyone else does? And the answer was, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his important question and his interest in this file. Of course, we have indeed held public consultations over the last year to review all of the consequences that digital service may have on our cultural ecosystem in Canada. There will be an important reform in order to deal with certain issues raised by my colleague. 4 months. It's been 4 months that I've been asking the same question. I feel like an old broken record. It's obvious to everybody. Everybody knows very well that we have to make sure that our system has access to a taxation system that is fair to what other countries have. And in the face of this situation, we're acting as though it is difficult to find a solution. Retail outlets think that online sales are difficult because they're not taxed the same. And it's the same situation for everybody working in the cultural sector. The only thing that's tax exempt is cultural products produced from abroad, and it's pathetic. Will the Minister of Heritage ask the Minister of Finance that the situation be resolved? Will there be transactional taxes applied to these types of sales?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Tuesday, September 13th, 2016, the Minister of Canadian Heritage was very proud to launch a public consultation on how to support Canadian content creation, discovery and export in a digital world. Comme la ministre l'a clairement exprimé à ce moment.
As the Minister clearly explained at that time, and several times since then, the cultural and creative sectors are important economic drivers as well as drivers of innovation and growth. The intersection between culture and the economy contains a great deal of potential for growth and prosperity. As we adapt to rapid changes in technologies and consumer habits, the Minister has launched consultations that will help us to understand the challenges and the opportunities that these changes represent. These consultations give us the opportunity to hear the opinion of all Canadians and to evaluate the entire suite of cultural measures that the federal government has implemented.
All Canadians can find material related to that response on our web portal at www.canadiancontentconsultations.ca. Approximately 26,000 individuals and organizations expressed an interest in the consultations by visiting the portal. Over 800 of them contributed directly to the discussions, including more than 300 who attended the in-person discussions. The Department received more than 200 submissions that were submitted by creators, citizens, entrepreneurs, intellectuals, and companies. Finally, approximately 20,000 people mentioned the consultations and shared ideas on the subject in various social media. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to this being an open and transparent public consultation. That's why all of the submissions we received are posted and publicly available on the consultation web portal. Le 21 février 2017, Ipsos.
February 21st, 2017, Ipsos, an independent company, made public a report about what we heard from all four corners of Canada, Canadian culture in a digital world, which summarizes the ideas and recommendations received during those consultations. We invite Canadians to read the report, and our government will carefully consider the result of these consultations.
Help us develop a cultural toolkit that is better suited for today's digital realities. Mr. Speaker, my friend back in November posed two questions. One was to make the briefs public. That's been done. The second was to essentially ask the government to put a price on Google, Facebook, Netflix, etc., to pay the taxes. The work related to the consultations is not complete. He is asking for us to prejudge the outcome. He's possibly asking for us to prejudge what might be in this or a future budget. We're not in a position to do that. We weren't 4 months ago, we weren't yesterday, and we aren't today.
The
honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for having added something that was improvised in his answer, saying that we're not going to rush. In the 4 months that have gone by, well, there's been the failure, or rather the bankruptcy of HMV and DB and the consequences that had on Quebec's artistic sector. But I'll give you another striking example. I'm on the Heritage Committee, and there are people before us who deal with applying taxes, including excise taxes and others, when it comes to retail. And how is it when I get my receipt for iTunes, because like anyone else, I deal with those types of platforms, in the Apple Store receipt, there's no GST or TVQ. Sometimes there are taxes, but why does one of those apps not have a tax on it? And the answer was that the app that's taxed is probably a Canadian app. Comments from the We are proud of the consultations.
Are joined in by social media. Hundreds answered questions and made detailed submissions through our web portal, and hundreds more participated in live consultation events, as well as thousands who joined by Facebook Live or social media.
Our government wanted to open a dialogue, and we can say that its mission accomplished. All throughout Canada, our cultural industries, our academics and others appreciated being able to participate in the discussion.
The report that summarizes what we have heard, and all Canadians are invited to do the same. The consultations will help the Department of Canadian Heritage develop a cultural toolkit that is better suited to today's digital realities. The Government of Canada thanks all Canadians and stakeholders for their participation.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to get up to speak on a question I first raised on February 13th, which coincidentally was on the very issue that we just took a recorded division on a motion I presented in the House here on March 9th, and we just voted on it this evening, on restoring the danger pay and tax benefits for our troops who are in the fight against ISIS. Now, the unfortunate thing is that, we had to essentially embarrass the government to support this motion when we gave the government so many opportunities to correct this wrong, to make sure that our troops who are in harm's way, whether they're in Iraq, whether they're in Kuwait, as long as they're engaged in the battle and supporting the operations of the Canadian Armed Forces to stop ISIS through Operation Impact, they deserve all the danger pay and all the support of the Government of Canada, because we called upon them to go into this mission. Now, we also have to realize that this danger pay is in support of not just military personnel and recognizing the dangerous work that they're doing. It's also about supporting their families who are back home. Military families are the enablers of our armed forces, and they are often dealing with all sorts of hardship, with the separation from their loved ones, extra costs of childcare and home and yard maintenance, and all other things that pop up from time to time during these long, extended periods where their loved ones are deployed. Now, it was very unfortunate. I raised a question in the House today on this very issue, and the minister now has, on a number of occasions, misled this House. Even though we raised this with the minister and with the Chief of Defence Staff back in the fall, we were made aware of this in October 2016. I went the proper routes, first writing the minister on this issue. Got a very vague response. Took months to get the response. Raised it in committee when we had first the Chief of Defence Staff there and then the minister in December, and again no response, and essentially took all sorts of media coverage and questions in question period from the opposition for them to start recognizing that this now needed to be dealt with. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we never did see this rectified until tonight when we saw the vote and the unanimous support of my motion to reinstate the hardship pay and danger benefits for all troops who are in Kuwait and make it retroactive to September 1st, 2016. Now, the minister said in question period today when I asked the question, he kept saying that it was our government that sent our troops into Iraq without danger pay, and he corrected it back in February 2016. I tried to get up on a point of order, but I'll make the point now, is that we have a question on their order paper number 600 that signed by the minister himself, which clearly says that Operation Impact in Iraq has had all of their danger pay in place since 22nd of August 2014, and even for the operations of Baghdad, which started in the 17th of April 2015, has had all of their danger pay. So he has definitely misinformed the House or continued to mislead the situation. And we also know that all the Armed Forces personnel in Section H of the question on the order paper said all troops in Kuwait received their tax relief from October 5th, 2014 until September 1st, 2016. So I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to correct the record and say that there was...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. First, I'd like to reiterate that we have the greatest respect for the Canadian Armed Forces. They know that their duty is to carry out missions, and they perform outstanding work in performing those duties. The least we can do is ensure that they are appropriately compensated for the work they do on operations, for the excellent work that they do when they participate in those operations. That is exactly what the minister said to the member opposite during committee in December, and again when we debated this motion earlier this month, 2 weeks ago in this House. We are committed to looking after our men and women in uniform, including through their compensation. Mr. Speaker, this commitment has not changed. The minister himself has been deployed many times, and he knows how important these allowances are, not just for our brave men and women in uniform, but their families back home as well. That is why Canadian Armed Forces members deployed abroad are entitled to allowances that reflect the conditions and risks that they are exposed to. The risk levels assigned to Armed Forces operations are established by a committee who rely on various experts, including medical and intelligence advisors. This is a rigorous and thorough process that involves multiple departments. The goal of this committee is to assign levels that accurately reflect the actual conditions and risks that personnel are exposed to in a specific location and on a specific operation. As is the case for all armed forces operations abroad, the different levels assigned to Operation Impact are continuously reviewed to ensure our men and women in uniform continue to be appropriately compensated. As the member pointed out, there have been recent changes in the risk allowance for personnel deployed to Kuwait under Operation Impact. In its new assessment, the committee found that the level of risk was not high enough to meet the requirements for a tax break. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we are currently evaluating the best way we can compensate our personnel for the outstanding work they do on operations. We are reviewing internal procedures on addressing hardship and risk conditions, and as we have said before, the minister has asked the Chief of the Defence Staff to look into this issue and to make recommendations on what changes we need to make. The minister also asked the Department of National Defence to work with other relevant departments and agencies to review this process. Work to do so is currently underway. During the debate on March 9th, 2017, our government supported the motion to reinstate tax relief for members of Canadian Armed Forces deployed in Kuwait Arifjan. This motion was passed in the House with unanimous consent. Our government is proud to support the men and women who are doing extraordinary work serving their country in dangerous places. We are extremely proud of the work that they are accomplishing. Our troops are deployed in various locations in Iraq as part of Operation Impact, and they've had a great deal of success so far in helping local forces defeat Daesh. Together with our allies, they contribute significantly to the global fight against Daesh.
As this House is well aware, they are accomplishing a wide variety of tasks in support of the coalition. The department is making a huge contribution to their success.
And instead of addressing the issue, they're blaming the bureaucracy again. And I know that for a fact, when we were government, that Conservative ministers of defence overturned decisions by the panel that made these decisions. Now, this is about getting it corrected. Now that they supported the motion, I expect the government to correct it. So the questions really become, when will they pay back the troops who were shortchanged this money since September 1st? When will they get that danger pay back? When are they going to make sure that going forward, and now that those that are deployed, the over 300 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are in Kuwait, will maintain their danger pay benefits and all the tax relief that they're entitled to? And finally, this is about respecting the brave men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces and the military families. It's one thing to sit here and put out all sorts of flowery language, but honestly, this is about leadership, and this is about stepping up and getting the job done for them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives understand the system. They're the ones who created. They know full well that we are correcting the adverse effects of the system. Currently, the government is being transparent and applying the established rules. No one has suffered any loss of income. On the website, the Conservative Party is using this file to score political points, but we are looking for solutions, lasting solutions, but they would prefer to play petty politics at the expense of our military staff and their families. We understand what the families are going through, and we know how important tax breaks and other benefits can contribute to alleviating some of the pressures they experience. The House is unanimous on that principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I had the great pleasure and honour of representing Canada at the United Nations last week for a full week, and actually it carries on this week as well. Women from around the globe are part of the annual Convention on the Status of Women. This is the 61st year since the UN Declaration on the Status of Women to end discrimination against women. I was very glad to be included in the Minister of Status of Women's delegation, and we had a good cross-party ability to absorb a lot of the teachings from around the world. We heard more than anything, every single session, which were all focused on women's economic justice, what we can do as leaders in our countries to remove barriers to women's economic success. Every time we heard solutions of pay equity and childcare, it just kept coming up. Pay equity and childcare, both ways to alleviate economic and domestic pressures on women that allow them to participate more fully in the economy. We heard a lot about the disproportionate load of unpaid care that women tend to take in families, whether that's early on with looking after infants, whether it's at the end of life, looking after aging parents or helping with palliative care, or the in-between domestic housework. Although certainly in Canada, men are really stepping up on that front. We heard again and again from other countries that this is a significant piece of the economic problem for women. They have to take part-time work so they can accommodate this in-between work. And especially we heard about the impact of political gender-based violence against elected women. There were a number of sessions on this, and this was the conversation point in question period in the I guess, in 2016. This was on the occasion of Sandra Jansen, member of the Alberta Legislative Assembly, who stood in the House and in a very powerful way described the misogyny and sexism that she has faced in her job and particularly online. So in the course of this convention last week, the Interparliamentary Union tabled a report, a global look at the kind of sexual violence that women parliamentarians around the world receive in the course of their public service, and it was extremely troubling. Of the women parliamentarians from 39 countries surveyed, 41.8% have received extremely humiliating or sexually charged images of themselves through social media. Social media has become the primary place in which psychological violence is perpetrated against women parliamentarians. And again, the IPU reported that 65% of women parliamentarians said that they had been subjected often to humiliating sexist remarks during their parliamentary term. Now, this is a problem, of course, because we are trying to encourage more women into politics, into government. Just 2 weeks ago, this House was filled, every seat filled, except for one, with women taking their place. More women were in this House than had ever been in the entire history of Canada. So I would like to know, following on our conversation from last year from the government, what are they doing to remove and protect women parliamentarians from this kind of political harassment that can affect their ability to serve the public?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question and all of her hard work at the United Nations last week in New York, and I was very pleased to join her and Minister Monsef's, the Minister for the Status of Women's delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take a moment to commend the honourable member and the Standing Committee on the Status of Women for all of their hard work leading to their new report this week entitled Taking Action to End Violence Against Young Women and Girls in Canada. I am confident that this report will help to engage Canadians in finding solutions, Mr. Speaker, and we must all be part of the solution, men and women. And I want to add my voice to that of the honourable member, the Minister of the Status of Women, and all members of this place who share a profound disgust at the misogyny that women in politics must endure. Violent and sexual language are, of course, forms of gender-based violence that take place in homes, workplaces, communities, and online in the cyber world that must never be tolerated anywhere. Mr. Speaker, the federal government fully understands the profound damage gender-based violence has on a woman, her family, and her community. That is why we are taking a multifaceted approach to addressing violence against women and girls in all its forms, and it's why we have put in place a number of important measures to address it since taking office. Last summer, we established a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It will examine and report on the systematic causes behind the violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and their greater vulnerability to that violence by looking for patterns and underlying factors that explain why higher levels of violence occur. To inform the development of a strategy addressing gender-based violence, we have consulted with a great many Canadians, including service providers, researchers, academics, and survivors from across our country. This strategy will also build on the important work already underway in this critical issue in the provinces and territories. Another key action by the federal government involves ensuring that women and their families have a place to turn in their moment of need through access to shelter and housing. The Minister of the Status of Women has announced federal support of over $1 million for a project by the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses, the largest federal funding this organization has received, to examine multiple roles played by the shelter sector in supporting women who are victims of violence. These concrete actions, Mr. Speaker, underscore the federal commitment to reducing and preventing all forms of gender-based violence. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague's intervention, but I didn't hear anything about how to actually make women in this Parliament safe from sexual political harassment that will interfere with their jobs. I also want to just say as loudly as I can that although we're ringing the alarm on this kind of harassment, I'm concerned that it will have a dampening effect on the enthusiasm of other women to come and volunteer for this work, to put themselves forward, young women in particular. We heard at the United Nations and some of our Canadian panels, ministers from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Alberta, Ontario, all described very personal experiences with being harassed because of their gender in this job. And this government voted down my colleague's bill, the member from Burnaby South, that would have created incentives to elect more women. They voted down proportional representation, which elects more women. So I'd like to know the measure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it may surprise some Canadians that misogyny as well as violent and sexual language are front and center in our political conversation today. Unfortunately, these are not abstract topics for women and girls in our society, and that would include parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. We must therefore continue speaking out against misogyny and sexism wherever they appear in our politics, on social media, or in our communities. I encourage all Canadians to join this conversation about changing attitudes. The only way we can build an inclusive, tolerant society for women, girls, and all Canadians is by acting together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.